Thousands and thousands of years ago, who knows what went on under this Roma cricket ground? And at the moment, they're finding out. An archaeological dig at backward square leg. You'll only find it here in the European Cricket Series. Now we head into day 3, and we have the host back, Roma CC. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Italy, Rome, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, it is very interesting at the moment right here at the Roma Cricket Ground. This archaeological dig is going on around the ground. I had to check it out for myself, and all I've seen really in this hole are kookaburras so far. So we are heading into day 3 here. And this is week 4 of our 5-week Italian summer adventure, and we're really looking forward to seeing what happens today as this 5-team week takes shape. Of course, only 4 will make it through to finals on Saturday, and only the winner of this week will make it through to the Super Series next week. And we are starting with a doubleheader. We're starting with match 9, in fact, between the hosts, Roma CC. They're taking on the undefeated Royal Roma. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. I know that Rob Kemming is out in the middle with the 2 captains.
Yes. Dead. Fail scored. It is hits. Ball bust. Okay, you both.
So it is Roma CC, the hosts, that win the toss, and their captain, Sujith Rilagadagi, has decided he wants to field first. Always a little bit of a risk, I think, if you're chasing with the added pressure, but obviously they want to know exactly how many they need. And they certainly had a very mixed start. They didn't have a great time chasing, to be honest, in their first game against Rome Bangla Morning Sun, Roma CC. They went for big runs, and they just kind of folded in the chase. But the second time around, it was a lot better. They held RBMS to a score in the 90s and did successfully chase it down. So they will be chasing again here in match 9. And I've got to say, for me, Danidu Maragi, he is a player that when he clicks, they tend to win matches. So let's see how he goes. He's likely to open the batting in the second half of this game. But Royal Roma, they've been pretty good, haven't they? Mubarak Hussain opening the batting for them, although he did go for a duck yesterday in his last innings. He has scored big runs, 183 in the series so far. The dynamic keeper bat, expecting him at the top of the order. And look, for me, it's a very interesting, delicate balance, Royal Roma, because when they're good, they're really good, but we know they are a little bit susceptible. We saw that against Kent Lanka yesterday, and Royal Roma were really lucky to scrape over the line in the end. It was one of the most exciting games, I think, that we've seen this year. So Roma CC versus the team from Royal Roma. It's actually a rematch of last year's final, where Royal Roma came from nowhere to beat Roma CC, who had only lost 1 match in the group stage. Royal Roma had actually only won 2 of their 8 group matches. So I'm sure that Roma CC, they'd love a little bit of revenge here this morning. Talking about the conditions right here, well, in the hole it's pretty cool, but out there I think that it's going to be pretty hot and spicy once again. A record heat wave going around Europe and most of the northern hemisphere at the moment. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 36 degrees currently. It's about 27 or 28, so pretty pleasant actually at the start of the day. I think the outfield has a little bit of dew on it, maybe a little bit slower first up, but that'll burn away. I think it'll be pretty fast and potentially pretty high scoring. Well, Corey Ruckers, he's a man that isn't currently in the hole of an archaeological dig. He is in the ice cube, and I can tell you, Corey, let's get ready for the first game of the day. Match 9, Roma CC winning the toss and sending in the Royals. Over to you, and let's get day 3 started.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Welcome everyone around the world. T10 action coming your way once again, this time in beautiful Rome. 4 live matches, and really excited for this. Roma CC versus Royal Roma in the first game today, and it should be a fantastic affair. And welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India, via FanCode, everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. So let's have a little bit of a look at how things went. And, well, the first game yesterday, Rome Bangla Morning Sun absolutely dominated, 143 for 3, And a pretty convincing win, 93 to Ahmed Mohsen. He was the standout in the morning game. I mean, anytime you hit anything over 50, it's a pretty special innings, and he was so close to getting that first 100 of the week. Game 2, 125 for 7, playing 59 for 9. A bit of a cantering again from Rome Bangla Morning Sun. This time, 77 for Anik Ahmed. That top order being so dangerous with the bat, and Siddiqui once again picking up 3 wickets. Sensational bowling from him. Everyone chipping in, and well, Roma Caponelli, they improved with the ball, but just struggled with the bat, and unfortunately couldn't get enough runs on the board. This one, well, Royal Roma absolutely demolished Kent Lanka before they played each other once again, winning by 10 wickets. 44 not out for Mubarak Hussain, and the wickets were pretty much shared. Kent Lanka just never really got going. They were the 5th team to join this competition. Started a little bit later than everyone else, and I think it showed just a little bit in their performance in this game. However, these two teams would go up against each other once again, and the game this afternoon, in the late afternoon, was an absolute doozy. A 1-wicket win. Royal Roma getting over the line. We saw back flips, front flips from celebrations. Ishan Shamanda, he took 3 for 3 in the 9th. And Sajith Fernando with 42 at the top there for Kent Lanka. It was pretty well spread around, but what a game of cricket that was. Easily the game of the tournament. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups, and well, it should be a good game of cricket here today. Muktia Singh, he's at number 4 for Royal Roma, looking for Danindu Maraj, the left-arm off-spinner plus opening batsman, to have a really good game for Roma CC if they're going to get over the line. Plenty of good names filtered out there. Good luck for whoever you're selecting for your Dream 11 sides. Hopefully they can have a good game for you. And I expect this to be pretty tight this morning. As Vinny Sandhu mentioned, it's warm, weather conditions are good, especially for cricket. There's a slight breeze right to left. We look at the expected scores. Roma CC 112, Royal Roma 101. Well, if that's anything to go by, this should be a pretty close game. Let's hope for it. Still no golden ball in quite some time, but let's see. And as you can see, the officials walking out to the middle right now. So just a couple of moments away. Another warm day here in Rome, and good sportsmanship shown so far between these sides. A little fist bump there between the opposition. So looking forward to this clash. 4 matches again live on the ECN network. In the group stages here, plenty to play for. Beautiful blue skies. Hope everyone out in India via FanCode's doing really well. And everyone on YouTube, feel free to get your questions in as always throughout the day. Always fun to interact with you all. So, will they start with spin or will they go to pace? Maraj, he's the left arm off spinner. 22 first class games for him. Slight delay is just make sure the stumps are all in and everything is set up. Still got a minute on the clock until the first ball's delivered. Looks like it will be pace to start as the keeper's standing back. Let's have a look at the boundary riders. Looks like it's going to be deep mid off in place. Maybe a deep mid wicket to start. So almost ready to go, and one man that is ready to go, Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, Vinny.
Morning everyone. How are you? Hope you're well. Nice to have you with me, Corey, and good morning to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on FanCode in India, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Well, really excited to see this clash this morning. Now, here's the thing. The last time these two teams met in the European Cricket Series, it was the final last year. So in that series, Royal Roma, they actually finished in 4th place. It was a straight knockout semi-final at that stage. So they played the top team after the group stage, Asian Latina. Asian Latina won 7 of their 8 games. Royal Roma won 2 of their 8. But despite that, Royal Roma performed in the semi-final, got through to the final where they met Roma CC, who also won 7 of their 8 preliminary games. Roma CC beat Rome Bangla Morning Sun in the second semi-final. And in that match, Royal Roma batted first, put 102 on the board. Roma CC couldn't chase it. They only made 88. So, yeah, that's why I was a little bit surprised, actually, that Sujith Rilagadagi decides he wants to chase again, but it has been what they've done so far. And, well, these openers are a threat. No doubt about that for Royal Roma. Niazi coming to the side yesterday, looking really good with the left-hander. And Mubrak Hussain scored a mountain of runs. Well, he is coming off a duck. So let's get day three started with number 3, Nathan Deegate, who comes a little bit short and gets smacked to the boundary. So 4 runs to start the day.
What a shot, Vinny. What a shot to start the morning. Short, got to put it away. Niazi looks like an accomplished player.
He really is. He's organised. I think that's the word we used for him yesterday. I want to say good morning to Mike in the chat, also to Thunder, and to everybody else. Just pop my head in the chat there. Of course, you can stay in touch with us during the day in the commentary cube. Now, looks like immediately we're going to get a change of angle from Nathan Deegate. So, yeah, early wicket's the key for me. The batter Niazi's looking pretty intently at the leg side field. There's only 3 fielders to the left of screen. And he just wants to know exactly where those gaps are. That can just affect how early or late you want to hit those horizontal bat shots to try and get them around those fielders. But now around the wicket is Nathan Deegate. Slides into him, but going down the leg side. So, yeah, Royal Roma certainly had an interesting match last night against Kent Lanka, didn't they, Corey? They are undefeated, but only just.
Yeah, pretty much a chaos game. A lot of emotions were running high, but they got up in the end by the skin of their teeth. A 10th wicket partnership to get them over the line. Don't see that too often in a T10 match.
Did have everything, yeah. When we do see, it's pretty exciting. Knowing any ball could be the last ball of the match. Short, pulled again, doesn't really get it. Just get the one, just bring Mubrak Hussain on strike, and hasn't he been good this week for Royal Roma?
Yeah, he's been quality. These two have been quality, the opening pair. They're definitely their best batsmen. Very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, so might have noticed if you just joined us. You probably didn't, but I actually did the introduction this morning from the archaeological dig hole. I think that's what it's called.
Dig hole?
Yeah. And that's where they're discovering a bit about the ancient Roman street that's under this ground. And, yeah, like I said, all I saw in there were kookaburra balls. Short, pulled away, just over the fielder. It's Kulatunga who won't be able to reel that in. It was a good effort from him, but yeah, Mubrak Hussain, who's coming off a golden duck, almost falls for another.
Well, he was very, very close to a king pair, Vinny. That would have been golden/golden. And just enough over the big man there. 4 runs.
No doubt in this form of the game, you need a little bit of luck as well. If you're going to have success, it's kind of out of your hands. It goes after that straight away. In a longer form of the game, you're probably just trying to keep that one out. Just maybe knock it down. But he went the attacking option and gets 4. So the second boundary of the over. One does a bit too much. And, we're wide to the offside. So we had an interesting evening, didn't we, as well?
Yep, just out for some dinner down at the Maximo Shopping Centre.
Maximo Shopping Centre, we're not making that up. The Maximo Shopping Centre has to be one of the biggest shopping centres I've ever seen. It was huge. And it's open till midnight. It's got a bunch of kind of restaurants and food options and bars. Well, luckily we came home pretty early though. But yeah, a lot to do there. Short, gets a bit more of it this time. Less than still before, but a more convincing for Hussain. Gets his second boundary.
Yeah, they've got deep fine leg and deep third man. Sure to feel that fine leg could be in the ring. You have backward square. Hedge your bets a little bit better, but 4 runs. Nice batting. 3 pull shots this first over. Tells you he's just a bit too short.
Yeah, that's the thing. Too short is probably the answer. Trying to lure him forward, I think, is the key early on. So 14 off this first over, turning into a pretty good one. Roma CC were slow starters on Monday in match 3 against Rome Bangla Morning Sun. Went for a bunch of runs, 140 plus. Second game, a lot better in the field, restricting Morning Suns to score in the 90s. slightly better length. Just played out. Hussein takes a couple of boundaries off the first over. Niazi takes one, and the score is 14 without loss after the first over of the day.
Yeah, have a look at some of the run rates, Vinny, just going in the opposite direction that we're used to.
Yeah, I mean, hanging in the 9s. I'm pretty surprised about that. I think maybe there's been a couple of innings which have just kind of dragged that average run rate down. And yeah, I guess we'll see. It's pretty variable here, isn't it? If you look at the lowest on that graph is 8.9 all the way up to 13.7. But I think, yeah, overall, we seem to think that 105, 110 is about par. But certainly if you do score something in the 80s or 90s, it's defendable if you bowl and field really well. But you kind of need to get those key players up the top of the order, because once they get going on this field, they're really hard to stop.
Only one day ever in the 8s, 8.9 in 2020.
Yeah, it's interesting for me for the most part. The scores have tended to go up towards the finals. But, yeah, with some exceptions. Well, this is a change we saw them make in the second game they played Roma CC. It's Prabhath Eknelagoda who's going to bowl the second over. And he is quite an interesting cricketer. I say he's the spiritual leader of the club. They'll open the batting as well. And he's not the quickest, but I think that's why they're using him in this position, because they know these opening batters, they typically do like pace on the ball. So he'll just be fairly accurate, maybe wobble it around a little bit and just try and tempt them into a false shot.
Yeah, slow medium style bowler. Gets it to swing, but yeah, not too much pace on the ball for the openers to work with. So interesting tactics. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Have to deal with the left-hand, right-hand combination, of course. Rilagadagi goes up to the stumps. That's exactly what he's trying to do. He just gets a little bit of swing away from the left-hander who misses out.
Yeah, just a tad, just enough. Tries to swipe across the line. No one deep on the leg side. Just a deep mid-on and deep cover.
Varying the pace of the bowlers. You don't have to go to a spinner, but varying the pace of bowlers just can throw out the rhythm of batters, especially opening batters. That's why I think it's a tactic you see used more and more in modern-day cricket. Pitched up, hit, and caught. So Maragi takes the catch. It's exactly what Eknelagoda was looking for. Tempts Niazi into the drive. He tries to go over the top, but doesn't get too much of it at all. So the Roma CC opening batters combined in a different way. Caught Maragi, bowled Eknelagoda, and the first wicket of the day, 14 for 1.
Yeah, disappointing shot that. He didn't even get his foot to the pitch of the ball. It was super wide, and he should have known the ball was swinging away from him from the previous delivery. He just planted his foot straight down the wicket and reached with his hands. So he couldn't get the elevation needed. He's gone. And, the first wicket today.
Big wicket. Niazi can bat. I mean, that's very obvious if you just look at him for a couple of minutes. But it just takes one miss hit, doesn't it? That's the end of the show for him, at least for this match. And so he will be replaced out there in the middle. And so, yeah, fair bit going on around the ground this morning.
I thought it was raining then in my headset.
It's in the effects mic. There's a lot of work always going on around the ground here. This ground is improved every time I've been here. And I know that there are plans, just held up a little bit because of that archaeological dig, but plans for a pavilion and club rooms here and some more permanent facilities, which I think is real positive. And I know that Prabhath, who's bowling, has a big hand in that. You know, puts a lot into the club, as Lorena. Yeah, very, very gracious hosts here in Rome. Anyway, here's Shahanka coming out at number 3. Pitches up, and just wobbling it left to right. Shahanka off the mark straight away. So yeah, that shopping centre was absolutely massive, wasn't it? And so we had a nice time there. Lots of food options. We just walked past the Wiener House, but what did we go for? You went for some meatballs, didn't you? Classic Italian meatballs.
Meat family.
Meatball
the
family.
Meatball family.
The meatball family.
Not bad.
I went to Doppio Molto.
Bit of gelato. It was a nice little evening. Pretty
Yeah,
calm.
It was very nice. Gets it slightly wrong this time to the right-hander, and Mubarak's having none of it. It drifts into the pads, and he slashes it away, just slaps it past that fine leg fielder. And so that's a third boundary for him. He's only faced 4 balls. He's hit 3 to the fence.
Well, when he does stay in the crease, Vinny, he's scored a lot of runs, hasn't he? Leading run scorer this week so far.
Yeah.
Even with a golden duck in between.
Exactly right. And that sums up T10 cricket, doesn't it? Yeah, Nelagoda's just got to start it a little bit further left, I think. That line was fine to the left-hander, but Hussain, it was a fairly low-risk shot. Low-risk way to get a boundary. It does. It kind of goes the other way. It's almost like a Jimmy Anderson in slow motion, the offerings of Prabhathek Nelagoda.
Slow motion, Vin. Super slow.
See what I'm saying? You don't get too many that get it to go both ways. It's another one that goes a little bit out. Just a clever cricketer.
Yeah, it's worked this. I mean, taking pace off the ball's shown. He's picked up the wicket. He's only gone for 6. Can he close out his over good?
Yeah, only 6 off it. Becomes a huge delivery. Reaches. He wants one, but they decide in the end against. I think that's smart because that was cut off pretty quickly by the fielder at cover. Put it over by Pramath as he only goes for 6. Picks up a wicket as well. And 2 overs down in the day. The score is 20 for 1.
Yep, good over that. Brings it back for his side. Only going at 10s now after a pretty poor first over. So showing once again that pace off in this T10 format can work. We have a look at the table, Vinny, and well, this is a bit of the moving day, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? We'll see Kent Lanker again in the afternoon. Roma Cabanelli, and that'll be a crucial clash this afternoon. But we'll have to see if Roma CC can get the job done first because they just have the 2 points so far. They had the day off yesterday. And I know that they have their sights set on the top 2 as well. Top 2 getting a double chance on Saturday. Of course, top 4 will qualify for Saturday with the 5th team getting knocked out on Friday night. So they are going back to their opener here, Achintha Natandige. And so, yeah, deciding to go with him. Bit expensive in the first over, but I suppose that's his job, to use the new ball and bowl in the power play so they're going to give him a chance to make up for it.
Yeah, they've made an adjustment to the field now as well. They've got the backward square and the third man. I like this field a lot more than having fine leg and third man. This might work a little bit better for him.
So protecting a bit against that pull shot square of the wicket. Here he is bowling to Tanusha Shahankar. Short, and instead of pulling, he decides to just guide it down to third man for a single.
That's a much better field, Vinny. I don't see fine leg in the power play being that important of a position, because if you have 45, it's usually along the ground anyway, so you've got a better chance of stopping it.
If you had this square leg up, he's definitely pulling that ball, isn't he? He's trying to pull it straight over the square leg umpire's hat.
Fine leg's not a position that you really... It's not really a boundary saving position compared to backward square leg in a T10.
Yeah, I suppose the issue is you get a bit more range at fine leg for those ones that fly away quickly. But yeah, I think it is worth sacrificing most of the time, and that's why you see it. Bit of extra bounce, and this is what we expect from this pitch, isn't it, Corey? Call it the whacker of Europe.
Oh, it's taken him 8 deliveries to get his back into it, because that one did come through.
That's the other thing about this format of the game. You know, often pace bowlers, they like 2-3 overs to kind of work into their spell, but you just don't get that in T10 cricket. You got to pretty much go all guns blazing from ball 1. So at this stage, he's only got 4 more deliveries to bowl. One pulls a little bit left and will be called a wide. So 22 off 2.2. I don't know if that's a sign that we might have a wicket. But nothing. There you go. Trying to get that second breakthrough. Hussain's big player.
There he is.
And he's going to hit one into the hole. In fact, the fence saves it. That one was almost going to the olden days. Maximo. First one of the day, and it's hit by Mubarak Hussain.
Yeah, he got a little bit lucky there. He pulled it beautifully, but he got it high enough for 6. They went straight over the man. They just put it deep backward square. Good batting. He got just enough height on it then. When he first hit it, I thought he put it straight down his throat.
Yeah, I thought maybe for a second, but he did have the elevation, didn't he? In the end. Change of angle, going around the wicket now, trying everything Natandige for this breakthrough. Well, he might get it, but good luck. This is miles in the air. The fielders are going, and So in the end, I think it will be stopped, but they were running. It was always seeming an unlikely catch, but yeah, maybe physically possible, but practically impossible, that one.
That went miles in the air. He made actually quite good ground, and in the end tapped it between his legs to bring it back.
Yeah, I was scared he was going to escort it over the line.
Nutmegged himself.
A bit of tunnel ball. Denham Senderatney.
That was the game in primary school, wasn't it? That was the
Tunnel
number
ball.
one. Everyone loved tunnel ball.
Did anyone else, is it an Australian thing? Tunnel ball and leader ball. You have leader ball?
No. Tunnel ball was big.
Tunnel ball is basically,
If you were good at tunnel
you
ball.
line up. It's like a basketball normally. You use a basketball at your school?
No, football, like a volleyball.
Yeah, we would use a big ball. And everyone would have to roll the ball backwards through their legs. And then the person that would grab it and run to the front. What a sport. Now that should be in the Olympics.
They were always played on those sort of
Imagine
school carnival days.
Oh, yeah, exactly. In the block hole. So Nutton Degay won't get a wicket in the end. He goes for 25. End of the power play. 31 for 1. Well, Roman not out of sight yet, but Hussain looking dangerous as he has all week. He's moved to 21. Yeah, imagine tunnel ball in the Olympics. Imagine what Olympic tunnel ball would look like. They would be so quick at zinging it through the legs of like 8 people.
How did we ever mess that up? All you had to do was roll it straight.
Someone
and
would throw it high and it would hit somebody, or it would hit someone's knee and just bounce away. Leader ball was a bit different. Used normally a baseball. There'd be the tunnel ball and leader ball were both played at my school, and you'd have to throw it. There'd be a leader, and then the rest of the team faces them, one behind the other. You have to throw it to the first person. They'd put the ball down, run around everybody, and then they would have to come back, throw the ball back. And the leader would then throw it to the second person.
This is one of those sports that was played on like a school carnival day. You
Yeah,
have
school
tug
carnival
of
day.
war,
Yeah, like
tunnel
athletics.
ball, egg and spoon race was
Egg
a
and
classic.
spoon race was a good one.
Three-legged race
Yeah.
and the sack racing.
Sack racing was good. Here's Prabhath over number 4. Outswinger in the air. A lot of ground for the fielder to cover. He's just not going to quite get there. Nutton Degay ends up with a single. So Mubarak's elevated a couple over the offside that's maybe he's been a little bit lucky to get away with.
Yeah, they might think about a deep cover in this period outside the power plate. Just lofting it and land into no man's land. Gets the 1.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. I guess they're out of the power play now, so they can spend 5 outfielders. Way to the leg side. I want to say a quick hello to Niju in the chat. Hope you're well. And hope that everyone is well on this morning. Of course, we've got some record temperatures, not just here in Italy, but across Europe and across the whole of the Northern Hemisphere. It is burning up at the moment.
Climate change.
Well, it's clearly changing something. Breaking records. Getting the Lagoda. He's hit only 8 off 8 balls. This time's hit straight. It's long, strong. Wait for the noise. Maximo! Hussain. This one straightens down the line. He takes him out of the ground. So he hasn't hit everything in the middle, but when he has, it has gone a long way, and that was no exception.
Yeah, no exception at all. That went a long way. I was worried for Karina, our camera lady, up there.
Mummy Martin's up there at the moment.
Martin's up there as well. That must have been close.
Not quite the same nail polish game, Martin's. So, they'll go with a comeback ball. Tempts him into going again. It's clever bowling. He's not a spinner, but he's kind of having to think like one and decided to take a bit of pace off that. No, Mubarak just couldn't help himself.
Just slowed that up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Almost went backwards.
What does he do now? Same kind of a pace, or maybe
Wide and slow.
Yeah. Well, it is in the air, but not for too long. It's a slightly false shot, but Hussain has had a charmed life so far. He's up to 29.
Yeah, a little bit charmed, a little bit good. He's had one of those days where he's making the going tough for the opposition. He's the one that can find the boundary quite easily. He's proven that all tournament. Leading run scorer.
He's over 200 runs for the week now. We're only into day 3. Barely into day 3. Must ball the over. In the corner, Shahanka. Playing a bit of the second fiddle role at the moment. He'll get a single. He's just doing what he needs to do. Just to run a ball at the moment. 4 overs down. Score is 41 for 1.
Yeah, perfect start for the batting side now. Got a great platform to enjoy the last 36 balls of this innings, especially with Hussain still there on 29 or 15.
Yeah, true. And so I want to say good morning to Vivek Davda. He's in the UK, I think. And so they had their temperature record broken yesterday, 40.3 degrees. So
I think they struggle over there because most houses aren't built with aircon. Like if that's Australia, we've got the pool, we've got air conditioning.
And also you're used to what you're used to. Like I remember my mother wouldn't take us to the playground if it was below 20 degrees because we'd catch pneumonia. But in the UK, you see...
Was she a warrior?
You know, it's not genetic, luckily. But I'm just saying that it's something that, your body kind of gets used to certain temperatures. So if you're not used to that, you're going to have a real tough time. Having said that, I mean, we are kind of used to that where we grew up, and we've found it pretty tough going this week.
Tough.
In the high 30s.
Here's a good man, Mirage.
Your favourite. Hit straight, though. Hit pretty well. This will be 1 bounce 4. So, Shahanka having none of it, and he bangs him straight over the umpire's head. 4 runs.
Well, I wonder eventually if other teams will cotton on and maybe put someone straight. We saw it happen, actually, yesterday for the first time in quite some time. And the more I watch this T10 cricket, the more I think that the angles are changing. The pockets need to be shifted a bit because people are getting so good at hitting it either.
It's instinct to hit straight. It's a habit to hit straight and think you're safe. It's very hard to train yourself out of that.
Well, I think that players now have gotten that good at hitting the pockets. 3 pockets, 1 over cover, 1 dead straight, and 1 over that mid-wicket in between mid-on. See that gap over there, Vinny? Mid-wicket, mid-on, and...
Between mid-wicket and forward square leg kind of thing.
Yeah, and they're so good at that, that if you actually place someone straight, you change all the pockets on the field. It's not just one movement, it changes everything.
I think the straight one for me is the one you taught from a young age, that there's nobody down the ground. You can hit straight. It's the lowest risk shot. You're able to play it with the straightest bat. And so I just don't see how instinctively batters won't keep hitting the ball in the air straight down the ground. So he does drag a little bit wider. There is a deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, I agree. But I also think that when you have that man straight, if they don't do that, then you're not so used to smacking it at deep mid off and deep mid on. They've gone a little bit things, so you start hitting the other people.
Yeah.
It brings the others into the game.
Yeah. The game's always changing. Cut away. A chase for the sweeper on the offside. In fact, the infielder beats him there. Centre Ratney. Well, he himself has a king pair so far this week. Bowled twice first ball. I'm sure he would love an opportunity to right that. But I guess we'll have to see if he gets a bat first. It's quite an even match. He just locks him up this time. Doesn't play a stroke. It's the end of 5 overs. And the score is 48 for 1 at the halfway point. Hope you're well. And it's great to have your company. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And I've got Corey Ruckers with me. Nice to have you with us. And I know the players are going to have some slight drinks breaks today. It makes sense with the extreme heat we've been dealing with here in Rome. But one thing I would say is that it's been highly entertaining cricket. And, well, look, here we go.
Geez.
Sam Williams coming up with the goods. Well, it's a drinks break, not just for...
That I was not... He touched me. That actually got me. That scared me. I was looking at the ant
One of the reasons
you.
that you're worried is there is a big ant's nest behind us. So if you do feel something creeping up the back of your body, then that's probably a good reason to be concerned.
So we get the slow motion on my reaction
Maybe
because it
Anders
wasn't
has
strong.
the ability to give us a replay.
That wasn't good. Good morning, Sam.
Anyway,
How are
good
you?
morning, everyone. Hope you're well. Please drop in the live chat and say hello to us. Any comments, questions you got, we do appreciate them. And
well, going back to what you're saying, it has been good cricket. Yeah. We had probably one of the games of the ECS last night.
Had to be, really. It was
emotional.
Had everything, didn't it? Including some stuff we haven't seen before, such as the backflip celebration. I'm sure that one's hit our social media already.
The question is he going to be able to keep that standard up with the celebrations?
I feel like he started with one flip, and you know how some people can do multiples? That's the next level that I'd like to see. We're always talking about gradual improvement, right?
I want to see him hit a boundary and do a flip in the pads and with the bat. Now that would take things by storm.
Yeah. Or like throw the bat up as he flips it and then do the flip and then catch the bat.
Also not bad.
Maybe if he gets to his 100, that's the way he can put it up.
But
Anyway,
no, hydrate today, everybody.
stay hydrated wherever you are around the world.
How much am I doing today? I got to 4 litres in the end yesterday.
Yeah, but don't have too much. And we learnt about water intoxication poisoning yesterday.
Intoxicate
so
yourself
not more
with
than
water,
a
kids.
litre an hour, no matter what. Okay?
I will be...
Look after those kidneys, young
Is that
man.
true? A litre an hour?
Litre an hour.
Okay.
That's
Thanks,
your target now, is it?
Yep.
Well, you're a bit smaller than average person, so maybe for you 800 mils an hour.
Look, let's not go at the Oompa Loompas again, Vinny. We've talked about this.
Anyway, let's get cracking. And so I'm going to move into over number 6. Mike Buckland saying shirts are a bit tame today. Whoa, shots fired. Good start, this.
Well, Mike Buckland, I'm glad you've said that because you've hurt Vinny because he bought that last night. So that is...
I'm not hurt. I think
you're just
he's
upset.
talking to you.
He just said shirts are a bit tame. And did you not just buy that last night? Oh, that must hurt. That's not
Don't deflect.
That's not... I'm not. That's the truth. That must hurt a lot, Vin.
It doesn't hurt a lot. Only a little bit. Anyway, here's Pratuvi Samaragi, who's coming into the side now. He provides another spin option. I think spin to win here. We saw Kent Lanka go pretty spin heavy last night. Well, it really picked up you saying, oh yeah, after that sip of water. His microphones are incredible. Goes after it. Misses out. Good control so far from Samaragi.
Well, how's this? How many left arm offies have we seen this week? We're breaking records, I think.
Few. It's the cheat code in ECS cricket, they say.
Cheat code in world cricket.
Yeah,
Left arm off spinners.
true. On the charge. He's found another pocket of space here. Hussain has somehow found that offside hole a few times.
It's a massive tactical error. They've got 5 in the ring, Vin. I mean, that's straight down cover points throw, and now they make the adjustment. So they had a 4-man wall on the offside and 45 in the ring. And there was a man that should have been there. That should have been out.
Yeah, just 4 outfielders here.
Yep, they had the extra man in the ring, and it cost them.
Cost them 2. Mubrak. Let's move to 32. Yeah, he's going to get lucky backwards. And how far is this going to travel? It will be go to the boundary, so count that as 4. He moves to 36, and at the moment, CC just can't take a trick.
No, and these little errors have got to come back and haunt you. He gets a bit of luck this time, and the top spin on the ball takes it away for 4. Just the way it is.
Yeah. Desperate effort from the fielder, but he wasn't able to reel it back. Ninj saying he should have stayed watching ECN rather than watching the England game. Heard the last game was a real thriller. Yeah, we don't want to shame you, Ninj, but you can go back and watch it if you like. And this could be gone. Little edge, under edge, and Mubarak runs out of lives on 36. So well bowled by Samaragi. That one might have been a little bit slower. It lured him into the horizontal bat shot. It was well taken by Riligudagi behind the stumps, the keeper and the captain. See, watch this. Little bottom edge, stays down on it well. And so we have the second wicket finally. And the score is 55 for 2 after 6 overs.
Yeah, there's the second wicket, and a good take by the keeper. And there is definitely some purchase on this wicket for the spinners, and we've seen a lot of left-arm offies. They're all getting it to go quite a bit. Good innings. We'll be disappointed to get out now, though, just before the party time at the back end. Scores 55 for 2 after 6.
Well, for all his shots that he played, and he played plenty of them, he ends up with 2 6s and 4 4s. Hasn't really batted them into an impenetrable position in this. 55 off 6, so going at just over 9 and over. And yeah, Roma CC from here, if they can even hold it to 10 and over, something in the mid-90s, I think they'd be fairly comfortable chasing that. Don't forget when these two teams played in the final last year of Rome, it was 102 to 88 to Royal Roma. But yeah, I think the spin, a lot of teams are noticing this, how effective the spin is, especially against the top order players, who I think it just disrupts their rhythm a little bit. And Mubarak Hussain undone by that piece of bowling. Pretty good over in the end, wasn't it? Takes 1 for 7. All those runs were a bit unlucky. Had the 2 scoot over point, had the 4 off the edge. Now we're going to go to Damika Atanayaka, who's going to bowl over number 7. So because Prabhath Nelagoda's bowling up the front of the innings. He's bowling a little bit later. Let's see if he can adjust his game. That's with a fairly well-directed delivery. Just pushed away for one.
Yep, just a single.
Now, Lincoln's got a good point. Hello to you, Lincoln. Hope you're well. Also, hello to Federico Mento. And saying that where Roma always has very good keepers. It looks like it so far. Also want to say hello to Mr. Maximo Jr. and to Shrubon. But Lincoln's asking about the house in the background. And maybe today's the day we have to ask, because we've got the hosts back.
Well, I'd like to hear what the story is.
Either going to knock on the door, or we'll ask Prabhath or Lorena what's going on with the house in the background.
Just the single this time, down the ground to mid-on.
Yeah, so it does look like something out of a fairy tale, doesn't it? So it's a bit of everything happening around the ground. We've got horses, we've got archaeological digs. We've got this house, which does look like it's like something out of a fairy tale.
Like Indiana Jones land, isn't it?
There it is.
There's the house.
Very Italian. Short, guides it, not quite on the full to the fielder. And it's Denham, who takes it on the bounce.
Yeah, is it you a big Indiana Jones fan? You got the archaeological digs, you got the big house. It's like a movie set.
Yeah, well, you could probably shoot a movie here. Let me go right back to the start of the day. You can get a look in the hole, which is a deep backward square leg. Only in European cricket you can get this kind of stuff. Just really time this. So this is Gangadeep Singh coming out at number 4. Got to say who I was impressed with that we haven't seen yet with the bat was Muktia Singh with the bat for Royal Roma last night. It was the main reason they were able to kind of get on track to chase down that annoying little target from Kent Lanka. It was in the 80s.
Looks like Gagandeep Singh being put down to the 4 position due to maybe a couple of poor opening adventures he had trying to hit across the line.
True. They've also got Niazi back now. This is going to be a bit of a gift, isn't it? 4 byes. Not easy on the second bounce. We're just talking up the keepers in Roma. But really, these are never easy for the Gloveman. You'll see this. Just stays down a bit. And that second bounce, even though he thinks he's got his leg behind the line of that, just kicks off a little bit to the right. And he looks down pensively at the turf. 4 byes and 4 more to the total.
Yeah, he knew straight away, as soon as it kicked up, he wasn't going to be able to stop it. Super disappointed. Can't do much about it, though.
Yeah, let it go. Move on. Last ball of the over. Digs it in. And it's cut away to backward point, but they won't take a run. End of 7. And the score is 63 for 2. If you're just joining us in our Italian summer, welcome. It's really hotting up. We're into week 4 of 5. You can see the teams that have already qualified for the Super Series. That will start right here in Monday, just 5 days' time. We have Albano and Fresh Tropical. Milan getting 2 spots in the Super Series because we had so many teams there in Milan. They'll be joined by Jenna Brescia, who won the Brescia Series on the 9th of July. Cricket Stars last Saturday won Bologna. They'll be joined by whoever wins this week. So those 5 teams will be going head-to-head in the ECS format next week, and the winner of that will be going to the European Cricket League in 2023, which is the Champions League of European Cricket, where they'll play against the other 29 champion clubs of Europe. Pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And all over Europe, some teams are starting to book their tickets to that.
Really tosses that up.
Ambulance.
The batter says, I'll take it. And, well, the scorers, they know it's 6 now because it lands on their scoring table.
Well, they know it's 6 now because there's about 10 people crowding them.
Well, I'm worried about what's happened there because they were all ducking for cover, and I think this one, let's see where it bounces. Wow, that is right into the officials' tent. There's a lot happening around there. Everyone having the sticky beak.
I'm mostly disappointed with Samir there. He's got, he's played 1-day cricket.
Well, yeah, that's true, but wait for this. Could be 6 and out. No, it's into the gap. Just 1. That's Rob Kemming territory there. I don't know if Rob was sipping on his morning coffee and got a bit of an unwanted intruder.
He's always quite busy, Rob. Can't always have his eyes on the game. Hopefully he's okay.
Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. Hope you're well. Hello to Julian Dawson also watching from Berkhamsted in the west of London. Play away to the west of London, probably a better way to put that. But yeah, hello to all of you. And Lincoln saying it's very cold in Australia at the moment. Well, seems like we're making up for it here. Samaragi really not afraid to Toss them up. This will be stumped. I've got a feeling this is gone. They'll have a look at it. And yeah, just lured Gagandeep in to the shot. And I just got a feeling he doesn't get back in time.
Oh, this looked like beautiful glove work. Let's have a look. Takes it high.
Just out.
Yeah, I reckon he's going to be just out. We're going to have a closer look at it, though. And well, the boat was tighter than I thought. Let's get it back just a little bit.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. I'm positive this is out. And yep, there's the decision, and it has been given. Yeah, I'm trying to get this exact moment. It happened so quickly that, there you go. He's just out. Pretty good effort to get back, but it is the correct decision. And so, yeah, well done to the bowler. I mean, he's been pretty good, and that's the one he sees him coming. I think maybe puts it a little bit flat up, doesn't give him something he can go after. So Samaragi comes up with a second wicket. He's got 2 for 15, and the score is 71 for 3.
Good glove work as well, Vinny. Got the ball down. It bounced quite a lot. So he had to go up with the bounce, rise with the bounce, and then get his gloves down low quickly. He did it just in time. Good decision.
Well, James Stewart saying, listen very carefully. I shall say this only once. Howdy. But I think that's a Get Smart reference from the Chief. That was a good show. Trouble. Big trouble. Not out. This will be an interesting replay.
Oh,
he almost had a run out.
The easiest run out you've ever seen was missed.
Wow, I've got to say, I didn't see it from straight on, but I just had a feeling that this was close. And the reason, he thinks maybe just outside the line of off. Yeah, I mean, see, he does get that foot outside the line. I think, what do you think? It's umpire's call.
Watch this. Watch where the ball goes. And look at him. He's watching the umpire's decision, forgets that he's running.
Well, Shahanka thought he was gone because he stopped running, was waiting for the finger to go up. Look, it's umpire's call on impact. And now, well, they're going to cash in, but does this have the legs? The fielder's under it and takes it. So Shahanka, well, he was a spectator to a possible dismissal, but then he is right front and centre. He's gone for 14. Roma CC turning up in the second half of this innings. It's 72 for 4.
Well, left arm off spin once again. I don't know who's watching at home, maybe some of the other teams, but spin to win at the moment. There's extra bounce in this pitch. He comes down the track, doesn't get to the pitch of it, and can't clear deep mid-on. And, well, he flirted with his batsman life just a moment ago. I've never seen that, watching the opposite direction.
Yeah, I didn't realise what happened straight away either, because I was also watching the umpire. 72 for 4 after 8. And, I mean, what did you think of the decision, though? Did you think that the umpire had a case there?
Yeah, it's difficult from my angle to tell, but, yeah, you just have to back the umpire.
Yeah. I mean, that was the concern, was the point of impact, whether it was in line with off stump or just outside. I think if you're going to do that on a DRS situation, it comes up as umpire's call. But what was hilarious was Shankar not running, turning around and waiting for what he thought was the inevitable finger. Let's get a reverse out to start the 9th over.
Yeah, reverse Malachi, first ball.
So now we've got Muktia Singh out there. And he just plays that shot. And Kumar Dharamveer has joined him.
They've done well to steady the rate here, Vin. The spinners have brought it right back.
They really have.
And you think about the slow opening bowler as well.
Yep. Pramath.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. The pace off the ball's worked.
Yeah, agreed. I just think you're giving the batters less to work with dynamics like this. I don't think he hits this. I think he hits the pad. Yeah, check this one out, but there's certainly a sound here. I think flicks one of the pads, back pad. There you go. Just outside the off stump. A big windy hack, but we'll get a single. Veer off the mark.
Always love it when the next batsman's got his pads on the side and he's standing on the boundary line ready to come in.
Hit pretty well, timed, and that's over the fence. Maximal. Well, Muktia, this guy I mentioned, I think that he is really good in this situation and he wants to reverse the momentum. Nothing too wrong with this ball, but it had to go, and he got it out the screws, 6 runs.
A little bit too straight that time, Mirage. He's been pretty good so far this tournament, but that was a middle. Spinning it away.
Yeah.
There's the next batsman. I was just watching him on the sideline. He was swinging, standing near the boundary
That's
rope.
Rajavinda. He's the captain, so he could bat any time he wants. So that's the thing. You see, he's 2 steps away from the boundary line at the moment. I guess it makes sense to get up and get moving, especially his last couple of overs. He got a fair inkling in the bat. It's going to be soon. This is hit pretty well, but also really well fielded down there. That's Samarakun. He's got a very good pair of hands. Dealt with that bounce well.
Is the ambulance in trouble today, Vinny? Still in that dangerous spot.
I think it's always in trouble, isn't it? Oh, this one's a top edge. Should be caught. And it's dropped. So Darren Veer survives. Well, Rajavinda, I think he was almost 10 metres on the field, ready to come on and bat then, but he'll have to wait a bit longer. Just cost him 1 run, I suppose, in the end.
Yeah, disappointed for the bowler, though. You always want to get a wicket. Every bowler does. Should have caught that. Pretty simple.
That was his last ball of his spell as well. But Maragate will finish none for 17. 9 overs down, Royal Roma, 82 for 4.
Yeah, they've been able to keep them pretty much at bay the whole time, though. It's never really felt like they've gotten away too much. But there's been the odd boundary. If they can keep them to 92, I think they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I think they would. And when you win the toss and field, you're hoping not to get blown away, obviously.
Were you surprised by that, Vinny?
I was a little bit. Often do see it first game of the day for some reason, but I think that the reason it surprised me the most is because of what happened in the final last year. Royal Roma put 102 on the board, which, as you could see from the figures last year in the run rates, it's not a huge score, but Roma CC just folded in the chase, only 88 in response. So I thought maybe they would have liked to have batted first without that scoreboard pressure. Good game on our hands here. Roma CC, by the way, just quietly, may have had 3 golden balls in their club's history. Gone. And really good bit of bowling from Atanaika. This one seems back a little bit. It just takes 1 bail and 1 stump out of the ground. It's the end of Durham Veer for 2, and the score's 82 for 5.
Top of the stumps length, Vinny. Perfect bowling. He'll be absolutely wrapped with that. I
agree with you, but probably I'd put a caveat on that and say to batters that aren't set. I think batters at this stage that are set, they've been batting the whole time. That's probably in the slot, but I think it's not so easy when you come in. You've only faced a handful of balls to get that judgment right, I suppose, with that length. So 82 for 5, and finally we'll get to see the captain, Rajavinda Singh.
It gets his chance now. He was chomping at the bit on the sideline. Well, he's out there now. Gets his chance to get some runs on the board.
So 5 to come. Can they get to that 90 plus? Jury's still out on that one. Get straight back. Oh, I didn't have to throw. Actually, probably a good throw because of who you're throwing at. If you can get Mukhtiar here, he's a guy that can hurt you, and you should hit the stumps from there. But this is, I mean, even I changed my mind after he already threw it. And I think he doesn't throw, but then he it looks him in the eyes and says, I know you've been whacking them, so I'm going to try and get you.
Well,
but he misses, and then the other side of the coin, the other side of the gamble is now Mukhtiar's on strike.
Well, it's the ultimate gamble, and he's lost.
Yeah. That's one way to get off the mark. Mukhtiar misses out, though. I'm surprised they're going to run here.
Don't miss.
Another chance, and they're going to get it by. I'm a little bit surprised that Mukhtiar is, for me, is a set batter, but Rajavinda, the captain, saying, well, I didn't come out here to watch. I want to get down the other end. And they had 2 chances to get a run out here, and they got neither. Well, really good Ogie. He's not my 10-pin bowling partner if we do go. And that's another thing they have at the Maximo Shopping Centre. Rajavinda steps across, gets too long on. Will they take this on when they're thinking about it?
Well, I like the aggressive running, though. What they're doing is forcing errors.
Yeah, that's true. And they have the wickets to play with. I just think I still kind of slightly favour Mukhtiar on strike. He's a man that we know can hit boundaries. He's already hit a 6 in this innings. So again, I'm all for going for it, but probably not suicidal singles or extras. Steps across, but pretty well bowled. Atanaika's been pretty good
So
here at the end of the innings.
You go.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe they would that time. So 86. It's been very good last over this one.
Well, the running's been impressive, but the fielding's been impressive as well. They haven't let them get the extra run.
Yeah.
So They've fielded and bowled well. For a team that chooses to bowl first, 86 for 5 with 1 to go, I think you're pretty happy with your work.
All right, last ball, 86 plus this. Another good block on delivery. They certainly will get 2 this time. They might get away with it. They'll go to the keeper.
Wrong
No,
end.
they won't. They should have. And Samara Kun is a pretty good fielder. Now look, where's the ball? Where's the ball gone here?
And the bowler's hand, Vinny.
Okay, well, that's probably why they're not running. But I was going to say, it would have been a lot easier with the keeper with the gloves and with the runner having a few more metres to make up. So they will get a couple off the last. They're going to finish with a pair of snowmen. 88 for 5 off 10 overs. And well, I think for the most part, Roma CC will be pretty happy with that. I mean, early on, it did seem that some of the batters, particularly Mubrak, had a bit of luck getting away with some aerial shots that weren't quite out in the middle. But if they bat well enough, they'll be good enough. And I'll have my eyes on the openers, Maragi and Eknelagoda, and seeing if they can build a good base for Roma CC to pick up their second win of this tournament. A lot of respect between these two player groups. You can imagine that it would be that way because they did meet in the final last year. That one just going over Kulatunga, who had a slight injury. I know he went off to get a little bit of attention for a couple of overs during that chase. But Niazi missed out. That was a nice catch by Maragi. But look, Eknelagoda, his bowling was a bit different early on, but I think that's a change that's worked for Roma CC.
Yeah, absolutely. And it did work. And I just like the idea that they bowled first and the bowlers backed it up and the fielders backed it up. Really impressive. And these were the ones that got away a little bit. Look at this. Nutmegs himself saves 2. There was good moments, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was one of my favourite moments of... Corey, you were scared into the next line.
Well, look, you put me in a dangerous situation, I react pretty well. As that goes through his legs a little bit for 4, but that was a tough one. That had a lot of top spin on it. Not easy to save. That was a good catch by the keeper. A little underneath edge. He held on to it. And we saw a lot of spin and a lot of pace off. Maybe we're going to see more of that throughout the week because it definitely looked like it worked. That was a pretty unfortunate one there. It really bounced off. A bit of a Gundy ball this time. Went straight to the scorer's tent. Gladly, everyone was okay. Everyone went and had a check on our officials from the Blue Crew, and thankfully there was no danger there. A clever stumping this time. I thought he kept really well throughout the innings, and there was pretty impressive hands. This one went up to the limited review system, and on review it was definitely out, and the right decision was made in the end. This brought us right to the back end of the innings, where usually it's a bit of chaos. There were some runs, some wickets, a nice catch down there to deep long on, another wicket to slow left arm off spin. There was a couple of mistakes here and there. This one, a good delivery, top of the leg stump. And Tamika, he'll be pretty happy with that. Something that he can watch back a little bit later. And a big celebration to boot. And that brought us to the end of the innings. A pretty exciting innings, and overall, a good bowling display, I feel, to keep a team to 88 after you elect to bowl first. Good work from the bowling unit, who were pretty well spaced out and shared the wickets and shared the workload. Let's have a look at the scorecards now, and here's the batting scorecard. 36 off 22 for Hussain. Batted well. Everyone else sort of just a little bits here and there. Didn't bat too long. It was mainly based around Hussain there at the top. 9 extras also helps. 88, it's not the highest score in the world, but if you bowl well, I'm sure there's a good chance that you can defend it. And they will believe a couple of early wickets in the power play will help that. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Well, sensational. 3 for 15 for Samarage. He bowled really, really well. And 1 wicket apiece there for Tamika and Prabhath. And overall, pretty good economy rates as well. They'll be happy with that. The bowling unit, 2 apiece, 2 overs apiece that is. And they kept them to 88 for 5. So 89 required. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Club ground right here in Italy, and it's great to have your company. Day 3 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. And after today, we'll be halfway through week 4. Of course, 5 weeks in total of our Italian summer adventure. The first 4 weeks are essentially qualifying weeks for the Super Series, which we will have from Monday. At the end of that week, we'll know exactly who is going to ECL 23 as the Italian representative club. Right here, it's match 9. We're halfway through, and we had Roma CC winning the toss. They put in Royal Roma, who have scored 88 for 5 off their 10 overs. So Roma CC will be chasing 89 for victory. Looks to me like they'll be opening with Tanusha Shahanka. So, looks like a pretty good cricketer to me. You got the openers out there. I think a lot's on them, I think, for Roma CC. Got Denidu Maragi and Prabhath Eknalagoda. Now the regular openers. And I think they're always a bit more comfortable chasing double digits for Roma CC. I know they don't have to go too crazy. So here we go with the chase. 89 for victory. Oh, it's an uppercut. He's going to be gone first ball. No, he's not. Wow. This one, I thought he almost could have caught it with his eyes closed. Maragi gets super lucky first ball. And they really had this for a long time, I thought, but just off the fingers into the chest and out it went. Maragi is a player that often needs a bit of luck to get going. You don't get much luckier than that. And don't run. Oh well, have another one. In fact, this goes to the fielder next door. It is fielded. No run now. Maragi did get caught at deep backward point a little bit earlier in the week, but that was back on the boundary, so he doesn't mind hitting the ball in the air in that region. There's a couple of uppish ones so far. That's why you don't want to miss the first ball of an innings in an ECS match. This time it cracks it, doesn't quite carry to Raj, and knocks it down slightly. They will come back for a couple, so the first runs of the innings. Oh, what a start, though. Got to say a quick hello to Andrew Hogan. Regards to you, Andrew. Hope you're going well. And Mrs. Hogan, of course. Watching from Australia. And oh, you tuned in a great time. Scoring the grade 80s. 88 on the board for Royal Roma. Comes an interesting match as far as the table goes. Short and pulled, and it won't be cut off. That's 4. Maragi decides to go to leg side. Like the way he gets across, it gets in good position. Just a little bit too short from Jahanka. And there is the first boundary of the chase. So, that's just a steadier for Maragi. He's a player, like I say, tends to live dangerously. But while he's there, he can score pretty quickly. Still got that floating slip in. Plays all around this one, lured into going across the line. Plays down the wrong line, so Shahanka, unluckiest man in Italy at the moment. But nice to see you, Andrew. Hope you're well. Let me know how life is. Remind me again what part of Australia you're from. I do remember you're Australian. Seem to think you might be Tasmanian, but tell me if I'm wrong. Played away on the offside. Again, may think about 2. They're going to take it on. They're going to force a fumble from Shadamgul. And so they do get another 2. These two batting have a very good understanding with each other. End of the first over, 8 for no loss. 381 matches without a golden ball. As I'm joined back in the commentary queue by Corey Ruckers. Corey, it's the biggest streak we've ever had. The previous longest streak was 253.
Do you know why that number's significant?
Does kind of stick out to me. Go on, give me a clue.
It's one more than Matthew Hayden's 380.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I thought maybe, well, how many, I feel like there might have been a big test chase that was 381.
I think that might be what England chased against Australia recently. Yep.
Just might be wrong. But it was an incredible match, wasn't it? That one back in, I'm going to say 2019, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Anyway, back to the job at hand. Umar Shahzad is going to bowl the second over. Typically likes to go around the wicket to right-handers. But to left-hander, he's gonna stay around. It wasn't quite that. England chased 362 for 9. I think it was in that range, didn't we? What a test match that was. That was a game I was explaining to a friend that knew nothing about cricket. And that was a pretty good one. Who had advertised test cricket not being boring.
Well, you could have showed the game we had last night to teach someone about cricket.
It's one of the things I love about this job is we'll get people that are new to cricket, and sometimes they know nothing about it. Sometimes they have some preconceived ideas that it's a bit pedestrian. Well, certainly isn't here in the European Cricket Series.
Not with this format, that's for sure. Here comes Shazad.
Yeah, so he's going to go with his preferred round the wicket mode of attack. Goes right across Eknelagoda, who hits and takes off. He's hustling, forcing the fielder into an error there. Eknelagoda off the mark.
Well, Mirage is the key in this chase. He's already been put down. He's had a life. We know he's got some pretty good pedigree. Played first-class cricket in Sri Lanka, 22 games, I think you mentioned yesterday, Vinny, as a left-arm off-spinner. But, I mean, if you're playing first-class level, usually you can hold a bat as well.
Yeah, of course.
He looks a pretty accomplished player. And when you're chasing 89...
He's fun to watch. That's what I would say. Right, this should be interesting with Shazad coming around the wicket to Dinidu, who tries to launch him. This goes back on the stumps and doesn't knock the bails off.
Well, the Plato's worked a treat here, Vinny.
He saw what was happening here and he still missed it a second time. Look at this. He doesn't want to knock his own stumps over himself either.
I don't think he could react in time to get it off. Look, you don't have enough.
He sees it.
Yeah, you just have to let that go
Because
and pray.
if you try and stop the ball hitting your stumps and you hit your own stumps, then you're also out. So that's no good.
Well, he's had 9 lives so far, hasn't he?
Both the openers for respective teams actually have had a few lucky moments. Yeah, hit nicely. This is going to reach the rope. So Cuatro Carreras Morage, after literally playing one onto his stumps, he plays one through the covers. Next ball, and he gets 4.
Yeah, class shot. Look at the wrists and the snap through the ball. Gorgeous cover drive. Well, he's had a bit of luck, hasn't he? But he's still there, doing his job. That's a gorgeous boundary.
So yeah, what do you think about that? I mean, we've seen that happen at quite a few.
I think
levels of cricket.
the oddest one of those one was when Cameron Green bowled Ben Stokes, and it really deflected off the stumps. Took a massive angle shift. No, you see that quite a lot. Just a bit of luck.
Well, that one need to get into the physics of it. If it hits down the bottom, it's harder.
You see it quite a lot these days.
Yeah, his has less impact on the top of the stumps, and obviously to move that enough to dislodge a bail.
Well, at national level, you see they've got the camera through the middle stump, and they are really whacked in. Even if the ball hits it quite hard, they don't dislodge these days.
Yeah, sometimes. And then the other ones you get are the ones that just flick the stump maybe a bit further up, but they just flick lightly, like almost a thin edge. Almost a thin edge on that. And Eknelagoda beaten by the angle.
Yeah, left arm around, interesting option.
Yeah, so most stumps at test level, if you were to get a tennis ball and roll it even pretty hard at the bottom of the stumps, it's just going to bounce back at you, right?
Yep, correct.
Last ball of the over. Goes after it. Trouble with a capital T, and it's gone. Muneeb Niazi takes the catch. Well, a little bit of revenge for Niazi. He was caught almost exactly like that off the bowling of it. Eknelagoda. So Pramath tries to elevate, and he finds the fielder. First wicket down. It's 14 for 1.
Yeah, disappointing shot, really. He got a lot of width on that. There was no one sweeping on the offside. Let's look where his foot goes. Yeah, wrong side of the wicket. So when you go like that, you can only reach at the ball, get no elevation, no power, gone.
Yeah, unusual angle he's dealing with, and didn't do with it very well. Strange sliding doors, coincidental moments. And also, the first wicket falling at 14. It was Niazi that fell at 14 in an identical fashion to that in the first innings. And then the same thing happening here to Eknelagoda in the second. So it is the end of the second over this time, 14 for 1. Having a look at the table, Royal Roma undefeated, but only just. Kent Lanka really pushed them last night. But Royal Roma snuck over the line. Rombang the Morning Sun for me, they've been really impressive as well. Roma CC, yeah, I mean, they certainly have the potential to challenge for a top 2 position. If they lose this game, though, and fall to 1 and 3, it's a long way back.
It is a long way back, especially when you're 1 and 3. But plenty to play for here. And they haven't got off to a blistering start.
Just to be clear, they'd have to lose both games this morning to be 1-3, but still, they'll want to get some revenge as well on Royal Roma, who knocked them out of contention for the Super Series last year in the final of Rome. Not a good delivery from Shahanka, ill-directed, a no fine leg. And just gets a little tickle on this. That one crashes into the fence and 4 more runs.
Nice shot. Just had to catch up with it, didn't he? And it was down the leg side. Does exactly that. No fine leg in place. Easy 4 runs.
Got to say, I'm a big fan of the Hogan family. That was an American sitcom. But I'm also a fan of the Hogans in the chat. And Andrew's wife is driving so he can watch ECN cricket on his phone. Now that is love.
If only I could find that.
Yeah. Corey will be fine for watching ECN cricket on his phone and driving at the same time. Please don't do that anyway. You can listen though. All right, goes in the air, but this isn't going to carry. It's a good miss hit. As they'll sneak through for a single. And that's Maragi, who has had more of the luck than any of the other batters so far for Roma CC.
Well, you got to ride your luck. Can he capitalise on it now? He's still there. He's 18 off 11. Samarakun, he's joined him. He looked pretty organised the other day, didn't he? He took them home in a chase. Remains not out.
Kent Lanka is a question. Kent Lanka-based question from Julian in the chat. Hello to you, Julian. Give you a bit of an answer on that in a second, based on my knowledge. Straightens down the line, takes off, was gone here, and he might as well keep running. It's a direct hit, and Samarakun takes on the field, but it works every time but once, and he's fresh out of luck. Direct hit, and so 2 fall in the over, 19 for 2.
Well, he doesn't get any luck at all. He had 1 step to aim at. That's Guggendeep there. It's a good pickup. He steadied himself. He just took a moment and pinned the stump. That's a really good run out, Vinny.
Yeah, it was really good by Guggendeep. You're right. Picks it up, has a good look at him, and I like the balance, how balanced he was the way he picked the ball up. And you can see it comes in, and he's a step and a half short, isn't he? So if you're going to defend a score in the 80s, you're going to have to field well. And we've seen a catch, and now a very, very good run out. Takes care of Samarakun for a golden, and it's 19 for 2.
Isn't cricket a cruel game? Moraga gets dropped first ball off a sitter. He has a ball that rolls onto the stumps, doesn't dislodge the bails, and then Samarakun gets run out with 1 stump to aim at.
Well, Maragi is basically a luck thief. He's stolen the luck from everybody. The other side of the coin is that Samarakun cops one like that. But credit to the fielder. That was a very, very good piece of work. Maragi, he wants to cash in now, and he will. He clips that one away behind square, 4 runs. Well, he's unperturbed with what's happening around him as he's had a revolving door of partners, but through it all, Dunedin has stayed strong, and he takes him into the 20s.
That's a shot of a man in some good form and a bit of class. That is a gorgeous cricket stroke. He's the key, isn't he? He really is the key.
He is. And look, when they've had successful chases, more often than not, he's scored runs. And that's just, if you look at the scorecards, that's a bit of a common theme. And even you look at when they beat Rome Bangla Morning Sun in the semi-final last year, it was a 2 versus 3 matchup. It was a big reason they chased down the score in the 90s. Shahanka, though, got a couple more balls to spend. Again, not really where he wanted it.
Oh, he missed out big time. There is no one back on the leg side down backwards square.
I think this actually comes off the very bottom of the bat, the Q
Oh,
end.
yeah. He Q-ended it. There's no fine leg, no backward square, no deep mid-wicket. He will be gutted he missed it out on that one.
A lot of people enjoying the run out. I enjoyed that too. It was a
We don't get enough of that.
former fielding coach. Well, you're still a fielding coach, but now you're a head coach, so just saying. That was your area of specialisation, the PSL, right?
Yep, correct.
Love the look in your face where you seemed offended that I said, and as if
I'll
somehow
be
you
back.
weren't a fielding coach anymore. I'm just saying, now you're head coach, you've got to keep an eye on all aspects, right?
Man management,
Yeah.
coach management.
Yeah, who,
Still like my fielding.
if you're managing the players, who's managing the coaches? That's what I worry about. Right, Coast Guard. All right, down the leg side. Don't know if this flicks the pad.
Yeah,
Maybe, yeah.
So it flicked the pad, and it's all that bottom bit of the thigh pad, and it rolls dangerously close to the stump. Sometimes they can drag back on,
Yeah,
oddly
true.
enough.
Yeah, you're right.
I've seen some in cricket. It hits the bottom of the throw bat and deflects the wrong way.
Yeah, because it actually slows the ball down so much that it deflects in that direction. So 3 overs down, end of the power play. They do lose a couple, but they do score 25. 25 for 2.
Nicely balanced game, this one. Power play is almost identical, just the extra wicket. Plenty to play for here. 2 good teams, a lot of pressure.
So Julian, to answer your question about Kent Lanka, about the name, where does it come from? I believe Kent refers to the region here, and it's a little bit south, I believe, of Rome. And Lanka, obviously, a bit of a Sri Lankan connection with the players. But yeah, I might be able to dig a bit deeper into that for you. Now, let's see a player that I've got a lot of time for. Zadran Shadamgul. He's going to come on and bowl the 4th over. End of the power plays. They've got a bit more protection of the boundaries now with 5 outfielders. Here we go in over number 4. Elevates and gets it over point. But, well, does the splits. Now, he's not thrilled about getting up because he doesn't know if he can, I think. And so does stop the boundary, keeps it at 2.
I'll tell you what, that hurts. Hope he's okay.
Splitsville, USA
that
here.
That was a split. Oh, well.
I love that. Then he says, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw you the ball and you throw it in.
Every man
Haven't we seen some
is a bit nervous.
gymnastics? In the last week, we've seen so much gymnastics on ECN. We saw a proper bend back. We saw a backflip yesterday, and now we've essentially seen a version of the splits, and that's Mubarak Hussain out there. He's their key player with the bat. Hasn't got the gloves now that they've got Asrul Islam doing that job.
I'm glad he's okay. He's on his feet at deep backward point. Now they're just checking if it was a 4, but definitely I don't think it was.
Yeah, no worries.
No, fine, absolutely fine. Good fielding.
Driven and
toe end up.
Yeah, late on that, but yeah, Maragi moves to 26.
Well, Maragi's going to need some support. Someone else, maybe it'll be Ahmed, but someone else has to get going a little bit. Can't be all Maragi in this chase. Even if someone makes a quick 20 off 10, that would do him a world of good.
Down the ground, so just be 1. So yeah, that 9 and over essentially is what they need from the get-go. So yeah, 25 off 3, they want to be 27, around about the mark, but yeah, they won't want to see that get double digits or higher. Right, Ahmed just joined him at number 4. Full toss, and could be trouble. And he's out of luck now. Daninu goes for 26, and Royal Romano, that's a big wicket. And now a 3rd has fallen. Shadamgul does the job with a low full toss. Well held in the outfield, 29 for 3.
Well, he scored 26 of the 29 runs, and he'll be mighty disappointed with that shot. It was a full toss. Tried to help it round, but got none of it. Got absolutely none of it, and just clothed it straight to deep mid-wicket. Loses his wicket.
From the very first ball of the innings, you felt like he was on borrowed time, wasn't he? I mean, he really should have been gone first ball. So he does come up with 26, but he leaves his team in a bit of a pickle. And halfway through the 4th over, 29 for 3. But I mean, Roma CC, typically they do have, you know, fairly strong top 6, 7. Just has been the case quite often in successful chases. Danita Maragi makes runs, but yeah, you see, this is taken with minimum of fuss. Is that by Manib Niazi? Loses the hat, but keeps the ball.
Good catch. They're behind now for me. That's the big wicket. 26 of the 29 runs. Someone else is going to have to step up. Who can?
So I was talking about Kent Lanka, but Nico Fernando's popped into the chat. I might actually ask him about the name. He'll probably have a better answer than I do.
So 2 balls left in the 4th. Just a few adjustments to the field here.
Yeah, Shadamgul. I often talk about that if you're going to miss the block hole, missing it slightly fuller, I think is better than missing it slightly shorter. Then it becomes kind of a ball you can drive on the up. So Maragi bowled well. He's into the side. Now he's going to have to bat. And he swings straight past the first one.
These left-handers that come in the middle, on the first few days, they've missed everything outside off. They need to get bat on ball here today.
It's a really nice looking shot. Just missed the ball.
There we go.
There's one for you. And so they will get to 30. Pretty good over that from Shadamgul. Concedes 5 and picks up the crucial wicket of Maragi. 4 overs down the score, 30 for 3.
Well, Almost getting up to around that 10 mark now, Vinny. Just make sure they stay with the rate, take it as deep as they can. Someone needs to step up.
Look, here's the thing. They've got Senator Ratney still to come, and he's a guy that has a half century last year. When he gets in, he's got an unusual style, but he's really effective. And the problem is, he's faced 2 balls this series. Both have knocked his middle stump out of the ground. But, you know, if he comes good, they've got other players that can get them there. Like the captain, Rilagudagi, who I haven't seen yet either. Even someone like Corrali. Matt Ahmed obviously would be keen to make some runs, cement his place in that top order. But right now, let's look at Prathuvi Samaragi, who's going to face up. And it's going to be the captain, Rajvinder Singh, to bowl over number 5.
Right arm off spin, sort of darts. Doesn't give it too much air.
Oh, goes after it. Now, was that a stumping chance?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Vinny.
Just been sighted, but yeah.
Went with the shins instead of the
old
gloves.
Human backboard technique. You won't see that on the coaching manual. Oh, it doesn't matter now. Does not matter at all. Samaragi can't deal with this. This time, he doesn't need his keeper. He knocks the off stump out. And so another wicket's fallen. Roma CC at a crossroads in this innings. 30 for 4.
Yeah, I have to wonder with Samaragi if he's actually watching the ball close enough, because he's missing a lot of drives. Look at his head position there. I feel like it's always a little bit too raised. Maybe he watches it where it pitches but doesn't track it. He's out again, missing another drive.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, sometimes it's just...
I honestly don't think a few of their players are watching the ball close enough.
It's a basic. I mean, you talk about Brendan McCullum. That was one of his famous quotes about the 2015 World Cup final, where he played his whole life to get to this moment, and at the critical moment, forgot to watch the ball. It's a basic. And sometimes it does require you to consciously make an effort. And there's that chuck it up there style.
Oh, well, that style's gone now. There's only one celebration we want to see, and it's back flips and front flips.
Back flips. So if Rajvinder does back flip, and that'll be something else. So here is the captain to steady the ship, Sujith Rilagudagi. And there we go. Nico's given some information about the Kent Lanka. He said that Mr. Silva had put the name long time ago. He's a big fan of Kent, and Aravinda Silva used to play for Kent. So that's why he founded the club as Kent Lanka in 1999. Nico, that's a fantastic answer. Thank you so much. Now they're going to take a run first ball, a little edge. And so Rahat Ahmed, well, he's a player, obviously, that they're batting him in the top 4. So this is his job in this situation, I think, to try and get them over the line in a game like this, where it's all falling apart around him. He's got his captain out there with him, though. While these wickets are falling, though, we pretty much see the runs dried up as well.
And someone needs to step up. They're just in the last little bit, fall behind the rate.
Vivek wants to know if cartwheels count as an acceptable celebration.
Absolutely.
Oh, weird.
Not out. This is definitely not out.
He does hit into his foot, but I think it hits the ground before it hits his foot.
Oh, absolutely.
See here, it hit is straight into the ground first. And so it won't be out. You can tell that from a first look.
Straight into the ground, straight into the inner leg, and then goes up, not on the foot.
Yeah, I think even the keeper, his heart's not in it. Right here, this one shows it really well.
Inside edge,
into
the ground, into the inner leg, in the air. Simple.
It does pop up nicely for the keeper.
The keeper, I reckon that's a cheeky appeal from the keeper. Definitely should have seen that.
Especially when you've got TV, you know, you're going to get shown up. Anyway. Rajvinder probably knew exactly what happened there as well. So Rahat survives. Yeah, it's great to see Nico Fernando in the chat. We'll see him later on for Kent Lanka, taking on Roman Capinelli.
Good bowler.
In the afternoon session. Yeah, he certainly had another dimension to that team.
I wonder if he watched his LBW last night and changed his mind.
Yeah, let us know about your LBW, Nico. I know you thought you were a bit hard done by it.
Plum. Sorry, Nico, but well bowled.
It wasn't plum, but I do think it was a fair enough decision. There's Raj. Bit of bat on this. Into the pad. I'll get one.
They're still in this game, Vinny. What are they going to have to do here?
Yeah, I mean, they need to come out and they need someone to actually hit the ball well. For me, to be honest, the wild card for me is actually Denham. He's coming off 2 golden ducks.
Denham.
Yeah. But I think we'll see him next. See if these two can get moving first. Just played away. Another dot, so halfway through this innings. There are only 2 off that over. There's only been 7 off the last 2 overs. And the score at the little mini drinks break is 32 for 4. Once again, great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me, Corey Ruckers.
No one's scaring me this time.
You were scared because Sam surprised us with water. But if you are going to sneak up on us, please have a cold drink, because it has been really hot this week in Rome, hasn't it? Not just here in Rome or Italy, but across Europe and actually across a lot of the Northern Hemisphere. It's been super hot.
Yeah, it has been super hot, but the cricket doesn't stop. But we've just added the drinks break in just to help the players along. And even our blue crew, they deserve a tap on the back. Mustn't be easy scoring, doing all that every day, all day, and they barely make a mistake.
Definitely not. And I'll take someone like Dinah, for example, who's actually been with us through this whole Italian summer adventure. We've been really looking forward to it, and we have had a great time. But I don't think we really appreciated how hot some of the days were going to be. And of course, we were up north in Milan, in Brescia, where they weren't able to water the ground. So there was a lot of kind of dust flying around. It wasn't easy conditions, but everyone's plugged through it. So yeah, welcome. A bit of a shift change as we head into week 4. Obviously, you joined me in week 3, and I've enjoyed having you as part of the coverage as well. And yeah, it's going to be a very interesting week and a half, and I'm sure you'll be watching pretty intently next week with the Super Series.
Absolutely, Vinny. So tell us about this show. How many did you buy last night? Because last night at the Maximo Shopping Centre, this man lost the plot. You bought 5?
I do tend to go on a bit of a bender sometimes.
What do we think about the shirt? It's not bad. It wasn't.
Yeah, Mike Buckland didn't like it. Said it was a bit boring. He actually talked about this collectively. So,
do you still have the receipt?
Yeah, I might have to dig that one out. No, I think it's quite nice. I think it'll go well with some of my suits. A bit hot for the jacket today, but I think it'll go nicely with a few different suits. My red one, my blue one, maybe my yellow one as well. Always got to think ahead, right?
Yeah, you do.
Coaching. How many P's are there in coaching now? Poor planning prevents pathetic performance.
Wow.
Every time with coaches, every season I come back, there'd be about another 2 Ps. We're up to about 11 by the end. Anyway, Shadam Gul only went for 5 in the 4th. We haven't had a boundary now in 15 deliveries.
Well, that's changed, Vinny, because he's got just enough for that. 6 runs. He catches it over the rope.
It's the old catch and overstep from Shazad. And he's saying, why didn't you tell me? He's saying, what do you want me to do about it?
I'm sorry, Umar. That's your fault.
Yeah, I love that Umar has found someone to blame, and it was just the closest teammate. You see, he doesn't really know where he's going to land. I actually think he does the right thing there, because if that foot happens to be inside the field, well, then it's going to be a catch. It's going to be out.
I love that he blamed his teammate.
I love it.
Hey, you.
Why didn't you tell me that was going to happen? So that could be a needle shifter. And so...
Well, it just gets them back into the hunt a little bit.
Yeah. Mike Buckland, he's gone pretty hard. He's saying, didn't know they had op shops in Rome.
Whoa. Is that a ban him? Get him off the chat right now.
Mike's safe. I like Mike. Anyway, at least we're spurring conversation. That's the main thing. Goes down the wrong line here.
He's not watching the ball there. Watch his eyes here, Vinny. Just watch it. Watch his head and watch his eyes. That is not tracking the ball at all.
Yeah.
That's why he's missed that. Head's not down.
Just basics. Get something on this, but straight back to the bowler.
I'm getting frustrated with these dot balls.
I like it. Corey has this coach mode where I think he starts kind of getting in the mindset of being the coach for the other team. As we see a Black Hawk helicopter just fly across. As you do. Okay, this one is slanted and he will get a run here. But yeah, I mean, I know that sometimes you see little things and you can't get that coach DNA out of you, can you, sometimes?
They're in this game. They're not out of it. And it's these little things. If they don't have any dot balls, just watch the ball get battle ball every ball in the odd boundary. They'll win this in a canter. But these little mistakes just creep in. Ahmed's the key.
Caught 6 helps. That's into the pad.
Sliding down leg. Well, the 6 off the first ball helps, and a couple of singles, so 9 off.
Creeping up towards 2 a ball, though. They're running out of time in this chase. 6 overs down. It's 41 for 4. So where are we at now? That'll make it 12 and over, I think.
I just can't. Struggling to see how they're going to do it unless both batsmen get going at the same time. Or the other the batsman that's not hitting boundaries is hitting one a ball. Has to be one a ball from now on.
You need a wild card to come off for you. For me, it's tough because you want to give these guys a chance, but they've got Denham Centre Radney. I know he's coming off 2 golden ducks. But he is a guy.
He's due.
Yeah, well, when he does get going, he'll win this match and he'll win it with time to spare. Anyway, Rajvinder's coming back in the 7th. Goes after it, doesn't get it at all. Hang time. Fielder comes in, takes the catch. Shazad, this time he's the right side of the border, and he'll take all the credit, no doubt. And, well, maybe it's for the best. They needed something. They needed a shift change, I think, Roman CC. And Rahat got one away, but couldn't repeat it. And he becomes the 5th man to fall, 41 for 5.
Yeah, takes the catch this time, the old crocodile style. It was a bit of an innocuous delivery, but he tried to hoik it over the leg side. Doesn't get enough on it. Catches it inside the ring in the end.
Yeah, that's a proper crocodile style.
Oh,
But
yeah.
takes it in stride. And yeah, takes it well inside the circle. It shows you how high that was. And some more of that chuck it up there. Oh, we'll have to teach Raj the cartwheels.
I know, okay, they love it from Kabaddi, right?
Yeah.
Why is everyone doing it?
It's almost saying, well, why do we do high fives? Yeah, blew your mind there, didn't I?
I want to
Blew
see.
your mind.
I want to see more versatility.
Change the, what's the word? Change your perspective. Flip the script. Went a long way there, though, didn't it?
Crocodile. What's your thoughts on the technique? Hey, if you catch
better
it.
hope it's in the middle of your hands is probably what I would say if you're going to use that technique. I remember Rod Marsh saying, that's crocodiles eat fingers. And if you start catching the ball like that or like that, and you make the crocodile sideways or up, you don't end up with too many good ones. But anyway, most keepers don't anyway. So, all right, here we go. And new batter is Nuttige. They've gone for. So yeah, not even batting. Denham in the top 7 at the moment.
Okay, so it just works a single.
Now or never, isn't it?
Got to get going.
2 for 3. Pretty good figures for the captain. Thick outside edge. Gonna get 1, 4 fielders in a line on the offside in the circle.
It's all about taking the game on, not letting it get drastically out of hand. Now, there's no one sweeping on the offside. So if he gets offered width again, instead of like cutting it for 1, hit it for 4.
Yeah, they need boundaries and need them quickly. That 6 that was actually caught was the only one in recent memory. Well, this is hit pretty hard.
Shots.
It's into the gap, and that's 4. And that's what we need. Nutdige's come, and he wants to change the face of this match. And he gets a fair piece of this 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot this time. Good intent. That's what we want to see. Get them back into this game. A much needed 4.
Okay, nice to have you lurking. And he's just popped into the chat of his own accord. And I think he's told us that we have clicked over to 298,000 subscribers.
Ding, 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 ding.
Maybe we're trying to get to 300. If you want to get Corey wet, then you have to do it by the end of the week because Corey's only here till Saturday. Oh,
Like
it gets
it.
funky. This one probably won't go. One hand, one bounce style. Yeah, I like the thinking there from that D-gate.
No 45, no fine leg. He unfortunately got it too well and went straight instead of more over to sort of where fine leg would have been.
Yeah. So the 3rd man, more of a 2nd man there in the circle, was anticipating that, was able to get it on the 1 bounce. This time it's full toss.
Yeah.
It is going, gone. Maximo! Really good argue the captain. Well, 3 off 6, but now he moves ahead at run a ball pace. That is the back half of the over they needed. Only 2 came off the first half of the over, but 11 came off the second half. 13 in total. The 50's up as well. 7 overs down, 54 for 5.
There we go, boys. There we go. Watching the ball a bit closer and showing the right intent to keep him in the chase. This is what's coming up next.
Same teams. Royal Roma 4-0 currently. Will they make that 5-0? Roma CC. What depends on this, but you can see fairly similar looking teams there in the 2nd match of the day. So join us in around about 25 minutes for match number 10 of this FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Rome edition. I've got to say, Prithuvi Samaragi has been a pretty good addition to me as well for Roma CC. His left arm spin being very, very effective. So now we're going to go to Gaganadeep Singh in the 8th. So that's the highest scoring over we've had so far in the innings, 13 off it. But the 4 and the 6 both coming in the back half of the over. So let's go. 3 overs to go. And he just under 2 a ball. Fasten your seatbelts. Could have another close one here. D-Gate facing up. Bangs it straight, bangs it long, and that is out of here. Maximo! Oh, really nice shot through the line. When you think that this inning dawdled for a while, not D-Gate. He's not mucking about now. Had a look at the first ball, but since then he's been all guns blazing.
Yep, very good indeed. Gets a half volley and absolutely smokes it. They're getting themselves back into this game.
Takes them up to 60.
Good to watch. Back-to-back sixes, Vin.
Yeah, it's a momentum shifter. Just missed his length there. Going deep. Now, much shorter. Doesn't really connect. So, okay, put yourself in Rilligaragi's boots now. What's his play here? How aggressive is he being? Hasn't hit the ball really well, but did hit his last ball for 6.
Bat on ball, every ball. Hit it for 4. Doesn't always have to be aerial.
Hit it, but hit it correctly, I suppose. Gets a bit of length, can't do too much with it, but we'll get that single.
Yep, at minimum a single. And be running hard. I mean, you might not get 2, but run everything extremely hard. Force an error in the field.
With those back-to-back 6s, the run rates come from 12 and over down to 10.5, just in a couple of deliveries.
They want to get it to that last over needing 10 or 12,
yeah.
and then you got a game on.
With wickets in hand.
Yep.
Steps away.
No.
Stick to the tactics, I think. It's worked for him so far, standing still and hitting. Okay, he tried to ramp once, but yeah, just never see a lot of success for players that take a skip step outside leg stump.
Yeah, because it's a very, very difficult shot to play.
Now he's on the charge, and he's going to bang it. Maximo! Nothing D-Gate with his 3rd large one. And this was the best of the lot. He goes walkabout. And a little bit of a flourish of the back foot as well. He smacks that for 6.
For me, that shot of the tournament, Vinny, there's a bit of flamboyance about that. He's come out and turned the game on its head. He's 19 off 7. That shot of the tournament, that is an amazing shot.
Guy that's batting number 7 as well in this lineup.
What's he doing at 7?
That's what I mean. All their lineup from kind of 3 to 8 or 9. A bit interchangeable. And I think with a shot like that, we might be seeing Nut D go a bit higher. Up to 68 now, last ball of the over. And he gets knocked out, and the stumps are gone, the bat's gone, and Nut D-Go's gone. 19, and he literally throws it away. 8 overs down, it's 68 for 6.
Well, if you're going to get bowled, you might as well throw your bat 15, but that bat went high. That bat went miles in the air. I don't think I've seen someone throw it and get bowled at the same time. It's a double whammy.
I'll tell you a story of one in a second, but I'm just saying, I think those 2 balls will have to go on social media back to back, because you could not have a prettier shot and then an uglier end, could you? So game swings back. 68 for 6, at least 21 required off the last 12 balls.
Well, his innings, though, has given them a chance. They were falling well behind. They're back in it. 21 off 2 overs. Game on. You can see the worm just getting up at the right time. Do I dare say it, Vin? Do we dare say it?
I'm not even going to say it this time, but I know what you're thinking. But, yeah, got to say, that was a very strange end of the innings. So the one that I remember, it was actually, I think, maybe not a very first golden ball. It might have been golden ball 2 in Sweden. I'll tell you the exact number, but this had such an interesting finish. Yeah, it was golden ball 2, 14th of July. Oh, I said golden ball, suddenly it's popped up.
Oh, there it is.
Is that a sign?
Well, in the event of a tie, the match is decided by the golden ball. Batting team needs 2 to win. Otherwise, the fielding teams, there is no ties in the golden ball. It's been a while. It's been a long while. 31st of March, 2022.
Didn't have one in April, didn't have one in May, didn't have one in June, and we're up to the 20th of July.
If they find one boundary this over and a couple of singles, the odd 2, maybe wide, they'll be happy.
The captain, who is facing up, is taking on Shazad. This is hanging in the air, should be caught, is caught. Shahanka does the work. And so the captain's gone now. We saw consecutive 6s earlier, now it's consecutive wickets. Both those players removed. Rilligaragi goes for 10. The score is 68 for 7.
Not sure about that. He goes, still has 21 off 11. 2 batsmen that haven't faced a ball. Goes for the hero shot, doesn't get anything on it.
New batter will be on strike as well.
Both haven't faced.
Yeah, it's a hard one because you still want to be aggressive. You know, if he hits that in the middle of the bat, probably does get it for 6. Got the length to play with, got the line, but just didn't get the middle of the bat on it. So going back to the bat being thrown, so it was basically scores tied last ball, and it was a little bit slippery. This is in Gothenburg, Sweden in 2020. And what happens? So scores tied, any run will win it. The batter swings and the bat falls out of his hands before his bat comes through, and he's stuck without a bat and he gets LBW. He has to stand there and just take the ball on the bat, and the bat had disappeared, and then he's trying to run. He got given out LBW, but he had no bat to play with. I'll have to try and pull that one up.
Yeah, that's a goodie.
That is a good one, going right back to the 14th of July 2020, over 2 years ago now. Right, so here is Takshika Karali, and now my man I was talking about, Denham Senaratne, is at the other end. 21 required off 11.
So they just need to make sure they get at least one boundary in this over. I mean, 2 would be great. One boundary and be scoring a bit, and they've still got a good chance going into last.
Yeah, we go. Oh, he steps across and misses. So, I don't mind the footwork of getting across, but again.
If it's outside off, just hit it outside off. Don't. Where's his head?
Trying to get
just got to stay calm here. Just stay calm. It doesn't have to be hit over mid-wicket for 6. There is other pockets on the ground.
There's nobody back on the offside.
Exactly.
Except for the long off.
Exactly.
The third man, so nobody square. Shazad's got to get it right, though, as well. He's got 2 for 6. A swing and a miss. This is hurting because you've got Senaratne at the other end. I think, in my opinion, Senaratne is the kind of, that's more of a natural boundary hitter.
Well, it's going to be game over if he doesn't get a boundary now. There's a lot of pressure. This bowler hasn't gone for a run. He's not watching the ball close enough. The pressure's building.
That's unlucky. He does get something. Nutmegs Denham. Still think probably take one here based on what I've seen and see if he can make something happen. Now,
he's every chance to go for 3 gold ducks here.
Very good chance, but also here's the thing, Senaratne loves the leg side. In fact, he's in love with the leg side, but he does have the eye to do it a lot of the time. And when he gets in, he just can't bowl to him. He's just a bit of an anomaly. And I think the angle of Shazad really suits him. I think the dismissals we've seen from him so far, he hasn't really got his feet in the right position. He's left his stumps exposed. I think if he can get across, he's probably not going to be LBW at this angle. So if that's his shot, he'll probably go to his strength. So get yourself ready, because the chance of him playing an offside shot here is negligible. 20 off 8. Let's go. He does get something that can work, but he works straight to the fielder. A bit unlucky with the placement. So that makes it 19 off 7. And you can see the scoreboard pressure mounting up.
As Roma CC, out of all the teams this week, have the least amount of intent. They play too technical. They try work ones. That ball was on leg stump. If he's thinking I'm going to hit it for 4, he hits that for 4.
Yeah, but I think also you can glance it for 4 without whacking it. You know, it just happens to get it straight to the fielder. Yeah, I don't think I should be that critical of that shot. But in general, I think you're probably right. 19 off 7. Karali, he's going to be swinging at this, that's for sure. Shazad with his last ball of the match. That's off the pad. They won't run here, so they'll need almost a magical finish. 9 overs down. The score is 70 for 7.
Now that over's almost lost them the game completely. As bad as you can imagine, only 2 runs coming off it.
Wicket dot dot, 1-1 dot for Umar Shazad, who only conceded 6 in his first over, concedes 2 in his second. 2 for 8, his figures.
The horse has bolted, I think, Vin. The horse has bolted.
I wouldn't say the horse is bolting.
Oh,
just a casual walk, from what I can see. All right, so here's Guggendeep Singh. He's going to bowl the last over. Now, when he did bowl, he did go for 14, though he did finish with a wicket. And, well, 18 for a golden ball, 19 to win the match.
Oh, it's bolting, Vinny.
Your definition and my definition of bolting a little bit different.
It's left the stadium. The horse doesn't agree. It's over. Can they? You need a 6 first ball.
You need 3 boundaries in the over, I think.
A couple of extras would be handy.
Filthy 5 wides coming handy about now. Here's Denham. Oh, down the wicket a bit.
Run!
Well, I'll tell you why they're not running here. Well, I'll tell you why. He is, out of the 2 of them, he's the guy that might hit the boundaries to win the game. So he thinks he's not going to get back down the other end, potentially. Back pad. So definitely worth a shout. dot ball.
So do they run this time?
He probably wants to, and don't think he's going to get it unless there's a big mix-up, and now he's going to sacrifice Corrali. So, well, the wheels are falling off, and the horseshoes are falling off. Everything's falling off for Roma CC. That'll be an 8th wicket, 71 for 8.
Well, the last 8 balls have been a bit inexplicable. So he doesn't run, then he turns his back on him to say, well, no, you should.
It's the reverse of Leandro Jayaraja last night. He made sure he was out.
The thing is, if you don't run that first ball, you're basically saying that you're going to hit 3 boundaries off the next 5 yourself. It's not how it works. You still have to take most of the runs early.
There's a lot
because
to
then
analyse
if you take the next ball like this, then what, you've wasted the ball before.
Yeah.
So a couple of technical errors that I think have crept in at the back end.
I mean, the biggest problem they've had is none of this. The biggest problem is they haven't hit the ball well. Right? They haven't really picked the right shots at some points in the innings. And these are kind of all secondary problems which are showing up now. So 19 off 5. Latunga comes in at number 9. Left-hander, so let's see if that affects the control of Gagandeep Singh. No, he's spot on. They're going to run. Probably will be run out. He won't. And I'll just take the one. So where are we at now? 17 off 3.
So even that shot there, Vin, 18 off 4 required.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do with that ball?
I'd rather you get bowled trying to hit it for 6.
Yeah, makes sense. All right. Well, Denham does have 2 more than his previous highest score in the series. Looking at positives. 3 to come. Can he get something going here? They need a Maximo. Can't get any better than it clunks off the pad. Really, that's all she wrote.
Well, they needed 21 off the last 2 overs, Vinny, and unfortunately they've only been able to manage 4 runs. So, yeah, the wheels have fallen off in this right at the back end. They got back into it, but unfortunately they're going to fall short.
Once again, just not getting off the middle of the bat at all. Clunks out for a single. So 1 more ball in Roma CC. They'll be in the Hall of Mirrors after this for sure, the hosts. And I guess this is one of the things I would say about them. Remember, they didn't play well in their first game on Monday either, but they did come back and play a lot better in the second game. They'll be hoping to do the same again. Royal Roma, looks like they're going to go 5-0.
Incredible.
Last ball of the game. Latunga needs to hit a 17. And he doesn't, so it's all over. And Kulatunga becomes the 9th wicket. Roma CC, wheels falling off. They were 32 in the first half. They end up with 41 in the second half. But I mean, it's over 7 and 8 were productive. Got them back in the game. But overs 9 and 10. Only 5 runs between those last 2 overs. And congratulations to Royal Roma. They thoroughly deserve it. I mean, they held their nerve after marginal total. And it didn't let a couple of early mistakes rattle them too much. And they run out winners in this one by 15 runs.
Yeah, I think they held their nerve much better than their opponents. They bowled well, and to only make 88 and then defend it pretty comfortably in the end, they'll be pretty happy with their effort.
Well, Roma, they're loving their work at the moment, but early on, Maragi survived an absolute soda, and then he survived the ball crashing into the stumps. He wasn't bothered at that stage. Ekna Lagoda got none of that luck, and he was out exactly the same way that he took the first wicket of the first innings. This was just the situation was that the batters coming in, probably in the first half of the innings, they created a bit of a problem. When you look at the 2, 3, 4 and 5, they only scored 11 runs off 16 balls. They just needed a bit more from that top order, I think. Remember Hussain, he's stretched himself to the absolute limit. And, well, for the most part, they caught well. A couple of exceptions, I know, but they seem to just be able to keep the batters moving and turning over at the key parts of the innings.
Yeah, absolutely. They did keep turning him over. This was the spin to win. It's proving effective this week in this tournament. He slides it in there. And, well, love seeing the stumps being dislodged and gets the celebration out to the camera crew, enjoying himself. And, well, this was a bit of a funny moment because he took the good catch, went over the rope, went for 6, and then said to his mate,
Why did you make me do that?
Well, it's your fault.
Gotta love that. He's a gamer, Umar Shazad. And, well, gotta say, Raj was brilliant. Shazad to get this one going forward. That's a proper crocodile style, but it was into the center of the mitts. And this brought out Nat Diga. And he's one guy that looked like he might be able to get them close or maybe even over the line.
Well, he turned the game just enough, didn't he? He played some great shots. Not this one, though. The bat still traveling, apparently. Hasn't landed just yet. There it goes, out of orbit. And lost his wicket as well. And this brought us right to the back end where, unfortunately, as soon as he went, they couldn't find the boundary again. They ended up falling quite comfortably short. And they'll go back to the drawing board. They might have to take some reflection on their decision-making. And hopefully, well, they can correct those wrongs in the next match.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be seriously thinking about doing something like maybe throwing Nat Diga up to open or at number 3, maybe dropping Eknelagoda down a spot. I think they need to tear up the order and maybe start again because it just hasn't been working for them. They do have an interchangeable sort of order. I just think they need to completely reassess, and they still got time to do it. They've only played 3 of their 8 games, Roma CC, a team that went 7-1 last year in Rome, but they don't quite look like they're on the top of their game at the moment. And so we will be back for match 10, and it starts in about 10 minutes from now. News from the toss is that Royal Roma, they won the toss and elected to bat first. And remember, Roma CC elected to chase in that game. And it was kind of the same old story compared to the final last year where they couldn't quite get their similar margin as well. So Royal Roma batting first. We'll get to see Murat Hussain out there with Minam Niazi, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, looking forward to seeing that as it takes place in just 10 minutes time. It's the second match of 4 today. Looking at the scorecard, well, 26 to Maragi turns out to be the top score. And he was one that did score at the rate. The only one that really scored at an acceptable rate was Nat Diga, 19 off 8 with 2 Maximos and a 4. Rilagodogi tried hard, but only got 1 out of the screws. He went for 10. 9 for Rahat Ahmed. But yeah, really, one of the issues here that I think was critical was the lack of wides. There was only 1 single wide in the entire innings. And in a game that only had 15 runs between the 2 teams, I think that was pretty crucial in the end. But yeah, a lot of low scores there. But yeah, using up a few balls as well along the way. And I think just the basics, watching the ball, just having that game awareness. You see, 2 for 8, Shazad was brilliant, wasn't he? And he shut the gate in that 9th over, only allowing 2 overs and picking up a crucial wicket. 2 for also for Rajvinder Singh, the captain, and Gagandeep Singh, the other wicket, went to Shubham Gill. And I've got to also mention there was a brilliant run out by Gagandeep Singh early. Got Summer Cook first ball with a side-on direct hit. So we'll take a quick break. You might want to go to our website in the meantime, EuropeanCricket.com. Check out the schedule coming up. And you can even look ahead to the Super Series and even Dresden, which will be at the start of Germany. But we hope you join us here in just a few minutes' time for the second match of the day. Match 10 is on the way. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Ruckers with me, and we'll see you shortly on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. We are in the heart of Italy and we are enjoying our time here. Well, going back to old Roman times, there was a streak that went under this cricket ground. Who would have thought that one day there would be cricket here? And I tell you what, this facility is in great shape. Just look at how that ground looks, especially compared to some of the areas around it. It has been very dry, very hot summer across Europe, but especially here in Italy. And we are now heading into the second match of 4 today. Roma CC, the host club, well, they haven't really had a great start to the day, to say the least. They did go down by 15 runs. Despite holding Royal Roma to 88 in the first innings of the day, they weren't able to be successful in the chase. They ended up with 73. And Dinadu Maragi top scoring for them with 26, but couldn't quite go on with it. Nandige is a player I'd like to see a little bit higher. For Royal Roma, though, Mubarak Hussain, again, he was dangerous early. Niazi is a player I think could go big runs here after missing out in the first game. I've got to say, I've also enjoyed Mokhtar Singh and Tanusha Shahanka. Has been an all-round talent for them. Roma CC, they're 11-run favourites over Royal Roma. And that's a lot to do, I'm sure, with the form last year that we saw Roma CC going 7 wins out of 8 games. Royal Roma only 2 wins out of 8 games. But it was Royal Roma that came good in the finals, going bang, bang and winning the whole week. So, fascinating contest. Healthy rivalry between these two teams, as you can imagine. And so, we're getting ready for the start of the second leg of the doubleheader. And I think for the Roma CC guys, it's probably the best thing for them to get them back out there, because they won't want to dwell on that loss too much. They want to learn from it. But yeah, things went very, very wrong in that chase. They weren't able to really put any kind of challenge together after Maragi was dismissed for 26, although Nandige and Rilagadagi did threaten briefly to get them back on track. Dangerous openers, that's what I would say for Royal Roma, with Mubarak Hussain out there. He's not the striker's end. Will be Munib Niazi who's facing up. And how they're going to go from the get-go with Pramath Eknelagoda. So he was effective in getting rid of Niazi last time. Just an awkward kind of a pace. He's the slower end of slow medium, but he does move it a little bit, can swing it both ways. I think they've learned that taking the pace off has been a bit more of an effective strategy against these opening bats. So great to have your company on FanCode in India, or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Pretty excited that was informed. Now we have ticked over to 298,000 subscribers now. Of course, we did say if we get to 300,000 subscribers by then Italy, that we do the Ice Bucket Challenge. So here we go with match 10. Niazi just plays this one out of the block hole, turns it away for one. This is Kulatunga doing the fielding. Just a single in the first run of match 10. It's so nice to see that we have ticked over to 298,000. The real question is, will we get to 300,000 before the end of Italy? After that, I've got a couple of weeks off. So at least I won't have to deal with the challenge if it happens over then. But we did say if we do get 300,000 subscribers before the end of Italy, then the commentators will do the Ice Bucket Challenge, which actually seems pretty refreshing in this weather. Ask the question. I'll probably have a look at this. I'm not sure the back foot ever moves though, or is ever not grounded. Oh, that's such an interesting one. It actually switches over, but I don't think there's ever a moment that they're both out. Yeah, I think there's always something in. So, I can't say I've quite ever seen one like that. It's almost like one took the other's place. But yeah, you can see why the keeper was excited, Rilagadagi. Skied, should be caught, and it is caught. Wow, that was high. We needed both hats there. So it was well into Sky. I think he's looking to Sun as well. So that is a huge wicket. Mubarak Hussain goes for a duck. His second of the series. He just plays all across this. Eknelagoda, again, been pretty good at just disrupting the rhythm of these batters. And so what a nice catch that was. Again, again, if they drop that, you just feel like the day's getting worse. But that's Tamika Atanaika that does hold it. So Mubarak goes second ball, duck. And the first wicket falls at 1 for 1. Big moment in the game early on. And just trying to go leg side. I've got to say, goes up with the 2 hands. I got a feeling he ends up catching it in 1. It's almost the wrists cross method. But it doesn't matter because he does reel it in. 1 for 1 now. Again, Roma CC did not have a good first leg of the doubleheader on Monday against RBMS, but did come back and won the second. This is pitched up, and this will be a tough little stop. He does well. He grabs the ball, trips the light, fantastic, stays the right side of the border, Samarakun. So, just be a single. So, Niazi, in the absence of Hussain, he'll want to step up to the plate. He's a player. We call him organised. He's got a good technique. Can be powerful as well. And he just launches that. Well, right on cue. Adios, Pelota. Maximo. Niazi just absolutely smashes this one. Slightly against the movement. But he had time to admire that. And I think everybody at the whole ground knew, and probably most of you at home, that was 6, and it was 6 straight off the bat. Good shot. Bit of everything in this first over. Pravas pretty calm. Saw that happen to him before, but still came back and bowled well. More in length, last ball of the over. So, I mean, all things considered, it's a successful first over. You've got to say that. Beck Nelagoda is 9 for 1 after 1. Well, looking ahead, after the end of our summer adventure, we will be in Germany. I was talking about it a moment ago. 2 weeks in the east in Dresden, then 2 weeks in Krefeld, and then 2 weeks in Belgium. It'd be good to be back in Belgium. We haven't had ECS cricket there since 2020. And after that, we have 5 weeks of T10 international cricket with the ECC starting on the 12th of September. So, yeah, really looking forward to that. Stay tuned for more action right here in the FanCode European Cricket Series and beyond. Eddie Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me in the commentary box is Corey Ruckers. And Corey, big wicket with Hussain falling for a duck for the second time in 24 hours.
Well, he can be a little bit hit and miss, I guess. He's played some pretty outstanding innings. And unfortunately this time, he has to go for a duck. It was a little bit of a swipe across the line. And the old two-handed, one-handed catch.
Up with 2, down with 1.
But our gracious hosts, thank you very much, have offered us a big bit of watermelon, Vinny. So if you want to have a quick bite, don't
beautiful
mind.
People.
We've been looked after very well over here on this warm, hot day in Rome. Second match of the day. Niazi for me is one that looks $1 million, and then every now and then gets himself out.
Yeah, true.
But he plays some beautiful strokes.
Yeah, agree with you 100%. Now, I thought they might gamble with a bit of spin, but I think with left-hander there, they're going to go for Nutton Digate here in over number 2.
Pushed into the offside, but straight to cover point, so that'll be a dot.
Yeah, so Nutton Digate seems like a pretty good cricketer to me. We saw a bizarre moment, or a couple of moments in his batting innings where he's hit probably maybe the shot of the week. And next ball, lost his bat, lost his stumps.
Oh, yeah, I guess it is pretty sweaty out there. He threw his bat absolutely miles. Bowl. Looks like he's got his pace up a bit as well.
Yeah. That one flies through for full length. You see it's still rising when it reaches the keeper. Really good argue.
He beats him for genuine pace. Perfect Yorker. Another day, that could have been on the stumps.
Early wicket's the key, and they have won. Royal Roma, a team that couldn't win to save themselves last year in this series during the group stage, but it's clicked when it mattered. They're 5-0 in this series. Very different start to their ECS.
Oh, that's hard luck. Oh, they're going to run. Is it out? Oh, they got turned back just in time. There was never a 1 there.
Sent back just in time.
I'll tell you what, direct hit would have been tight.
Yeah, I think so.
So Niazi being beaten for pace so far this over. Just needs to time the ball. shot. And, oh, great effort. Great diving effort. I reckon he stopped it on the half volley. Saved 3 runs for his team, and look at his teammates get around him.
Yeah. Well, they've already kind of come out as a different looking kind of team, haven't they? Samarakud's a very good fielder. He does well to get to that.
Well, that was 4 for all she wrote. Full stretch diving, and he tapped it on the half volley. Great fielding, saves a couple of extra runs.
Yeah, so let's see. That D-Gate get a wicket of his own. He's bowled to Shahanka.
First leg side, they scamper for a single. They'll get through comfortably. Shows when you go straight away, there's always ones out there, but this has been a really impressive second over.
Sure has. And let's see if they keep him down to something double digits again. I mean, I think it was a good toss to win for Royal Roma. Roma sees he had the staggers chasing then. They're going to have to do it again.
Breeze is picked up here at the ground, right behind the bowler's back here.
The breeze is welcome as well, isn't it? On a day like this.
Well bowled again. So the over will only go for 2. Sensational. The score after 2 is 11 for 1.
Yeah, no real footwork. I mean, when playing that shot, you're normally taught to try and get that back foot back and across on or outside the off stump. Just kind of open up that angle a bit more. Royal Roma, yeah, 4 points clear at the top of the ladder now. They're flying away. And yeah.
Well, I guess for Kent Lanka and Roma Capanelli, they want Roma CC to lose this because that keeps them in that touching distance to keep sneaking up.
That's true. Now, the only team after today, well, the only team to play now after this game for Royal Roma is Rome Bangla Morning Sun. And you know, that'll be very interesting to see those two teams going head to head. No doubt about that. Those matches will be, will be coming up obviously later in the group stage as those teams are going to meet on Friday. Oh, dear me, Prabhath has got this all wrong.
Oh, he's done very well to get bat on that. That was the old traditional beamer. He apologises, pure accident.
Well, when you're only bowling this fast, it's pretty hard to intimidate. But
it's actually a great shot.
Prabhath gets creative. So
he got it in front of square.
You're going to have the odd one slip out in these conditions, especially with his shiny new ball, right?
Yep.
And yeah, Prabhath gets that one all wrong. His control is the feature of his bowling. That's the funny thing. Free hit coming up.
Yeah, Niazi will be the beneficiary of that. Big free hit for him. Might help him get going a bit more.
Poll in the chat right now. So who do you think will win this match? 72-28 to Royal Roma at the moment.
Oh, he doesn't cash in the free hit. I wonder if anyone's going to celebrate. No. Yeah, usually there's always one fielder that starts to celebrate, but no, they realised it wasn't.
We had a situation, I think I mentioned in Stockholm, where the fielders and the batters and everyone totally forgot it was a free hit.
I think you forgot then a little bit as well because you were giving me the get ready sign.
I was just trying to lure you into it. Happens on occasion. You got a really good one in the ECL.
No.
The Turkish team, after dropping 8 catches, finally took one, and no one realised, including them, that it was a free hit.
Yeah, it was an emotional moment for everyone involved. That's a wide half volley. And hit straight to the man, so they'll scamper through for another single. So, pretty sedate start here. You can see the man running across the screen now. Well, he's the man that doesn't like the lefty-righty partnership the most. Well, swept, hard, nice batting, good cricket shot. And it rolls into the fence, 4 runs. And Niazi finally getting one out the screws. It was a little bit too straight. And he got every single piece of that. Old traditional slog sweep along the ground this time. 4. So Niazi, he's shown glimpses throughout this week so far that he is a very technical bat. Can play some gorgeous shots all around the ground as well, but he's had a lot of starts and hasn't gone on. Is today his day to make a big score? Well, the answer is potentially, because he gets that one straight, and that's all the way for 6. Good shot, nice batting, just clears the rope. And this time he gets a wide half volley and he hits it dead straight. Not many people put a fielder out there. Good extension of the hands. Just clearing that rope on the replay. You can see there, 6. So a 4 and a 6. So maybe starting to get a hang of these slower bowlers. Last couple of balls of the power play, oh so important. Find a lot of teams take that momentum from the 3rd over with the power play into the 4th when the field spreads. Dot ball. Come back from the bowler. I'll definitely be trying to crack the 100 mark this time. Just makes an adjustment to the field, so it looks like he'd prefer someone deep on the leg side. Moving his deep mid-wicket a little bit squarer. All these little angles are very important in this T10 format. He bowls it slower, hit down to deep cover. So a bit of a different sort of field. Deep cover in place. That'll be just the single. Niazi, he's done most of the running. He's raced himself to 21 not out. The score after 3 overs is 26 for 1. So this game, obviously it's back-to-back. You can see that 3rd power play over. Pretty impressive. Yeah, this game back-to-back, you don't often get back-to-back fixtures in the world of cricket. Usually there's a day break. In this format, you get basically 20 minutes and then you're back into it. So if you have a loss earlier, you can always come back and try and correct your wrongs. That's exactly what we might see here today. You'd be surprised how many times we see a team that loses that then plays straight after and they get the chocolates. So I dare say spin will be coming on now. The left arm off spin this week has been pretty impressive. Spin to win on this pitch. It's bouncy. I know Nathan Lyon always says when there's bounce in the pitch, the late great Shane Warne also said it, when there's bounce in the pitch, it actually brings the spinners into the game quite a lot. Be Malsha, man, with the ball in hand. Taking his time, they do need to be a little bit wary of the over rate. Obviously, you've got to start your last over by the 40th. Just taking their time with the fields and the movements. Do see that a lot when there's a lefty-righty partnership as well. Does exhaust the fielding team. Here he comes, first ball, the 4th. Oh, it's a bit of a, well, what Vinny likes to call a Gundy ball. That was high. Not called a no ball by the square leg umpire. I thought it must have been close. Gets away with it. So he gets away with it in the end. He'll be looking to get into his rhythm. So welcome back, Vinny. Vinny, good watermelon break.
Watermelon was brilliant. Worth taking over. Thanks so much to our hosts again.
We're being well looked after over here.
Sure are. Samaragi's bowled well today so far.
Spun high in the air. This is a catching chance. He's making good ground to his right, and he snares it. So a good catch in the end. I have to admit, when it first went up, I wasn't sure if Denham was going to get around to it. He does. And a wicket to left arm off spin again.
That's the cheat code in, well, not just ECS cricket, nor cricket seems like it. Left arm spin to win. Denham, well, we saw him going after a ball before that he ran half a marathon for. This one, I think it's quite in the middle of the hands, but he does reel it in. And he judges it pretty well. Was in the right place at the right time.
How many left arm off spinners can you name? Go.
Venkatapati Raju.
From national cricket.
Venkatapati Raju.
No, you're not
spinner
saying,
from the early 90s from India.
You're not saying it correctly.
That was such a good one. I wanted to try and catch you off guard when you... Do you mean that currently playing?
Obviously, Vinny, come on. You got to be better than that.
Oh, now I've just got Phil Tufnell in my head as well.
Oh, toughest.
Okay. Where should I start? Played down the ground.
No, come
okay,
on, let's run off you off because they are a cheat code in World Cricket. Okay, Shakib Al Hassan.
I'll go Jack Leach.
Ashton Agger.
Good one. I wasn't prepared for this.
You never are.
How about like a Ravindra Jadeja.
Oh, he's good. He's very good.
Solid moustache game as well.
Yep, Samaragi coming in again. Once again, left arm off spin, proving effective. My go.
Yeah, go on.
Mitchell Satner.
I was literally about to say
Yeah,
him.
of course you were. That's
I
what
was
they all say.
literally about to say him.
Yeah. Every team seems to always have one left arm off spin these days. Hit hard down to deep mid-wicket. Will he get around to it? He won't. It splits the gap. It's 4. Great shot by Niazi.
Goes with a spin, doesn't he? So probably you'd rather be a left-hander to a left-arm spinner. They're the kind of the kryptonite sometimes. And just goes with it and gets into the gap for 4.
Crypto in the chat saying left arm leg spin, not off spin. No, this is definitely left arm off spin.
Well, you don't actually, I mean, actually, technically, it's not called left-arm off spin. It's called left-arm orthodox.
Yeah, but same thing.
What you're talking about is finger spin. They're finger spinners, right?
Another full toss. He gets called this time. I like it. That's the correct call. Can't let people get away with these big full tosses, so it's going to be a free hit.
Oh, that's not ideal, is it?
Nope.
Tested the umpire's patience with the first one. Yeah, that is a bit higher. That is going to be called. I suppose because the reason we don't say it one way or another is because otherwise, for example, Shane Warne is an off spinner if the ball, if it's a left-hand batter. You know, then left-arm orthodox, and then you can use left-arm wrist spin or left-arm orthodox if they are leg spinners.
Tell you what, that's really clever bowling for the free hit. Flights at a mile. Singh, well, we know he loves to swing at it.
Dodges a couple of bullets there, doesn't he, the bowler? And in the end, that over only goes for 8, does pick up a wicket as well. So 4 overs down, score is 34 for 2.
It's your go, Vinny. Don't you dare deflect.
I forgot we're still playing this. I'm going to go with Peter Saylor.
No, he's retired. He is retired, so I'm not going to give it to you.
I think that you should give it to me.
It's okay. You just concede. Why can't you concede sometimes?
Yeah. There we go. Julian saying Derek Underwood. Is he still playing?
No, Derek Underwood, unfortunately, is not playing anymore.
Jeez, have you ever seen any highlights of him? 1972 Ashes. Incredible, unplayable.
Yeah?
Doing all sorts on English pitches. I remember my old headmaster was playing for England in that series.
Have you been to the Ashes before many times? Or
Not in England.
I've been in England. I went to Cardiff once, and Lords.
Well, that's in Wales,
It
but
was-
I'll give you that.
Yeah, same thing.
Oof.
English and Welsh cricket board, isn't it? So,
Okay.
yeah, beautiful. Pissed to buy in the chat says Mike Rippett. Unfortunately, no. He is left arm Chinaman, left arm leg spin.
It's funny how I don't think you say Chinaman anymore. I think it's got a bit of charm to it. It's just like saying French cut.
How did that name start again?
Because it's so unusual. They used to say it was like one of those people playing cricket.
Okay. Shot. What a shot that is by Niazi. 1 bounce 4. Well, they're taking their time to bowl the balls, but when they do, Niazi's on song.
Yeah, so they want to get rid of him and quick because he's always threatening, isn't he? And yeah, this time just turns on. Not a lot of footwork there. Good eye. Pumps it through the leg side.
Yeah, lovely shot that. Really good batting.
Okay, I'll go John Holland of Australia.
John Holland of Australia. We just played a new left arm off spinner for Australia.
Oh, Kuhneman.
Yeah,
Matt
they like
Kuhneman.
the looks of him apparently from Queensland.
True.
Question from the ECN network. The robot. Hit down the ground. Just the single.
Yeah, who's your left armer in the Spanish setup, Corey? There you go.
I'm very spoiled, actually. I
Yeah,
have
good for you.
2.
Yeah.
I've got young Charlie
He's
Ramishtovitz.
a very good bowler.
So he is currently in the Knots setup, playing Knots under 21s, and I can safely say that boy just turned 7. He has a huge future. He's one of the best left armers I've got to
Also
work
a
with.
huge human already.
He's
At
massive.
17.
He's massive, but he spins it sideways for a left arm offie. And the other one, who you would have seen on the ECSs and around, is young Gaurang Mayavaneshi.
Mayavanshi, yeah.
He's only
little
19,
maestro.
little maestro. So I've got 2, which is really nice to have in the squad, and a leg spinner and a right arm off spinner. It's good to have that variety.
A few others popping up in the chat as well.
Oh, Michael Beer from Australia.
Maharaj.
Okay, we're bringing up some old ones. Daniel Vittori was the king,
Yeah,
though,
I
wasn't he?
prefer the old ones.
Oh, good bouncer.
Winding the clock back. Oh, he's going to go at this, and he's gone. Wow, we've seen a couple of really good direct hits today, and Corrali does not miss. So Gungandeep, wow, he missed the start, didn't he? And he was just running on the treadmill, the long march to nowhere, and Corrali made him pay. And that's a nice piece of cricket now. 39 for 3, Royal Roma.
He made him pay completely. Watch his running here. He was, well, dawdling at the best. I think he thought there's no way he's hitting the stumps. Look at this. He's not running at all. He takes the risk, and unfortunately, he's lost his wicket as a result.
I love the way he picks it up and kind of throws a little bit off balance, but still balanced, if that makes sense. And he kind of throws slightly off the wrong foot, but he cracks it into the middle stump. So Gungandeep run out for 1, 39 for 3.
Yeah, good run out. And yeah, I mean, kids at home, or not even kids, anyone at home, when you hit it, run. You've got to run a bit harder than that, and it's cost him his wicket.
Yeah, just tilts back the middle stump, and they are thrilled. Well, on the other end of one of those, Samarakun earlier. And you know who he was run out by, right?
Yep. Gungandeep, 1 run down the ground. We've got the main left arm spinner who never spun it, Ashley Giles.
Oh yeah,
There was a while they said he the king of Spain.
Yeah, he should be playing. He should be playing. So does everyone know that story in the chat? He got a whole bunch of merchandise and coffee mugs and all that. The king of spin, it was meant to save it.
It's the king of Spain. Might send him a message, see if he wants to come out do some PR work.
Yeah, I love that story.
Short down the leg side, so that'll be single.
How about Gungandeep pulling off the direct hit of the day and then being run out by a direct hit himself?
Oh, you got to learn. You can't be doing that.
A few others from past as well.
Quite interesting. A lot of our...
this just made me realise how many players have retired, by the way.
I'd like to see in the viewer chat, a lot of people in the viewer chat, when we seem to bring up a little bit of a topic, come out with quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Good knowledge in there. A couple more drinks to the mini drinks. A couple more balls, I should say, to the mini drinks break. This will be well.
Might have got away with that one, Vin. What do you think?
They've been a little bit looser on wides. I mean, here, okay, he walks, but he doesn't.
Do you think it's because of the walk, the premeditated walk, he gets that little bit more?
Yes, but I don't agree with it, if I'm honest, because he walks straight and then he takes 1 step towards the ball. You're allowed to take a step towards the ball.
Yeah, correct.
And it's straight over the tram line.
Down the leg side. Won't get away with that one.
How do you, I mean, the more cricket, and I've seen a lot of cricket, you know that, in this format, I would like to take the batter's movements out of the equation completely.
No, I don't agree.
Because...
if you do that, when you've already got the leg side margin being that it's anything down leg, honestly, good players will always bat on like this far outside off stump, and you could never bowl anywhere.
Good players still miss balls.
No.
You know, good players still
honestly,
miss balls.
the bowler has to have a bit more margin.
But the problem is how much are you moving line. This is the issue, is how much are you moving it.
Well,
sometimes we see a tiny step and we see a ball miles outside the line.
You're taking away as that's flicked away to leg side. Could be another run out, 2 and 2. No,
Ooh.
Hits the edge of the pitch and balloons up. So just the single. That will take us to 43 for 3 after 5. Maybe a chance, but watch this. Hits right on the corner of the pitch.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Lucky the keeper's not behind that.
But yeah, go on. I can feel this is going to... we might be brewing here.
No.
A little bit of a disagreement.
No, I'm just saying I've watched a lot of cricket, and one thing that I really think I value is consistency. And once you start putting opinion into it, so for example, our leg side wides are very strict, but they're consistent. Everybody knows that's a wide. There's no complaints. Almost all the complaints I'm seeing, especially at the ECC and things like that, are where batters are moving slightly, and it's already hard to judge it when the line's still. So if you've got a flexible line,
I've got 2 points for this.
then it's getting really difficult. You get inconsistency, you get people unhappy.
If you've got the stumps, leg stump, middle stump, off stump, and you are not allowed to move that, I would bat an off stump.
Okay.
Where's the bowler going to bowl?
A bowl on the stumps and I'll get you out.
No, I'm going to hit it 45 metres way for 6.
You'll make a mistake.
No, but the other thing is there is allowed to be...
Umpires
have to umpire. You can't take away all the grey area. They are paid to make decisions. If you keep taking decisions away...
I agree with you, but I would say that there's such a big quantity of these that there needs to be more consistency. Don't mind the cube interrupting us. And look, if you want to give an example of good player missing a ball, Tobias Vise in the ECL, you know, did just that and lost all his stumps everywhere.
That was different. He shuffled late. I'm telling you, batsmen, if you don't give them the width on outside off, batsmen will start their setup on off stump, meaning I know I can reach anything there and anything here is going there. The bowler has no margin anymore.
I totally disagree. If you bowl on the stumps, batters sooner or later will make a mistake, and there'll be LBW or balls.
They will not.
Well, let's see. I mean, we've seen it time and
You
time again. There's a reason that leg stump wides are wides,
If
right?
a batsman shuffles, the bowler has to have a bit more to bowl at.
I just think you're opening up the zone
So
behind the legs.
If I stand a foot outside off and he bowls it...
If I bowl a Yorker on middle stump...
No, I'm telling you, if he bowls it outside off stump still, and you're telling me it's outside that line, that's still a wide.
Yep.
No, he should get more margin.
100%.
This is going too far away from the
I get what
bowlers.
you're saying, but the problem is I've seen so many times such a varying interpretation of A, what a movement is, and B, how much to move the line.
Well, what a shot that is. Great timing to bring that up. 6 runs is into the excavation. And, well, what a nice shot.
We do like a bit of a spirited debate. Yeah.
Oh,
Sometimes.
You're just, it's got to be a bit for the bowlers, Vinny. We just showed a photo yesterday.
Here's what I hate is defensive cricket. So if the batter is going to take a risk, and it is a risk no matter what you're saying, right? It is a risk to do that. Then the attacking option of the bowler is to attack the stumps, okay? And this becomes a race to the return crease, and that's not cricket. Challenge the batter. If he's good enough to hit you, he's good enough to hit you. It's a risky strategy no matter what you say. And just have a look at how many good players get out when they do get bowled around their legs doing that.
There's not, if you're batting on off stump and you're setting up normally, you're not just going to get bowled around your legs. You're going to tuck everything away. Good players will not just miss a ball.
If you hit it, right? If you hit it. If you don't, you'll be gone.
Players that misses that.
Hello, quickly. Hello to Rahel Khan, watching from Sweden from Alby.
Hello.
Hello, Rahel. How are you?
Hi, Rahel. I just think that the bowlers, we showed a bat yesterday compared to 20 years ago. The bowlers have to have something. Here we go. Oh, it's the reverse Malachi, and he's got every piece of it. 6 runs.
Mukhtar likes this, and this is the first time he's really nailed it. So he goes with the spin of Samaragi, Maximal, and what a way to bring up the 50.
Yeah, great shot. Love it.
I like Crypto Cartel in the chat. Just a simple comment. Stop arguing.
No, we will argue with you, Crypto. We can do what we want. What a shot.
I used to be honest, Corey, I know your point. And I used to agree with you. I started out with that feeling. But the more I see it, it's a quantity thing. It's just see how well the leg side one works.
This time the traditional sweep, straight to the man. Oh, no. Well, it's the one bounce through the nutmegs 4.
Seen a few going through the legs of Denham. One was self-inflicted. This one sneaks into the rope, 4 runs.
Yeah, watch this. He gets his hands on it, and then it backspins through his legs. He nutmegged himself.
Trying to go fetch it. Yeah.
Oh, I love Sanoj Kumar's comment in chat. Vinny, please don't argue with Corey. Thank you, Sanoj.
Oh, sorry.
Can we get a poll up?
You long lost big brother.
Oh, he's gone again, and he's got it again. Oh, 3 and 3. The reverse Malachi, the normal slog sweep, and now the reverse Malachi again.
That was hit flatter, but maybe harder, that one. So, yeah, this is, again, if it's a tactic, if you can do it, it's a very effective tactic against a left-arm spinner like this to the left, to what is now becomes a left-hander.
Well, hey, why can't bowlers just bowl with the other arm if they want when they're running up?
Yeah, okay.
Well, let's give the bowlers something.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I'll bring it in.
Yeah, because it's not like there's something in an epidemic of ambidextrous bowlers.
Samir Nayak, our scorer, is ambidextrous bowler.
Yeah, he can do that. If you want to come and bowl left-hander to me, 100%.
And again, gets it again. I reckon he's got enough. He's got enough. Another reverse sweep. Reverse Malachi, 6 runs.
What is going on
Glenn
here?
Maxwell.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen 2 reverse sweep 6s and over, and reverse sweep 4, and a normal 4. This has been magical stuff in name and nature. Well, that's one way to finish the argument. I think it is going to be Mukhtar has the last laugh. That over goes to 26. Magical stuff in the 6th, and it's 69 for 3. What a game changer.
Well, Glenn Maxwell, eat your heart out. That was beautiful.
Well, that kept us quiet.
Well, yeah, it's gorgeous batting, isn't it?
All right, we'll leave the one discussion there for now. But I mean, the thing is, there's 2 perspectives. I understand both. I have ended up on that side of it.
I reckon
after watching
the only way
1,600 matches.
The only way we can decide this is a poll. So if Robot, if you're out
but
there,
what I would say,
wherever you are,
the final thing I'd say is like with leg side wides, like you could make the same argument, but our leg side wide rule works really, really, really well. When there's an interpretation element of that, okay, you could say, hey, that guy was standing, you know, profile wides as they call it. That guy was standing just outside the leg stump, he moved across, and now he gets a wide. And before we had that rule, people would say, yeah, that's crazy, you've got to give something to the bowler. But every bowler knows you can't miss the leg stump unless it goes between the batter and the stumps. Everyone knows that, and so everyone has certainty, everyone's a bit happier, there's less arguments. I'm all for umpires applying judgment, but when you have so many of them, it actually kind of just increases the stress levels they have to deal with, because then they've got the players blowing back at them.
Oh, nice shot that from Niazi. He finds the fielder, though, and that will just be a single.
I love the pole. That's coming.
Listen, Pole, Robot, this is what cricket is. If you ever listen to Fox Sports and all the big commentators, this is discussion points.
I've already voted, and I voted yes.
I'm going no.
So you know.
Unfortunate. Well, this man's had
Amazon,
a good day.
Mute Corey's microphone.
This man's had a good day with bat, with ball. Hasn't got a wicket, but look, only 3 runs off his first 7 balls. Oh, that's good bowling. I love that. He says, you're not going to be doing anything crazy like reverses or uppercuts off me. That's a great bouncer.
Well, meanwhile, while we've been arguing with each other, this partnership has really grown and grown and grown. They came together at 39 for 3.
That's a great bouncer. I love it when you see a fast bowler. Someone walks down at him, he goes, hold on, I'm the fast bowler here, back in your box.
There you go. Where does he go now? Tries it again.
Oh! Oh! No way! No way he's caught that! That is an unbelievable caught and bowled. He has absolutely smoked it. That's one of the greatest caughts and bowled you'll ever see.
This is reflexes. Cat-like reflexes. He's on the walkabout, so he's got even less to see it. That's off the middle.
Whoa!
And it lodges in his webbing, and he's not even wearing keeping gloves. What a catch that is. And then I think he throws it for 6. But how about this?
That was off the middle of the bat. He was through his bowling action. That is the best caught and bowled I've ever seen live. That is unbelievable.
The thing is, it actually lodges between his thumb and his forefinger in his God-given webbing.
That's a freak of nature catch. That is a 1 in a million shot.
He's looking at the hands, and I think that even he isn't quite sure how he's done this.
Oh, that is right. He smoked that, Vinny. That was out the middle of the bat.
I want to get this normal speed, right? This is exactly how it happened.
That was out of the middle. That's a freak catch, a 1 in a million catch. That is a
crazy.
1 in a million catch.
Well, we have moved on. Well, here's a guy that got out when he threw his bat to the outfield, and
Can we get that in normal speed?
Yeah.
That's going to be replayed a million times. That is a phenomenal catch. That's the best caught and bowled I've seen live, ever.
That was incredible. That was off the middle.
Did you see Jofra Archer's one? Here we go. That is just... Oh, I'm actually lost for words a little bit. That is phenomenal. He's getting some magic spray to his hand now. That's why there's a delay.
I mean, that's one time that he could probably rub the magic spray bottle with his hand.
Well, we can
and make the magic spray more magic.
They can just keep...
We could set a record for the amount of replays in a row with this.
I don't mind. I do not mind. That is scary good. That is scary good, Vinny. He got every single piece of that out the middle. He would have thought that's 4, and Achintha has stuck out the left paw. Wow, I'm actually lost for words. That is and he gets a little bit of magic spray for his hand.
It's a beautiful game.
What? That is remarkable. Well, back to the action. It's 70 for 4. Oh.
Now he gets to have 3 more balls.
Gets him in the pad this time. It'll be a dot ball. Just
drops an absolute soda.
I've
that loops back to him now.
I remember Jofra Archer's one, and I think maybe Ben Cutting once took one, or maybe Ben Cutting was the batsman in that. But that is rare. That is rare. That might be one of the greatest catches I've ever seen live.
You just rediscovered your love of the game, didn't you?
Always loved the game.
And all you needed was a ball to be belted back at nothing. There you go.
Straight to cover, run out chance. No, he gets there safely.
Throws it a bit like my grandma in the end. Doesn't really throw it hard. I think that's maybe because he's a bit worried about whether it might go for overthrows.
I'm telling you, if that was at his face or at his body, he was in a lot of trouble there.
Yeah.
That was hit so well.
The crazy thing about that one was that it didn't hit the middle of his hand, but it still stuck, right? It stuck between the thumb and the forefinger, but it stuck.
That is going to be shown over and over again. Good observation here, Vinny. They are behind on the time, big time as well.
Yeah, that's something you do worry about. We have the drinks break, don't forget, but yeah, maybe I'm guessing about 6 minutes.
High in the air, catching chance. He's coming in from deep mid on. Oh, he spills it. Unfortunately, he made good ground. I think he should have held on to that one.
Samarakun's a good fielder, probably one of their best fielders. And so he gets there. He judges it pretty well, but we just see the one brilliant catch in the over in the end. 1 for 6. Nutdigo's figures off his 2. Does take us to the end of the 7th over. And so, just a reminder that after we have the ECS series that we were telling you about earlier in Germany and Belgium, we'll be going to Cartama in Spain for the ECC. 21 nations taking part this year over 5 weeks, so you don't want to miss that. Starts the 12th of September and running all the way through October. Join us there for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Is that the best catch you've seen here on ECN?
It's up there.
Top 3?
Top 5, top 10. I've seen a lot of cricket.
Yeah, but compared to juggling ones and things like that, that's better. That's a fast bowler through his run-up.
Yeah. Yeah, top 5.
Time for more left arm off spin. I'm actually still in shock.
He has no time to think. That's the best thing about that. I mean, you compare that to Samarakun's, who he has time to know there's a catch, there's a chance, and there's a mental thing that happens where it's natural to get a little bit anxious about it, and the possibility you might not catch it. The difference there is Nutdigo has no time to think. Before he knows what's happened, it's in his hand.
You see it all on the ECM platform. That is just something I've not seen live in millions of games of cricket. So, well done to him.
So we did have a bit of a break. I'm trying to work out the time. We did have a bit of a break for that injury where he got the magic spray, or maybe he was rubbing a normal can and now it's magic spray.
A slight appeal for a stumped, but I don't think he lifted his foot at any time.
Check it out.
Kept it down, just in.
Just in. Good call. Yeah, time could be 50-50. I mean, we are running a little bit behind just because the extra drinks breaks we got happening in this series because the extreme heat wave, which is happening all across Europe at the moment.
Well bowled, it's just a little bit too wide. I can see what he's trying to do here. The left arm off spinner doesn't want to get too straight here.
Yeah, exactly.
Not to the left-hander.
He's trying to stay away from Niazi for sure.
He can't stay away from Niazi. Niazi goes the slog sweep, and it's 6. So he just gets it over in the end. You can see he was trying to go wide. This time it's a little bit too straight, and he pays the price.
Yeah, look, Lagoda was back on the boundary. I think if he's standing with his heels on the boundary or close to the boundary, maybe he's got to play on this, but he finds himself just a metre or two in, doesn't he?
Just crept in, didn't he?
Yeah, and if he had a better sense of where he was, he might have potentially been able to catch that, or at least keep it alive. Now he's on 42.
Down the ground this time. Sort of yorks himself a little bit. Just get the single.
So the poll results came in. Should we move on from our argument? 78% said yes. Well, I want to know who the 21% are. But anyway. Maragi.
Well, bowled him. Good bowling. Maragi, he gets some reward. This one on off stump, and he gets a wicket.
Yeah, he just swings all across that, doesn't he? So Rajvinder, no luck this time. And so it will be dismissed. And yeah, Maragi keeps it straight and gets the result.
Well, it does get the result. Spin to win. Definitely using an array of them in this tournament here in Rome. And the top of off stump, good bowling. I was still in a bit of shock, Vinny, of what we've seen today.
I love it, how much that's thrown you. But I often say, when you see this much cricket, you'll see some of the most brilliant cricket you'll ever see. You'll see a bit of everything, and that's what makes the ECN so unique, and it has carved out a special place in the sporting landscape.
Just trying to put that in my mind about all the catches I've seen on the ECN network, and that, I know we saw the juggle one last week where the keeper ran 25, 30 metres and took that, but this is better than that. This is...
In the second innings, I'll show you what I think is...
I've seen the one where he was running from deep long and he put out a pod. That's better than that. No, there's only a small amount of people that could take that catch.
It's reaction-based.
Yeah, no one... That's just a single...
I think the one at long on where he humps it from over the boundary is better, because to even think that that's a way to take a catch. And actually thinking and being innovative is also a skill that he didn't have to show there, because he just had to react in time. But not to say it's not one of the best catches I've seen, because it is, just to be clear. 83 for 5 after 8, and it looks like it could be a similar kind of a chase. I mean,
it's like a water slide, Vinny.
Yeah, had a bit of a reverse dip. And the reason I say reverse dip instead of a rise was because it was all reverses that caused that.
Keanu saying he thinks Hamid Shah's down at deep mid-off. That was a great catch as well, but I still think this is bad. I reckon that might be my number one.
Yeah, see, there's different elements to a catch. That's freakishness, right? There's freakishness. And like, when we're trying to measure the skill of a catch, is that skillful or is that just 100% reaction?
There's only maybe 0.1% of people that will do that. You gotta have skill to have that. You
gotta have reactions.
And skill. There's skill to get your hand up that quick. You gotta remember, he's a fast bowler. He's not a medium. He's not a spinner. He was head down, up, and he's skillful enough to react.
Yeah, true. I guess you're right.
That's scary good. Anyway, 2 overs to go.
Very good though. All right, let's move on at Naka.
Well bowled. Well bowled. So 12 balls left. You'd imagine there'll still be... Oh, he's got a little feather edge on it, Vinny. I think he's been given out.
Yeah, I think there was. I had a little something, to be honest. Might have just scratched to the bottom of the bat. Again, we won't probably see it here. I actually got a feeling that might have just, on the way up, scratched the bottom of the bat. So, decision given.
Well, then isn't it a bump ball?
I think it bounces. And, yeah, well, not so sure the bowler was convinced either. But I did hear a little noise.
I thought that if it went under.
I think it was one. There's some that sometimes look like a bump ball, but they bounce just before. And because you're hitting it in, if you were to hit it, you hit it into the ground. But actually on the way up, just catches the very bottom of the bat. So I mean, it's hard to tell from here. But
well, it's out. Well, doesn't matter. That one snuck up on me. The bowler turned around. So
I think sometimes the keeper, if there is a little scratch on the bottom of the bat like that, they're the only ones that can really see it.
Yep.
11 balls remaining then. New batter.
That's going to be a wide this time. So they've ended up taking 6 wickets, which is good.
You get an extra couple of minutes for that. I still think there could be some issues with the time, but
we've got them 6 minutes behind, don't we?
Yeah, but I mean, you've got probably 3 for the drink spray. You've got 2 minutes for the magic spray. Probably another minute for us playing that replay 49 times.
5 balls left, though. He needs to get through them quickly.
True.
Hit hard into the ground. Easy single this time, down to deep mid off. So still, they'll have hopes of getting to 100. As it's the left-handed Islam to the crease now.
He's got one final dash in him.
Good shot that. Nice looking shot. Good fielding as well. The fielding standards have improved this week, haven't they, Vinny?
Yeah, for sure. Do you mean from last week or just throughout this week?
Just throughout the week. From day one, there was everyone was maybe a little bit nervous or a little bit rusty. Yeah. But I have to admit, I've been pretty impressed with the fielding in the last day and a half.
Yeah, I agree with that. Over and a half to come.
It's a nice looking late cut, but that'll go straight down to third man. So just the single.
The first match was 88 to 73, right? So I'll have to chase a few more than that, but probably maybe just a few. It depends a lot on how much of the strike Niazi can get these last over and a bit.
Hits him in the pad. Dot ball. Good bowling. The quicks have been better in this innings compared to the game earlier today. Niazi, he's batted well. Just struggled a little bit for his timing at stages in the innings, but he's still there.
That's true, especially after they lost Mubarak Hussain for a duck. It's important that he stuck around and gets them to a competitive total.
Oh, he gets funky, and how has that missed off stump? Oh, now the keeper throws it, and that's going to be close. That might be run out, and they'll get a run, which will be a bye. So this one might be going up to the third umpire. Let's have a look.
Yeah, oh, falls over and just gets back, stays back. That bat stays grounded.
Well, he ends up getting one bye off the last ball, meaning he'll keep the strike.
I love the way he just trips over something and just casually gets his bat back and then notices the ball goes and says, all right, to the other end I go. 87 for 6 after 9.
Yep, so...
Well, leg bye given in the end. So, well, maybe flicked a little something on the way past.
Must have flicked something on the way past.
Do you reckon they can crack the 100 here? Niazi on 44.
Well, now that Niazi's on strike, we'll have to see if there's... Oh, look, 5 penalty runs in. There's the signal.
Well, we've seen it now.
Well, is
So
that...
take up to 93.
Just
assuming it's just 5.
Yeah, well, let's assume it's just 5. Maybe we'll go try and double check if it's 10 because they are behind. 5 we were expecting.
Yeah. So that does make it more likely they'll crack that 100 now. That hurts. Maragi to bowl the last over.
Well, hit hard straight. No one's dead straight. 4 runs. Well, the penalty 5 and now a 4. He kept the strike. It was a risk to throw it and it hasn't paid off.
Well, basically, they just got a 9, didn't they? Yeah,
And he shouldn't be on strike. No, he shouldn't have thrown it.
Yeah, true. I could see if you thought there was a chance you could get him out, then maybe it's worth taking.
But now he's the left-handed bat facing the left arm orthodox.
It's the other side of the gamble, isn't it? Yes, it's a good matchup, you feel. Niazi now on 48 within reach of a half century.
Big slog sweep. He'll want 2 here. He'll want the strike. He can't get it. Good fielding. Just the 1.
Yeah, that's handy. Now you've got to try and keep Ashraful Islam on strike. Again, they haven't batted him out of the game, but Roma CC just have... We start to wonder what kind of a chase they can be successful at. They did chase 90-odd against Rome Bangla Morning Sun after holding him to a score a little bit like it is now.
Down the ground, swatted away. Nice looking shot, but just the single. So yeah, for people that looking on your screen, it says 94, but they're actually on 99. 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, you're right.
So they're on 99, 1 away from 100.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, we'll try and whack those on as soon as possible.
Hard. Oh, it's a drop chance. And that means Niazi will scamper through to his 50. He won't get the 2, but a personal milestone. He's batted really well.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. But, yeah, had a chance to be dismissed on 49. And so, I'm sure we'll see that go up any second. Oh, when it disappears, then you wait when it comes back. I think we will see the 5 runs added on.
Flighted delivery. Oh, good bowling from Maragi.
Yeah, handy.
He's a wily old fox, isn't he?
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Look at that. That is a lot of flight. Gets the dot ball.
Who he's staring at? Striker, non-striker? So what do you got, 105?
Yep, Niazi. There's his 50 on the screen as well. Goes the other way. Oh, it's a cruel game. It's a cruel game. He gets a bit funky. He gets the feather edge. It'll go all the way forward. And that'll bring an end to, well, what was a quite different sort of innings. A lot going on in a small space of time. He does get the boundary off the last ball of the innings. We'll double check to make sure the score is correct, but we believe we've got up here at 104 for 6.
I actually think they'll get 109, I think, is where we'll end up here. 104? We'll be right back with the score, but, well, first, Corey Rutgers is going to take you through the highlights.
Yeah, so a lot going on, obviously. A very exciting innings, and that was a good catch early. Went up with 2 hands, but only caught it in the 1. And Niazi, he batted beautifully. We spoke that he's played some really nice shots throughout the week, but hadn't really gotten away to a biggish sort of score. Well, this time he would be able to bat through the innings and get to the personal milestone of a 50. This was a nice catch out there at deep mid-wicket. Left arm off spin working again. Gagandeep Singh came in, and unfortunately for him, he didn't run hard enough. This one here, he was a little bit lazy between the wickets, and a great bit of fielding to hit the middle stump there with sort of a sidearm throw. The double high 5. And another wicket fell. And then in the middle, it was some beautiful Glenn Maxwell style batting. Reverse sweeps, switch hits, normal sweeps. This one nutmegged the fielder and went for 4 in the end. And you just saw it all here on the ECN. That there, a gorgeous looking shot. Obviously, it's something he's practiced a lot before. And to play the switch hit for 6 is not an easy shot, Vinny, until this moment.
Yeah, I mean, that was a moment for the ages, wasn't it? As Ndige was able to pouch that. Well, maybe he's evolved to superhuman levels because he catches that in his webbing. And, well, then, the magic spray, that wouldn't have had any effect. It was already magical, I think. What a moment in the ECS. And later on, Maragi came on and tried to close things out. Did a pretty good job, to be honest, and I can confirm for you the score is 104. 104 for 6. But, yeah, later on, there was this one where I don't think anyone really appealed. Nobody whispered, and it was given. But in the end, probably it didn't move the needle too much for me, as they do finish 104 for 6, led by 50 not out from Niazi. Next best score was Mukhtar Singh with 27 as far as the bowlers went. And we're 5 individual wicket takers. But just have a look at that innings from Niazi. 50 off 31 with 3 maximos and 4 fours. Mukhtar Singh, with his reversages, you got to say that it was quite an incredible display, as he took 26 off 1 over there in the middle, and his 27 was pretty handy as well. And that is the reason they get over the 100, as well as the 5 penalty runs for the slow over rate. Yeah, 12 extras in the end, but yeah, that 27 off 10, and one of the great catches, he was looking good, was the strike rate in that innings that helped them get up to that 100 mark. We take a look at the bowling figures. Every bowler getting 1 wicket. Achintha Nathadenkade, he got the 1 for 6. He had the best figures, only an economy of 3, and that amazing catch once again. And Tamika Athanayaka, he took 1 for 13. Maragi right at the bottom, 1 for 21. So spread around the bowling unit. Not a bad effort overall. So that takes us to the halfway stage of this one. 105 required. Join us back in the next few minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Roman Cricket Ground as we're halfway through match 10. 24 matches this week in the 4th week of our Italian summer. Next week's the Super Series, where the top 5 teams from the first 4 weeks will combine to set the scene for ECL qualification in 2023. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company as always. Interesting game here. We've got Roma CC trying to search for some points, as they did lose the first leg of the double-header. So I guess we'll see exactly what happens in the second half here. The first half of this game, we saw 104 put on the board, so 105 for victory. Let's dance. Starts with a pull shot, crack to the fence. That's one way to start Marage. Bit of a different start to last time when he ballooned the ball to backward point that got dropped. This time he's on top of it, and 4 carreras, the first runs of the innings. So, I don't think anyone expected that, but Marage was sitting there waiting for it. Shahanka, the bowler for Royal Roma. I want to say a quick hello to Shohaz Farhad, who's watching from Prague. He's playing for Bohemians there in that competition. Nice looking drive, that'll be 4 more. And so pitched up. And Marage, if he's on, his target is definitely on as well. Shanker went short, he got banged, he went full, and he got banged. Nice looking shape there. Stroked it through the offside gap. Tinadu Marage out there with Pramath Eknalagoda. Well, no time to pause. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. In the air, caught, he knocked it down first, he went and fetched it out of the clouds, and Rajavinda ends things. And he ends things pretty quickly. And so there you go, 4-4 and out. Marage elevates, but it's quite a vertical leap on Rajavinda. So Shahanka gets the last laugh. The score is 8 for 1. Oh, wow. Had a very good awareness, didn't he? And a bit of the chuck at the foot there style. He knows exactly where the cameras are. What a moment in the game. Denidu seemed on there, didn't he? He seemed organised. He pulled a 4. He drove a 4. And he drove another one. Would have gone for 4, except for the outstretched hand of Rajavinder Singh. He then pulls it down on the second grab. Well, this is why. Don't be late from your coffee break. And hits that pretty well, doesn't he? But he just goes up, can only go up with the one hand, and pulls it down at the second attempt. Well, what a set of circumstances for Rahat Ahmad to come to the crease in number 3 position. He goes straight and goes pretty good. And this will end up going for 4. Handled by Corey Ruckers, who attempts foot fielding. Should give you 2 penalty runs, but that's a nice start, isn't it, for Rahat? Goes straight. This is the power play. Still need to attack it. And so, yeah, Shahanka goes for a 3rd boundary in the over. Oh, he does have that critical wicket of Didanu Marage. What an eventful start. 4, wicket 4. Now, finally, we'll get a dot. So quick hello to Stephen Kelk, who's watching from the Netherlands. Great to have you with us. That rate starts at 10.5 and over. And, well, see exactly what's going on here. The bowler's pretty much ready to bowl. He's given the ball to the umpire, maybe just to have a little check. It's okay, he hasn't had that much punishment. Can't say whether Shahanka's been lucky or unlucky this over. He's got 3 boundaries, but does have what could be the match-defining wicket. Here's the last ball of the over. In the air, this time, it's not within the grasp of Raj. will be handled on the boundary by Shadamgul, and that's the end of the first. Bakers doesn't come off at 13 for 1 after 1 over. Well, we are 382 matches without a golden ball, and this will give you an idea of how unusual that is. This is since the start of 2021, how many games in between golden balls. You can see on average, it's probably around the 80 mark or something like that. There's a couple of outliers. Of course, the 253 to golden ball 13 was eventually broken in Spain. But yeah, since our last golden ball in Portugal, it's golden ball 29, we've been waiting 382 matches for another golden ball. Well, will it come in this game? It's always possible. Roma CC are a team that have given us 3 golden balls in their history. A slight issue. I didn't see who went off, but I can see the 12th man, Sahal Mahmood, has come on to the ground. This is hit straight. Long off should do the work. He does. More work for Shadamgul. So Sahal Mahmood getting an opportunity to maybe do something. We saw something in Prague. Imran Al-Haq came on as the 12th man and took a blinder of a catch, getting a key batter. We'll see if he features at all, and we'll see how serious that injury is. And it is Rajvinder Singh actually has gone off the field that just took that catch. So it must have been maybe a slight injury sustained in that. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers with me. Corey, well, a bit of a bang-bang start, but then it was all over for Maragi.
Yeah, that's T10 cricket for you. 4 outs. Pretty big shame for him. He looked good. He looked really good. He's had moments this week where he's threatened to go big, but unfortunately couldn't. What do you think, Vinny? 105, it's a bit more than earlier today. Can they?
Definitely can. They definitely can. I just think, yeah, intent is probably the word you need, and form. Just haven't hit a lot of balls in the middle. Can't deal with Mishazad going around the wicket. The left-handers have struggled with this angle. It's an unusual angle because it's even wider than a right arm over the wicket bowler bowling across here as a left-hander. Comes from pretty much almost outside the return crease with his arm.
Yep, absolutely. It is different. They just have to find a way to keep in this game. That'll help. Nice looking shot. Missed field. A double missed field. So they should get 2. They'll just amble back for a sedate 2.
So Sahal Mahmood, he's just had a birthday actually. He's 53 years old. He's young.
The 12th man.
Yeah, he's young compared to some of the players we've seen in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Giving away a couple of decades.
Hit harder. That's a nice looking shot. Not going to miss that. Mid-off's going to get round to it though. Pretty wide mid-off. Good arm in, but they'll get back for another 2.
Yeah, Prabhath becomes even more important, I think, with the early loss of Maragi as just a steadying influence. He can bat, and it probably wouldn't be his most comfortable format, but that probably goes for most top order batters, I think, that we see in the European Cricket Series. So he has to just be able to keep scoring. He runs well there and gets 2.
Well, thickish inside edge this time. Get the single as the man at square legs on the ring. So good to see a little bit more intent. Maybe they've regrouped as a batting unit and said what they need to do better, Vinny.
Yeah, well, they need to try and stay at that rate, don't they? So about 10 and over or so. 21 every 2 overs would be the pace. Still 7 balls left in this power play as well, don't forget that.
Yeah, tries to make use of that power play. This time another easy single.
Ouch. End of the over. Scores 20 for 1. This one comes in, the keeper. Just getting the old double boot stomp. A little bit uncomfortable perhaps, but yeah, 20 for 1. And gives us a chance to look at this table. And yeah, Roma CC won't want to lose this. If they do, then they could either be leapfrogged by either Kent Lanka or Roma Capinelli today. And they might find themselves in a bit of a danger zone. And even if those matches are split, they'll be equal bottom on 2 points. As far as Royal Roma, they're trying to put some distance, even more distance between them and Rome Bangla Morning Sun, who they will play in their remaining 2 group matches on Friday. They do have the day off, Royal Roma, but they'll be very happy if they can go in 6-0 They do have the 100+ score on the board. They've just got to defend it now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're making the front running in this group so far. Play some pretty impressive cricket. 104 to defend this time.
So it looks like they're going to go for Zadran Shadamgul in over number 3. Last over the power play, an important one. Ahmed played nice straight to open, nice elevated straight drive, slightly to the offside. Let's see if they can just keep their cool here. Need to be busy, but not crazy. I think that's what I would say in this chase. Here we go, over number 3.
Yep, that'll be a wide, so they'll have to restart again. Important over this in context of this chase. Last over the power play, can they take it for maybe 15, get themselves a little bit ahead?
I mentioned Royal Roma missing a few of the players that featured last year for them.
Ahmed pulls well.
And some pretty crazy middle order batters as well. Like, one of my favourites was Nur Muhammad. Also, we haven't seen Bejawada Fanindra this week, who's an all-rounder for them. So, yeah, a little bit short of a couple of players, but I mean, that's to be expected. A lot of teams are affected by that, of course. Not a full-time professional pursuit at the moment, cricket in Europe. People are always having to manage their lives and manage their responsibilities. Maybe an opportunity for them to come back a little bit later in the week.
Oh, that's a nice shot. That's a gorgeous shot, Vinny. He gets a bit of width, short, wide, cuts it away for 4.
Yeah, Lagoda just kind of rides this one. And we are still in the power play. So I think most of the time, you're feeling like if you get a good piece of bat on it, get it over that 30-yard circle, you're going to get value for it, and he does. He gets 4.
Yeah, there's always plenty of room in the air, that is for sure. It's a good cricket shot.
So a quick hello to Maiden Waters, who's watching from Australia. Nice to have you with us. Come at a good time.
Well, this one's high in the air. I think he might be caught. No, he's just eluded the fieldsman in the end. And it's been tracked around, so they'll get back for 2.
Gets a bit lucky here, and this is how he went earlier. He got caught a bit off. And he almost gets caught a bit off again, but Shankar couldn't quite get the extra couple of steps in to get it within his reach.
Good intent, though. Something I think that Roma CC have lacked a little bit this week. They look like they want to get on with it this time.
Well, I thought that was curtains, I'm going to be honest, when he missed that. Oh, how is this missed?
Yeah, Skerrick away, Vinny. Absolute small margin. Coat of varnish.
Yeah, I don't think if I was Eknel Lagoda, I wouldn't be giving up my stumps.
Yeah, as soon as they start moving too much, they never seem to make contact with it. This time, stay still. That's a better looking shot. He doesn't move, gets the half volley, 4 runs.
Yeah, and actually races to the boundary. So takes him up past 30. See, it's a lot simpler, that shot. That's probably the word I'd use.
Yep, good call. When they're not moving around the crease too much, they stay quite still. And they seem to be able to get it away just a little bit more. Last ball of this power play now.
They're chasing 105, not 205. So they don't have to be hyper aggressive, but they do need to be busy.
Comes down the wicket this time, splices it away, and they'll get through for a single. So pretty decent power play when you're chasing 105. Scores 33 for 1 after 3.
Just the man they've lost is Maragi, and he is the guy so often features when they need to chase. But if they're going to win matches this week, and then also if they were to win this week and go through next week, they're going to need players that can perform under pressure. You need multiple players, really. Have a look at that. Hit that over of 26 in the 6th in the first innings. That was huge. That was what you're seeing. Turning it on with the reverses.
Yeah, that was impressive batting before. You don't see too much of that. Not many people have the talent to bat both-handed, basically. So Umar Shahzad, he's at the top of his mark. This game evenly poised at the moment.
Just got a little bit of tension around the ground. Shahzad come back for a second over. Has seemed to have bothered Eknel Lagoda with that angle. Coming very wide. Just have a look at this. Where is it past the crease? It's called wide, but for me that probably probably at the point it passes the pop increase was okay.
This time pulled away. Gorgeous looking stroke that. He'll get 4, so overcorrects, gets a little bit too straight. 4 runs.
Yeah, so he's a bit scared to push it wider. The stumps has to go straighter, and Lagoda's waiting for it. And so gets worked away to the boundary behind square. A handy start to the over.
Yeah, gorgeous batting. He's raced himself to 20 off 10. Exactly what they needed after the early wicket.
They don't want another opener falling in the 20s like we saw in the first innings. They want to get more than that. They want to guide them pretty close to or to the target.
Play and miss.
Yeah, Shazad, that's his go-to, isn't it? It's an unusual angle that he creates, but he's having a bit of success with it. Lagoda on 20. Can he deal with Shazad? Not really. That's been the area it's bothered him.
I'd like to, I don't know if we can, but I'd like to know the dot ball percentage for Roma CC this week. I just feel like out of all the teams I've watched, they don't get bat on ball the most.
Yeah, it's good observation. Say quick hello to Helix in the chat. Hope you're well. Nice to have a lot of people chipping in. ECN European Cricket Network.
One signal to wide.
Yeah, again, similar kind of one to the first one. He's coming from that angle. And, yeah, a lot of the time, kind of a lot of factors in your head when you're making up your mind with those ones.
Well, that one will be a wide. Pretty good keeping that. I reckon he saved 5 wides, Vinny.
Yeah, he does save a boundary, especially when everything's been going to your left and then you have to find one that goes behind the batter. That's excellent keeping. It's Astraful is lying back there.
Shazad. Driven. Nice looking drive, but deep mid off's a little bit wider. Just the single.
Gets them up past that 40, 41, or 42 actually is what they would need after 4 to be right on the run rate. Guess you're just worried about if they lose a couple of wickets, what comes next. It was their middle order that failed them in that last game. Roma CC.
Another wide, just losing his line.
Don't forget we had 5 penalty runs, didn't we, for time.
Yeah.
First game. That's
Happens.
despite Roma CC bowling a fair bit of spin. So yeah, something to watch out for. They've already had.
How's the maroon floppy, Vinny? This is a bit West Indian style.
It's a good look.
Carl Hooper.
Yeah. Richie Richardson.
Hit well into the leg side, but that should just be a single.
And just one. Yeah, so far, we've seen 5 wide deliveries. It's almost an extra over they've bowled.
That is proper West Indian style, isn't it? The old maroon floppy.
Yeah. They were the first ones to really pull off the coloured floppies, I think. West Indies, if I'm not mistaken.
They pulled off a lot of things in that era, didn't they?
Sure did.
Well bowled. I don't think so, though. Left arm around the wicket. Pretty difficult to get it to pitch in line. Let's have a closer
You
look.
have to get it pretty much on the full, I think, to have any chance. If this ball bounces.
Look how wide he is.
Yeah, it's
No.
pitching. Well,
It's hit him outside the line as well.
there's 3 greens from me.
Not pitching in line, not hitting a line, and no, I think it might have hit the stump still.
Not so sure it was going to hit the stumps. I think it's still missing. Anyway, 4 overs down. I get a leg by off that. The score is 44 for 1. So the 11's pace with a few gifts as well.
Yep.
Lagoda hasn't always been convincing, but he's still there on 21. And look, plenty of batting to come, but it's batting that hasn't really fired. I've got to say that the longer this game goes, I'd probably throw Nutton Dige in next. He just seemed like the man who's in form out of those batters remaining.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Look, they've got to be a bit flexible at times. Try and take the game on. Maybe a change in the order is going to help. Maiden Waters taking on the Captain Obvious chat there outside the
The
line.
thing is, as soon as it pitches, everything else is irrelevant.
Correct.
So that's why often you even see reviews. As soon as it pitches outside leg, that's the end of the story. Go back to the game. Here's Rajvinder.
Gone. Well done again. He gets the Yorker in, clean bowled. And no one can play this little right arm off spin darts at the moment.
Yeah, he doesn't need to do too much with it, but he's just accurate, isn't he? And he completely yorks Eknelagoda. No real footwork. So once again, we have an opener going in the 20s. He falls for 21. He's the second wicket to fall, 44 for 2.
Yep, he's clean bowled and he'll be super disappointed with that. It wasn't the most amazing delivery, but just played down the wrong line and clean bowled.
Rajvinder took 2 for 15 this morning in the first match of the day. Yeah, all 5 bowlers they used went for between 8 and 19 off their 2 overs. So, yeah, Raj just gets full straight, and this has been a bit of a blind spot to Eknelagoda. He almost lost his off stump earlier, and he just couldn't jam his bat down on time. A new batter comes to the crease. Samarakun, he was run out first ball this morning, then pulled off a pretty good run out of his own.
Can't wait. He gets himself off the mark straight away. Good batting.
So back over to Rahat Ahmed. He hit a good 4 first ball. Haven't seen a lot of the strikes since.
So Ahmed on strike. He's the key now. He's been there for 7 deliveries. I know they've lost the wicket, but super important they keep scoring. He's going to get some runs here. Not too sure if he got an underneath edge on this one or not. Maybe he's going to be signalled wides. He's going to be given byes.
Well, I think they're having a look at this. What have we got here? Because he takes such a big step, this is what I'm talking about, is how much does the line move? So the umpire was he thinking, I mean, in your opinion, is that a wide or not?
Not that one.
Okay.
Oh, good bowling. Gets that sort of full Yorker in, doesn't he?
But you did say wides first before you said byes.
I just didn't know if you know when the umpires have their hand out?
That just means they're going to signal something.
That means they're going to signal something, so I didn't know what they're going to signal.
Yeah.
Oh, slog sweep, and yes, we'll go for one. They've had this problem in the middle overs, haven't they, Vinny, where they just seem to get strangled.
Yeah, they just do seem to. Rajvinder.
Another slog sweep. So really good over from Singh there. Only goes for 3 runs. He picks up the wicket and he just stops them from getting ahead in this chase a little bit more. The score is 48 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, and after that over, they go from ahead to behind in the chase. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Corey Runkers. Corey, you know, it's really nice to, of course, have these 5 teams in row. And yeah, just doing a few readjustments there. Corey can make the equipment look like a bit of a Rubik's Cube. And how you doing there?
Hold on, Anders, are you happy?
Was it your first time in a commentary box? There you go.
Yeah. No, well, Spring Productions do a sensational. So if the viewers back home got to see everything in front of us, it's 4 laptops. We've got cameras. It's quite a nice setup.
Yeah, it sure is. I remember earlier you got spooked by Sam bringing us drinks of water. But anyway, it's great to have your company. You know what I'm going to do here? Let's do it. Lurker call out. I think it's time. Okay, I think it's halfway through game 2, just after second half. Lurkers, come at us. Let us know where you're watching from. And maybe, let us know something that you like to do on a nice summer's evening.
Can they put their flag in the chat as well, where they're watching?
You can try and put a flag in. Sometimes flags don't work on the YouTube channel. I noticed that with the emojis. But what I will say is we'd love to hear from you, and want to say thanks to you for supporting European cricket, because that's what we're all about. And of course, we're growing the audience. We hit 298,000 subscribers earlier today. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And, really looking forward to seeing...
creeping up there, isn't it? Almost at 300,000.
Well, not if, when we get to 300,000 subscribers. So looking forward to that. Okay, let's get back to the action. And so, let's have a look at Muktia Singh. It's Corey. You really going to extremes, Corey, to get your good side on the camera, aren't you there?
Well, it is warm today, so if I don't adjust it, it does get quite sweaty.
You end up with end up with a headphone tan. Do you know that? Around your ears.
Oh, nice traditional late cut. just the single. So since they've lost that last wicket, unfortunately, they're just falling a little bit behind.
Where they got stuck last time, didn't they? They got stuck. And although he had a couple of good overs, they just couldn't get too much going in the second half after that.
First lurker, Dave Edmondson in Cornwall. Well, spliced away, gone. Never really got going, so Murukun hasn't been his day with bat in hand. A pretty cheap dismissal, and he has to go.
Yeah, just bounced a bit more than he thinks. And that'll do. So, yeah, right now, Muktia Singh having a pretty good day. If he turns around and bowls left-handed, he'll be able to do it all. We see no real footwork. Just lifts it up, and it's going to be caught easily in the end. So, CC lose a third wicket, 49 for 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, this middle over batting, it's not easy, and they are just struggling again to get the momentum going in the right direction. There's plenty of time. There's wickets in hand. They can still take this game on.
I want to say quickly, all the lurkers. See that Maiden Waters saying, looking smart, boys. Well, we're trying. Mike Buckland saying, Corey banned me. Is that true? Did you ban Mike Buckland? Corey?
I don't even know how you ban people.
That's true. He doesn't have that
I don't think I should have that power.
And
because Prakash Gowda said I look like a tomato because he would be getting banned right now.
This is why we don't give Corey any banning powers.
Here we go. Oh, push to the bowler. Oh, missed field. That lets him get off the mark.
Helix saying, Lurkers United, don't forget to hit the like button, peeps. And hello to Jahidul Islam for saying hello as well. I know we had Kai Bay earlier. Dave Edmondson, like you said, lurking in Cornwall. And he loves to watch cricket at the ground about 50 metres from his home. That's what he likes to do on a nice summer's evening. That sounds beautiful, Dave.
I think a lot of people would enjoy that. So that's cut hard away and good fielding by Singh there. He just cuts it down to 1.
Pretty good shot. Remember, he went over to get a bit of attention. I think it might have been after he took that juggling catch earlier.
Yep.
But good to see him back out there. He's important with the ball as well. Archie Watson is saying he's looking forward to us getting dunked in the ice bucket. He said it's just around the corner. Yeah, perhaps.
Slower ball, hit hard, dropped.
Oh, couldn't find it.
It hit his hands extremely hard, and they'll sneak back for a second. That's really good running.
This is where it hits his hands, and he can't see it. And I think he's almost trying to hear it because he had a sense that it went up back in the air, and he was just darting his eyes, I think, to try and find it. Look here. And then he's able to find it, and it's just out of his grasp.
One thing about Nathan, say it for me, Vinny.
Nathan Degate.
Nathan Degate, he hits it hard. I would like to see him up the top of the order next game, maybe at 3, even open.
I had that idea in the last game.
Because he really gives it a wallop.
Yeah, gives it a crunch, and then you can maybe play Prabhath at 3 or somewhere in the middle order, just a slightly different look. Anyway, we're talking about best catches, and this is my favourite, and it's from Keel last year. And this is why I think it's ridiculous. Just watch this.
Oh my word!
Because who even thinks of that?
Incredible! Well, that is a supersonic catch. That is amazing. I have never.
And really, the funniest thing about that is he was moved from point to long on because their regular long on went off with an injury, and then he did that. So yeah, okay, time for one more look at it. See, this was actually over the boundary. And he just, look at it, he just swipes at it.
Nah, that's great catch. Probably
different types of catches. You're comparing apples and oranges. That's the point. Or different flavours of orange.
George Costanza.
Yeah, good fielder.
Anyway, spin to win. He hits it straight. Gone. Good catch. Really nice catch, running straight. It's Umar, and a big wicket goes.
Yeah, it is. Nutdiga doesn't get lucky twice. Umar Shazad just has the knack, doesn't he? When the ball hits his hands most of the time, it sticks. We saw him take one over the boundary. We saw him take one in the circle. Now we see one taking it to his left. So this hitting's just losing a bit of steam, isn't it? The score now is 54 for 4. No good for Nathan Degate.
Yeah, Roma CC, I should say, sorry, just having a hard time of it, especially in that middle over batting. They keep to lose wickets and too many dot balls. They're not out of this contest, but someone has to play a pretty good innings from here.
Yeah. Anyway. anyway, this is one of the nice things. I've actually seen so many catches, and the Hamid Shah one was the one that we were talking about as well. It was a really good one. But for me, to be like the best catch, I feel like there needs to be some sort of organisational element that goes into it as well. But take nothing away from that catch. For the spectacular, I don't think you could see anything better than that, to be honest. And as far as that one from Shazad, that was a pretty good one as well. To his left, and he's pretty happy with his work. You talked about the importance of fielding. For the most part, I agree with you. I think it's gone up every day.
It definitely has improved.
Selva Kumar Murugasamy. He's got a funny comment. You'll appreciate this, Corey.
Oh, nice shot there. Out to deep cover.
He said he still remembers that catch from Germany. He was so excited he used more than 5 emojis of the shocked and got banned. And that Vinny was the one who unblocked me.
Who banned him?
Well,
So, what, you can get banned if you put 5 emojis in, is it?
if it's six or more emojis, typically it's against our guidelines. Live chat.
Well, hit into the leg side this time.
I'm actually pro extending it to 6 if you're telling a story, not just repeating one.
Yep.
Because I think you can tell a story with emojis, right?
Oh, you can. But yeah,
It's not
the
just-
moderators do a good job, don't they?
Yeah, they do, for sure.
How do you become a moderator? What's the...
And no one knows.
Really?
The Spanner Fairy makes a visit now and then from the robot factory. Rajavinda, 2 for 5, pretty good figures.
Yeah, very good figures, but this is going to hurt them a little bit. A thin edge, and it goes for 4.
2 for 5 is a distant memory now. Make that 2 for 9. Samarage is a player that you kind of said doesn't seem to be watching the ball very much. Plays some good-looking shots, but doesn't seem to get too many out of the middle so far anyway. Maybe that's a bit of luck he needs to get going. He gets 4.
Absolutely. Gets a little edge, and it does go for 4. A much-needed boundary. Just breathes a little bit of life back into it. Oh, yeah, I can see Helix in the chat. No more than 5 emojis, Corey. Full. Driven beautifully. Well, that's one of the shots of the morning. He did give himself a little bit of room, and he timed it gorgeously. Back-to-back 4s, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, maybe sometimes you just need to get a bit of luck or get a boundary away, get off that 0 or 1. And there we go. Nice little bunt shot from the fielder off the field. So creeping in. Creeping's the word at the moment.
Hit again, offside. They should get an easy one.
Oh,
It could be
overthrows
2.
here.
You know, they're going. This could be a tight second if he hits. Oh, the bowler fumbles it. And, well, there was definitely a chance of a run out there.
It's a pretty spicy throw, wasn't it, for Raj? Let's have a look at this. Comes in, hits just away from the edge of the pitch, actually, and still bounces well over the keeper. But if he takes this, he's going to be gone by some distance. But, I mean, not an easy one. It was thrown pretty much full force. So, end of the over. The score is 66 for 4 after 7. Coming up this afternoon, well, 2 teams that have never won a match on ECN. Roma Capitelli, their history dates back to 2020 on the European Cricket Network. Kent Lanka, we saw them last year for the first time, but one of them will break their duck in match number 11. Looking forward to that. Kent Lanka winning the toss, electing to bowl first. So Capitelli get a chance to open with the bat, and I've liked the move of Kirby up to the top of the order. I've liked that. I think Samir Ali and Kirby make a pretty good top 2. Kikuulawala, that didn't really get going, but you know he's coming off some runs. Kent Lanka, well, let's just see. I know the chairs are scared now that they've arrived. So just Fernando, the volcano at the top of the order. Nicolo Fernando made a big difference to their lineup as well. So stay tuned. We'll be bringing you that match. Now there is a 10-minute delay on that match, just for logistical reasons here. So it'll be starting actually 10 minutes behind, which is in about half an hour's time.
So Ahmed, who's been there the whole time, he's 13 off 13. Helix just telling me the rules.
Did you try and sneak 6 emojis in a message?
I did.
Corey?
I didn't get banned, so I feel like the moderators need to be consistent.
How it didn't show up on mine, so maybe you did. Gagandeep.
Down the wicket. And he swats it for 1. Ahmed's been there the whole time, Vimp. He just hasn't got going.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I think Jivan Pathari asking, oh, the Spanners randomly picked. Well, it's not so much, I think they're random, it's no one really understands.
Curious.
Only the Spanner Fairy. Well, the robot is mysterious. We know this.
Yeah.
And there's different types of robot. But I think the robot is omnipresent and omnipotent. Sometimes you get a grumpy robot. Sometimes you get a vengeful robot. Most of the time you get a pretty happy robot.
Edge, gone. Feather edge, good take by the keeper, and Gagandeep Singh, he picks up his first wicket.
Yeah, just steps away from this, doesn't he, Samaragi? And just a regulation edge through to the keeper. So making things tough for themselves again in the chase. Roma CC, Gagandeep breaks through, 67 for 5.
Yeah, it's sort of an odd sort of shot that. He just sort of, it was like a splice cut, and they had square leg in there and maybe a more vertical bat shot. And the robot jumps in the chat. The robot is here, there, and everywhere. Where's the robot
Exhibit
situated today, though? Could you give us a little bit of background?
Yeah, I know you like to know which robot you're getting, so you know exactly how much to behave. Nice catch there. Should be taken, but was taken. Good technique from Ashful Islam behind the stumps.
You just sort of feel for Roma CC that they're just a leg short every time. They're not out of it just yet, but someone has to get something going. What is it needed? 38 or 15?
Yeah, it's creeping out of control.
Yeah.
Really good Ogie. The captain comes in. Let's see if he can get them back on track.
Well, he tries. Dot ball. Oh, Robot said, depends on the time of the day. Well, Robot, let's pretend it's 12:10 European Central
We should
Time.
be testing the robot for sentience. That's what everyone's doing
Does
these
the
days.
robot control the poles?
Yeah.
I want more poles. I like the poles.
Well, if you want that, maybe the robot will give you less. Deep. Need a boundary here.
Gagandeep. Appeal. I don't think so. I'll signal to wide. It's going to be a dot ball.
Dot
Another
still hurts,
dot ball.
though. Dot still hurts. This is one that's marginal, I think. Probably just inside. I think it's a good call.
Roma CC just guilty of dot balls
Got a
at the
bit
wrong
of the
times.
Venezias about me, actually, with Roma CC this year.
Edge. That could go away. It needs to. It does. Handy. Really handy. And a much-needed boundary. That will take them to 71 for 5.
Well, the bat speed does this. It's 180 degrees from where he's aiming it, but it will be effective. You can see beats the fielder at third man.
I think I know how to figure out who the robot is.
Okay.
I'm going to just try and slip into the robot's subconscious. Robot, if you
Good
can
luck.
hear me.
Yeah.
Do you like fruit bowls and gym sessions? Yes or no?
Robot doesn't have to answer. Doesn't answer to you. You've got the power structure completely wrong. 2 for 15, Rajvinder, but also 2 pretty good overs from Muktia and Gagandeep of late. The other wicket went to Shahanka early on. He was able to get Maragi, who went 4-4 out at the start of the innings. All right, so where are we at? 71. I tell you what, they'd love those 5 penalty runs back about now.
Ahmed, who came out at 3, is 14 off 14 with one boundary. He has to step it up.
And he started, the boundary was first ball, remember?
So he has to get going. This is his chance. He tries to get going. Does he have enough? Oh, you betcha he's got enough. 6 runs, and that one is lost to the Pyramids.
Yeah, well, that one's on the dirt pile. And Corey's knowledge of ancient history coming out. I wish we could do a replay of what you just said. Not so sure there were pyramids in
You
this
don't
area.
know what they could dig up one day,
Look, if
Vinny.
they find pyramids down there, I will gladly apologise.
Well, that's much needed. Breathes a little bit more life into this.
In the poll, 47% of people still think Roma CC can do this.
Well, Ahmed's the key, isn't he? He's come out at 3. He's got the beautiful maroon floppy on. Looks a lot like Carl Hooper back in the day.
Hit a real good, crisp, straight drive for 4, first ball, but that's his first boundary since.
Cut beautifully, but straight to the field, a run-out chance. No, and, well, interesting way to stop the ball. He goes to the double shins a few times.
Double shin's not a great strategy, I can tell you that firsthand.
Oh, it looks good.
There's a little bit of river dance about that. Anyway, they think about it, an overthrow, but doesn't really get far enough away from the keeper to take it on seriously. 27 off 10.
Slower ball, high in the air. It's going to be a cordon bowled.
Is it?
Yeah, it is going to be a cordon bowled. Singh takes another one. And unfortunately, Roma CC, another wicket falls. More importantly, it's another dot ball, Vinny.
Yeah, and so he picks this, but he just can't hit it, can he? Really good argue. And so frustration for the captain. He hasn't found his timing really at all with the bat. Clever slow ball, kind of comes out as a bit of a back spinner. Pushes it out with the fingers, and Muktia Singh's been excellent for Royal Roma. He grabs the points there. And that leaves them 78 for 6.
Slower ball again. Pace off once again. Robot, while you're with us, if you could put a little poll up saying pace on or pace off in T10 format. I'd be curious what viewers think, because for me, looking especially this week, every time a seamer's bowling some pace off deliveries of the cutters or the slower balls, it's working. The left arm off spinners have been good. This was a really good slower ball.
Batters have a tendency to overswing on those. They're swinging hard to try and generate the pace. All right, well, here's Denham with another opportunity.
Denham.
Well, yeah, he'll hope we're singing his name. Put it that way. 9 to come. They still need 27.
Slow ball again. Pace off. This time he gets it. And will it go for 4? It just won't, unfortunately. He'll get back for 2, though.
I like the fact that he's gone through the offside there. Can get a bit one-dimensional with his play, because he is so strong through the leg side. But, I mean, that was the correct ball. Or correct shot hit that ball. So he's off the mark immediately.
I'm liking the bowling of Singh. He's just taking all the air out the ball, saying you've got to force all the pace, and that isn't easy. Slow again. Extremely slow. And it's just smart bowling.
Yeah.
Only the one. Making it extremely difficult for these batsmen to hit him with any power. Good to see a fast bowler using their cricket IQ. Slow again. Does he get enough of it? Yeah, he will. 6 runs. Well, Ahmed hasn't given up yet. Tell you what, that 6 gives them a slither of hope, Vinny.
Oh, well, they needed one, and they got one. There's that slow ball again. Goes and fetches it. Had to get it in the middle, otherwise he's gone here. But it does get over Shazad. And so Maximo to finish the 9th. All happening in the 9th. It's 87 for 6. Now, 18 required off the last over. Or at least it brings it bit more into the zone of possibility.
Well, you'd take 17. Yeah, if you can get it to a gone ball, you take it with both hands. They started ahead. They fell behind, the old DNA worm this time. But if they get it back ahead, they will win.
Yeah, so they're going back to the last over in the first innings. Remember, there was a 5 penalty runs plus 11.
That 5 penalty runs could
so
be a huge moment.
Basically like 16 off the last over. That's why they're so close here, because they were actually 88 after 9.
17 for a golden ball, 18 for the victory, 6 balls to come.
Gagandeep with the last over.
Oh,
can't run.
It's unbelievable keeping.
And he tries to go leg side here. Senaratne resisted that urge for the first couple of deliveries. It's funny how you tend to go back to your strengths in the big moments.
Just nerves, isn't it?
He tries to drag that.
Got to get Ahmed on strike.
Can he blast one here?
He cannot, Vinny. They got to run. You got to take a risk. Got to get Ahmed on strike. This one's almost over now. 2 dot balls. We've seen it a few times.
Credit to the bowlers. I mean, their bowlers are the ones that start it, and he does get in that offside channel. Not really attacking the stumps. Knows that's the strength of Senaratne.
Almost all she wrote. Got to get a boundary this ball. Run. Yeah, I like it because he misses. So they should have done that the first ball. Oh,
out.
That's out. I reckon that's out. Run out. Well, I'll tell you what. He was dawdling. He was asleep.
Senaratne he needs...
Senaratne's on a morning stroll to meeting point.
He's feeling depressed, but they could have used this run, you see. He's going to be gone here.
That is such bad cricket. I'm sorry. There's no other way to say it.
He's still grieving that he's missed 3 in a row. And, yeah, just runs out of puff. And pretty alert stuff from Gagandeep to take the bails.
He was on a morning stroll to the beach. He was calmer than calm. Yeah. So that's run out. They don't get that run. I guess it wouldn't have mattered too much.
Maybe not. I mean, they have changed the strike. That's what you would say. So the old classic keeper bowler run out. Keeper grabs the points for missing the stumps. And so Senaratne, he just needs to go find Daryl Cullen's therapist and have a good lie down on the couch. He's already thinking, how did I miss that? What's going on? And then he forgets. Hold on. Still got a job to do here.
Well, hit down into the ground. That means it's basically all she wrote. They should double back for a 2.
Yeah, at least it goes to the bowlers.
Run out again. It's unselfish cricket to get Ahmed back on strike, but it's the way it's played.
Riley goes without facing a ball, but that was the play.
Diamond duck, Vinny. Diamond duck.
Diamond duck, but I mean, they had to kind of go, didn't they? What do they need now? Yeah, lots.
So
I
if
think
they...
I actually think that makes it 17
Oh, it's
off
over.
2.
So, but Vinny, if you do bring in the diamond ball, you never know. Maybe one for the future.
Like a double scoring ball.
Well, you'd take it now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, the issue with that is I don't like the theory of being able to score more runs.
I've got one
than
for
the
you.
team.
Hat-trick of run-outs coming here. Shot, over cover. Will he get round to it? He does. Is the hat-trick of run-outs on? No,
Fumbles.
they're not going to go for 2. Just the single.
Yeah, so poor Roma CC. They are going to fall short again. They're going to fall to a 1-3 record. That really opens up this group.
They're in danger of later today being in a perilous position.
Yeah, no matter what happens, really. Whether one team wins both or the series is split this afternoon between the 2 teams below them. So anyway, we'll get one chance to get a look at Kulatunga.
All the 8s. Big appeal, gone. He's gone for a golden duck. Well, he'll have to mosey on off, as that is a tame end. It just wasn't for him. Look at this, full straight, pitching on. If it's pitching on, it's out.
Yeah.
Marginal, tough to tell for us.
Maybe umpire's call on the pitch, but regardless, the score stays grounded. In fact, they end up with 89 for 9. And so, yeah, just the wheels falling off at the end. They lose 3 wickets in the last over. They only scored 2 runs in the last over. And, well, I'd say Roma CC, they come up empty-handed here on the Wednesday morning. But how about Royal Roma? They are 6-0. They have to still play 2 matches against Rome Bangla Morning Suns. But the team's only won 2 of their group matches last time. Maybe still 1 or 2 smokies to come back in the finals. At the moment, they're up and about, and they thoroughly will enjoy their day off. I'm sure about that.
Yeah, they will enjoy it. 6-0. There's plenty to smile about. Let's have a look at the highlights. It started with this catch, and what a beautiful catch, Chakadi Fati style, and the first wicket going down.
And so, yeah, it started 4-4 wicket, didn't it? Maragi had to go. Rahed Ahmed came and started with a good one, but then was a bit sluggish on the way through. And, well, ultimately, it's the same old story. A couple of wickets went down. Heknela Goda was a bit of a key for a while, but he couldn't get past 21. He got yorked by Rajvinder Singh. And Samara Kun, again, not a great day at the office for him. Just coming up with scores of 0 and 2. He holed out pretty tamely to backward point. And just nothing running for Roma CC. But take nothing away from Royal Roma. I mean, remember, they were the team that won the final against Roma CC last year. And, well, they have certainly taken the honours this morning in both matches. Nice running catch by Umar Shazad to his left. And ultimately, you know, we saw, again, the value, I think, of runs on the board. And for sure, Roma CC changed the way they play, searching for that target. It doesn't really work out for them. I'd like to see them winning the toss and batting first in the next game. We will see them again, of course. And yeah, they're a team that they definitely have a long way to improve
Yeah, they've got
this week, but I mean, they do have the potential to do that.
Yeah, they've got the potential. They've shown that they can clear the boundaries like that shot there, but the batting group does need a little bit of work, a little bit of cricket IQ. This was a nice caught and bowl, good stats patter.
And here's the thing, Roma CC, they've got a bit of a more friendly draw. They've got Roma Capinelli tomorrow afternoon. They've got...
I think Capinelli beat them.
They've got Kent Lanka. Well, based on current form, you know, you're probably right. But I mean, like I say, I've seen this team play better cricket, and they know that they are. This kind of sums it up as Setaratne gets caught short and just has to wander off and have a think about life. Well, cricket's a cruel game sometimes with that sport. And ultimately, they were to fall, as was Kulatunga late on. LBW, marginal one. Umpire liked it. As he was the 9th wicket to fall. They finished 89 for 9. Again, exactly 15 runs the margin, just like it was in the first match. So consistent from Roma CC, but not consistent in the way they wanted to be. Coming up, we have Roman Capinelli versus Kent Lanka. This is actually starting 10 minutes behind schedule. Just a few logistics to work out in the meantime in the changeover. So this match will be starting in around about 15 minutes time right here on the European Cricket Network. You can see few good performers for Roma Capinelli, Samir Ali, as well as Dane Kirby. I've liked his week so far. Ejaz, week's good for some runs and also can contribute with the ball. I like the leg spin of Hamza and a native Italian, Michele Martini. As for Kent Lanka, well, the Fernandos will feature there. Sajith and Nicolo Fernando. And nice to see Danushka Takiri Yadura in the lineup despite taking that blow to the face yesterday. Urosh Vikmuthi, well, he was incredible because he took a catch yesterday, and if there were fantasy points for backflips, he would be at the very top of the tree. So join us for that game in around about 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. As we look at the scorecard, 105 for victory, well, included the 5 penalty runs, of course, that they conceded, Roma CC. And it was a promising start from Maragi, but he went 4-4 out. Ekna Lagoda made it to 21 before he was bowled. Rahat Ahmed, 29, not out. And he tried to steer them home, but just didn't get a lot of help, did he? Samaragi played a couple of nice shots in his 11, but he couldn't stick around any longer. Ran out of partners in the end, ran out of time. Again, pretty disciplined stuff from Royal Roma, only giving away the 5 wides and a bye in the innings. And once again, the margin, just like match 9, was 15 runs. So, excited to see match 11 and 12, the afternoon session, where we'll see 1 or maybe 2 teams open their ECN accounts in the wins column. Join us then, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Ruckers with me. Hope you're enjoying the day. We're halfway through day 3. We'll see you shortly back here on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. It's the afternoon session of Day 3, FanCode European Cricket Series action. It's the biggest series in the world of cricket and really in most of sport on planet Earth, as it does run 10 months through the season. And at the moment, it's our Italian summer adventure. 5 weeks in Italy through July. This is the middle of week 4. And we are heading into matches 11 and 12 this afternoon. Roma Capitale and Kent Lunker. 2 teams without a win on ECN. Roma Capitale, they are now 0-8 lifetime, and Kent Lunker 0-10. But let's see which team gets to open their account in this match. News from the toss, Kent Lunker winning the toss. They've decided to bowl, so Roma Capitale will be opening up. And see exactly who they send out, but I would be surprised if it wasn't Sumer Ali and Dane Kirby. They may think about sending out Zaran Ijaz as an opener and dropping Sumer Ali to 3. But whatever they do, they'll want to put a good score on the board. Kent Lunker looked dangerous yesterday. Bit unlucky not to walk away with any points. They really pushed Royal Roma in that last game of the day. But, well, new day. And so we'll see exactly what we get out of these 2 teams. Looking forward to it. So the bat versus ball wall saying Kent Lunker 7-run favourites. So not a lot between these 2. And that's the general consensus. There's Dane Kirby, originally from Melbourne in Australia. He's lived here for quite a few years and just having a friendly chat with Danushka Tigiriadura. And he's a man who was keeping yesterday. When he took a pretty nasty ball to the face, he has recovered well enough to have the gloves today. So that's nice to see. Certainly wishing him all the best. It's also Prasanna Tigiriadura in the lineup. It's a pretty handy left-arm spinner. So I think it'll be interesting. 2 teams will be desperate to get their first points on ECN. And whoever doesn't win this game, they'll be doubly desperate, I think, in the second game of the day. Well, there's another really quite impressive head of hair on the opening bowler, Kaminda Karuna Nayaka. So let's get rolling here in match 11. Played away and run. First up, it is Sumer Ali out there. And he starts with his angle. He's looked good when he's clicked, but he probably hasn't batted long enough for his liking in this series so far. And now we'll get to have a look at Dane Kirby. I like the elevation of him to the top of the order. Gone for a long on for him in a deep square leg. He does like to go over mid-off if he gets something pitched up. He won't be going after that because that's very well wide of the off stump and called. Great to have your company, whether you're watching on FanCode in India, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. You can jump into the live chat anytime you like. If you want to have any discussions with us, any questions, any comments. Got to admit, a lot of people are jealous of the job that we get to do here at ECN. I can understand that. It's hit hard, and well, that's really well handled by Hirosh Vimukthi. Well, that was a stop, probably good enough to do a backflip. We won't see it just yet. Well, yesterday, he provided a viral moment, taking a catch, discarding the ball, discarding the hat, and doing a perfect bat flip, which included a little fist bump. Kirby goes back and gets off the mark with a single. So, yeah, people are often jealous of us, and I can understand that, and I take that with a grain of salt all the time. But I'm also jealous of any of you that are working a job today that is in a climate-controlled environment, maybe some sort of office job, which you don't think is tremendously exciting. I think I would trade the cube in for a cubicle. Maybe 22 degrees, 24 degrees. Currently, it's pretty hot. Sumer Ali, oh, he punches this nicely behind point. Might have been knocked down a little bit, so it won't go to the boundary. Pretty good shot for 1. So only single so far off Karuna Nayaka. Yeah, so a bit of discussion about what temperatures everyone's rooms are controlled at. Do have a little bit of a cooling breeze, I suppose. We're up to 33 and climbing, I think, in the middle, closer to 36, 37, 38. Nice to see Chris Smith in the chat. gone. Goes straight through him. And Kirby can't deal with this one. Straightens down the line. Krutanaka strikes early. Roma Campanelli lose there first. It's 4 for 1. So yeah, you see this one just comes back. It was a little inside edge as well. And so it is the first wicket. Kirby, he's beside himself. But you'll have to get somebody else to pick up the slack as he is dismissed in the very first over. So now we'll have to see who can replace Kirby. See this one. Yeah, I can see what he's thinking there. He wants to go over mid-off. It's normally a fairly safe shot, but just a little bit of movement, I think, from the left arm. That's what makes him so dangerous. So it is the first wicket, 4 for 1. And this will bring Kevin Kakulawala to the crease. We called him Rambo. We've got the battle of the hairs now because we've got Karuna Naika bowling to Kakulawala. Last ball of the over. Now, respect between the two men. We almost have a run-out chance. They'll scramble through for a single. End of the first over. The score is 5 for 1. Corey Rucker's joining me back. And Corey, how much did you enjoy that delivery?
So much. If you like silky hair, shampoo and conditioner, then you're going to enjoy that contest. But you'll also enjoy this. You can follow Mr. Maximo 50s there on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. And for me, Corey Ruckers on Twitter and Facebook, and on Instagram, CRuckers_28.
We'd love you to follow European cricket as well.
And if you get your question in the next 5 minutes on my Instagram messenger, I will answer any question.
I like it.
5 minutes.
My phone's overheating. Okay, so send
on
Corey
Instagram.
a message on Instagram. He will check it and he'll address it. So for all of our viewers, you can get in on the action. Even the viewers watching on the subcontinent, you can't get in the YouTube live chat.
This is the one time it's okay to slip into someone's DMs. I will allow it.
Robot asking what's the 28 for Corey. Well, I think it's your birthday, isn't it? And your lucky number?
Yeah, 28. Born on the 28th of May and worn that in my cricket career.
Yeah, you wore it in the ECL 19, I remember.
Yeah, good memory.
All right. Take down.
We touched on. You didn't really have a number that resonated.
23 is my number. That's my birthday.
And well,
I share it with a few.
I think
a few people.
And I believe it's a family member of yours' birthday today. So congratulations, Vinny.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a big Dutch thing, actually. I'll tell you in a second.
Okay. Pulled away. This is the Volcano bowling now.
Oh, love
Sajith Fernando.
Love and rush. In Holland, it's a massive. It's customary. So let's say it's your birthday.
Yeah.
You go around and congratulate everyone. So if I'm your friend and it's your birthday, someone would say congratulations to me as well.
Oh, really?
There's just.
So hold on. Who's getting credit? Who's getting congratulated? Anyone who knows the birthday person.
Basically, everyone's involved.
That
it's a
sounds
whole.
great.
Yeah, it's quite a nice thing.
Robot keeps coming up with the questions, and I do have an answer to the next one.
That might be out. Oh, I tell you what, that must have been close.
He just flicked the pad, though.
Yeah, but did you see where his front foot planted? Unless it's height, Vinny, he went right across his stumps.
All right, let's have a look. You're right, it's a long way across.
I tell you, height's the only thing.
It's just one of those things where the pad's on the move, and there's just a couple of little elements of doubt that start to creep in, but maybe height as well.
Only height would save you there.
Tall man, strong man. Look, the other question, why only 5 O's in Maximo? It's because the 6th O belongs to cricket.
Because the 6th O is silent.
It doesn't exist, it's invisible. Go straight through him here.
Oh, we nicknamed this man the Volcano,
and
there's a reason. Because when he erupts big. The big orange outfit, that is an absolute jaffa.
Yeah. Tell you what, enjoyed watching Kent Lake last night. They were very expressive, weren't they? Cimarelli's a pretty good batter. Not easy to go through him like that.
Well, someone slipped into my DMs, Vinny. I'll get it after this ball. We've got the first one.
Well, where's the wind come from? It's decubing us. He tries to pull this and misses it. I think we're getting uncubed here.
I hope not, because that means we're in the sun.
This
All of a sudden, are we sitting in a mini tornado?
Well, last year, let me tell you last year, we had to delay a match for 30 minutes because there was a very quick windstorm, no rain, windstorm, and everything blew over. The sight screens, everything that wasn't nailed down, which is pretty much everything. We had stubs blowing over, everything. I hope we're not in for one of those here. Last ball the over for Volcano. Shows him the back, but I think this is also going high. So bowled a very good over there. Only goes for 1 in the end. And so the score at the end of 2 is 8 for 1.
Vinny, it's blown up. I've got questions everywhere. You ready? I'm going to start telling you. First one from Alex White. How do I get a job as a commentator in T10? Sorry, Alex, that's my job. You can't have that. Next
Cool.
one.
Quick
Raz
fire.
Pipile. Please give me some match information. No, can't do that. Just enjoy what you're watching.
To be honest, we give you so much match information on the website, EuropeanCricket.com. There's nothing that we can tell you that's not there.
Yeah, exactly.
So just go to the match preview.
Preview.
I mean, it's actually pinned to the chat.
Do I like domination cricket, percentage cricket, or a T20 game? I love T10. I'm all about
Domination
T10.
cricket.
Yeah, he's calling T10 domination cricket. This is from Say Ram.
What a great name.
That's pulled away to deep forward square for a single. So Say Ram has asked what I like. I like the T10 format over T20.
Domination cricket. Keep going.
Sachin asks, when will ECN in Spain? We are at Cartama in September.
It'll be in September, October for the ECC.
September, October, ECC.
And we should have an ECS in Barcelona
November.
in November as well. Good quick fire questions. If my phone wasn't overheating and not working.
Yeah, this is good. I've got a lot have flown in actually. It's actually worked.
This is Karuna Naika. He's coming back for his second over.
Okay. How old am I? I am 33. Recently turned
Real
33.
age or
33.
public age? Okay.
Well, VPAX does. How was the league found, and how did it start? Well, if you type in,
Great, and I can put it.
well, I can send it to him actually.
Yeah, go on.
I'll,
Send us the link.
I'll send you the link. You'll get a reply from me. Hello.
The article and the video. So we haven't put it in.
I've got the link somewhere.
Yeah.
I'll send him the
I
link.
can send you a link as well.
There you go, and then you can send that round to your friends. I'm assuming this is someone from India.
We had a really good write-up on the Australian Broadcasting Corporation.
There you go. I've sent you the
ABC.
link. He's got it already. Short, play and miss.
I'll put that in the chat for anyone that might be joining us today that wasn't aware. It's been away for a few days.
Also, another question, Siddharth. How can I join your commentary team? Unfortunately, at the moment,
A lot of people that are getting in touch with us just to replace us.
Also,
is that concerning?
would we ever do a T10 in Asia? Well, I think one thing we
Hello,
say as
Tarek.
a company is the sky is always the limit.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I think that eventually ECN abroad will be a thing. Oh, that carries, you know. And didn't have too much more to give after he put in the big dive there. That's the Danu one. So Kikuliwala survives. Another battle of the hair here in the third over.
Yep, half a chance.
I like these Ask Us Anything. Bit of
Okay,
random
next,
questions. Quick fire questions.
Good
this
question from Harshal. Corey, I know European cricket's in the development stage. Wouldn't it be better to give these players a chance at a longer format, such as 20 overs one day, to improve their technique and play more technical shots than T10? Good question.
They do. That's probably what I would say. They do.
Yeah, good question.
It's not that TV friendly.
My answer to that is, in the T10, you can still play cricket shots. We watched Baba Hussain last week in Bologna. I hope, Harshal, that you watched. He was the most technical player, and he was the best. So you can bat technically in T10.
I would put a caveat in that. They play lots of T20 cricket. This isn't the only cricket they play during the season. And why don't we tell about T20 cricket in club level? Just not as action-packed. We can't get as much action in the day, and we want people to watch it. It needs to be popular for us to survive. 3 overs down into the power play, and they get the wicket to Kirby. And the score is 12-1 after 3. Keep going, Corey.
Yeah, I've got plenty of floating. Question from Ashwin. Hi, Corey. Tell us something about Max O'Dowd's unusual back lift. Well, Max
O'Dowd, hairstyle.
Yeah,
okay.
Max O'Dowd changed his bat lift a few years ago. It just felt comfortable. It felt right in his hands. He still gets into the right zone. So for kids out there, if it feels right, do it.
And also, it's one thing that he did as an adult, right? So it's not something he grew up doing. It's something that he developed and incorporated into his game. He already had those building blocks of seeing the ball and playing the shots.
I sent the video to VPAX. He said, thank you very much. I'm loving the commentary. He's going to go watch that now. I've got a message from James Cantor. If you end up straight down on the other side of the world, where would you end up? if we dig
The
from here?
Antipodes. I thought the message from James Cantor might be get off your phone.
I've got 5 new ones in. Well, maybe this is how we do it.
Yeah, my phone wasn't.
Well, this is my favourite one. Bubblineth. How old is Mr. Maximo? He looks 55.
Close enough.
I'll
Dog ears.
screenshot that one. That's famous.
George Clooney's 55, isn't he? Something like that. The Antipodes of Rome, Italy. You'll like this, James, is Waitangi, the Chatham Islands, New Zealand.
Is that the opposite of where we are now?
Just says Waitangi, Chatham Islands, New Zealand. So maybe, it's somewhere
I've got
in
a lot
that
of
region. So it's I can see it here. Waitangi is the closest city to their point, which is actually in the ocean.
Fernando time.
So you'd be wet, basically, James.
Single. I've got a question from you. Tell Mr. Maximo, I watch his previews, I love it. Is Mr. Maximo Indian?
I am half Indian.
Half Indian?
Yeah, by birth. My father was born in the north of India.
Well, this is how we get the questions in. They flew in.
Yeah.
I need a breath.
Nico Fernando comes in and gets launched, and you're going to have a hard time finding that ball. Maximo Kakula Walla. He Kakula Wallas it over deep mid-wicket out of the ground.
Well, we've heard good things about this man. This is the first time we've been able to see him really get one out the middle. Good batting and really impressive. Albert Motby, do the bats need to be regulation size? Yes. Oh, he's asking, can these lads use bigger bats? Albert, no, all regulation size.
We don't need them, hey? Judging by that last shot.
Yep, single to the leg side. Little fumble. They'll think about 2. They go. There could be a run out, Vinny.
Throw lying down, though. It's never going to be easy.
Was there really a tornado here last? Because things are blowing sideways all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's nice to see him deal with some of these conditions. You've had it pretty easy so far, except for the microwave-like conditions on day 1. Nicola Fernando played for Pianoro last year in the ECS.
Well bowled. Single. Question from Surin. Why is ECS not using normal pitch instead of carpet pitch? Because of the amount of cricket, we can't look after a turf pitch. It's almost impossible. We play a lot.
There aren't too many turf pitches in Europe, right? There's a couple in Netherlands, right?
Oh, absolutely, but not many around Europe.
I think there's one in Denmark, or there was some in Spain. But the other thing is, we're playing so much cricket. If you're going to play 8 to 10 hours a day on a wicket, the pitch is going to be terrible. And sometimes we only have a few minutes. You wouldn't be able to maintain it even in between innings, right? It'd be a mess. So
Go Hill asks. I've watched this ball from Nicolo first.
He likes this keeper, but I'm not believing it. Takiri Adura. Nice to see him wearing a helmet today. Good idea.
No, that's safe. Never lifts it. Go Hill asks.
Oh, hold on. Second time?
No, I don't think so.
Still no.
Okay. One native European player should play in every team. He thinks, well, there's 2 playing in this game.
Yeah, got heaps. Take your pick. I mean, also, it depends. I mean, some places, they have them, some they don't. And also, guess what? Sometimes native European players, you might not know who they are because a lot of them are born in the country. This is a thing.
Sandeep Chopra, big fan, Corey and Vinny. Keep shining. You're the best. Thank you, Sandeep.
I love that there's a mixture of people saying we're doing a good job and a mixture of people saying, how can we do your job?
Yeah. Sachin has said, I'm coming to Cardamom from India to watch the ECC this year.
Loving that. We'll
Welcome,
definitely
Sachin.
say hello.
Well, I think that's how we sneak into our FanCode viewers because they can't talk in the YouTube chat, but they can slip into the DMs.
Loving it. So, yeah, that was a nice little interlude. I love the quick-fire nature of those as well. 24 for 1 after 4. Nicolo Fernando's over, ends up going for 13. And Mike was saying he missed your tag. I'm not going to put that in the chat for you, is it? Is it C Rutgers _28? Am I saying that right?
Yep. _28.
Yep. For more random questions. Quick fire questions, those, yeah. And so, yeah, this one thing that you did bring up in there is that ECS is kind of a showcase of European cricket, but it's not all of European cricket, right? There's 20 over comps, there's 30, 40 over, 50 over comps in some places. There's going to be a 2-day unlimited game in Portugal this weekend, the Kendall Cup. Start of a new over.
Pulled down the ground.
Says Shaminda. Yeah, so, but this is the format to kind of showcase it to the world and also to, within Europe, kind of show people that there is cricket and kind of try and develop in that way.
I've got one last legitimate question that I promise I'll answer.
I'd love to see the illegitimate questions.
A question about, will the Spanish squad be similar to the T20 squad? And the answer is it won't be similar. There'll be some names you recognise, but also I think maybe 4 to 6 debutants.
Okay.
Want to try a couple things out.
That's good. Looking forward to seeing it. Picks it up eventually, but throws it. Well, this probably could have been out, and he's almost taken out the bowler, Shaminda.
Didn't he hit the? Did that hit the bowler in the leg?
Yeah, but
Did he not even react?
he's made a stone because then
Hit the
batter.
batsman's. Oh,
Yoish. So yeah, take that. At least it didn't hit him in the hair. Kakulawala. Pace on kind of delivery. Oh, I love this. But Nico tries to get fancy here. He wasn't even in a position to throw it, so he tries to blindly flick. Tries to flick it to the fielder next door instead of throwing it in. Just forgot to tell the fielder it was coming his way.
hi.
Pitches up. Yeah, that's gone. You can see that one later. Maximo Kakulawala. Well, he's come out and he's hit a couple of balls in the middle of the bat today. Now he's coming off a century in the longer format. Didn't quite happen for him yesterday, but that was beautifully struck. 6 more.
Yeah, lovely shot. Gets a little bit of lift and clears mid-on pretty comfortably. 6 runs. And he's coming good today, isn't he, Vinny?
Yeah, sure is so far. Last ball before the mini drinks break here. Dave S. saying, what was yesterday all about? The flip celebration, 5 penalty runs for the hat, and the keeper getting smashed in the mouth. There was a lot going on yesterday. Doesn't need to do that when he keeps smacking down the ground. I don't think so anyway. So it's the end of the 5th over. The players have a quick drink. The score is 32 for 1. So once again, very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Corey, nice job on
Great
the
to have you here so far today.
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable. And yeah, it's nice to touch on a few different issues quickly. Kakulawala is a player we're enjoying seeing at the moment, but it's a nice way to engage with the viewers. And we do have viewers all around the world, right?
Well, I think it's our FanCode viewers in India. I wish we could have a bit more interaction with you. So if you ever want to ask your questions, please feel free. Can they hit the like button on YouTube?
Potentially.
Get on there. We need to get to 300,000.
YouTube, again, is slightly... I'm not quite sure how anything works. It changes all the time. But what I will say is, yeah, if you can subscribe to the channel, even if you can't see all the videos, I think you can still normally see the highlights videos. You can see the player of the match videos and things like that. And they're a great way, if you are playing fantasy cricket, for example, to get a look at the players and not just rely on the statistics. People talk about previews and all these things and who will win and who is favourite, all those things. We try and give you as much information as possible. Yep. So the teams are out. You'll see the fantasy dashboards when they're known. You can go to our website and have a look at the match preview. Their bat versus ball wall kind of uses computer-generated predictions to give you an idea.
It's like a giant ball coming at you. This is how windy it is, everyone. As soon as I let go, boom, it is blowing sideways all of a sudden.
Weird thing is, if you look around the ground, the flags are all going in different directions. So it shows you that it's just going, it's going all around the place. But yeah, players have had a quick drink. Still pretty hot out here, but the breeze, I think, is welcome. 33 is what I've got at the moment. And Keanu, just touching on something which I noticed this morning. Italy through to the next round of qualifiers after beating...
Honestly, talk about an easy group. My word, they got the best draw you could imagine. Keanu, you know that as well. If you know European cricket, one of the great draws you could get after not making the Soccer World Cup, Football World Cup. Maybe they needed that.
Well, maybe positive will be that we'll get a few more eyeballs on the cricket. Nico Fernando coming back for his 2nd over. Zuma Ali just cannot get going here. 5 off 13. Make that 14. It's a good player. Nigel Faulkner saying Corey is easily pleased. Well, how did you know?
How did he get a moderator tag? Take that away from him.
Good on you, Nigel. Good to have you with us. By the way, we should talk about the 5 runs for the hat. That was in the Roma Campanelli game yesterday. That did get fixed in the break because the hat wasn't discarded on purpose. So, yeah, even though the ball was thrown into the hat, it wasn't penalty runs. So it was given originally, but then after clarification and looking at the laws, it was taken away correctly.
Another team where left arm off spin's working. Ali, well, maybe he feels like we're playing a different format at the moment, Vinny.
Yeah, just trying. It's just not happening. It's weird because he's looked good at times, and Kakulawala looked terrible yesterday, even though he can clear his combat. But now it's been reversed today. Kakulawala hitting his straps, but when I say hitting his straps, they're only going to run a ball through this innings. Launched, leg side, and gone. That's Maximo. 6 runs. Special K, he's delivering. And that one's halfway up the dirt track. Be careful, don't fall into the olden days. 6 more to Roma Capinelli.
Well, maybe move into the olden days. And here's a nice shot for 6. He's got going today. He struggled yesterday, but he's found his rhythm now.
So tell me why, because Italy's ranking, what is it, in the 30s?
So you had, no, they're in the 20s. They're like 26,
Okay.
I believe. I haven't looked in a while. Last year, Denmark, Jersey, Germany, and Italy played in the regional qualifier. Jersey and Germany went through. They've just gone to the global. And Italy and Denmark got sucked down back into the pool. Now, this goes on rankings, but the ranking system from the ICC's, how can I put this somewhat correctly?
You're going to make some more enemies.
No, I'm not. It's just a bit different.
Right, I'm going to ask you again after you had 30 seconds to think, but this is going to be slashed away. Kakulawala moves to 30, and yeah, he's just trying to get something going in this innings. They move up into the 40s. Corey, the thing about you, and I love it, you do tend to say what's on your mind.
So the ranking systems doesn't give justice to where some teams are and where some teams should be.
So you think, I mean, the ranking system isn't necessarily reflective of where teams are at?
Not even close. For example, when I don't mean this to my Romanian friends, but they were 38th in the world for a while. They are not even close to that. Sorry. Sorry, it sounds harsh, but it's just
opinion?
true.
You're an elite coach in the system?
So then you get a bit of luck with the draw, and that's what happened. That is absolutely crunched. 6 runs. Well, Kukawalawa, he's looking really good today,
Well,
Vinny.
now he's looking more like a guy that's coming off 100, isn't he? And I think he's just thrown his inhibitions away. And he takes Nico deep again over the leg side.
We called him Rambo with that beautiful long hair, and he's showing it today, 49 for 1 after 6.
Well, he's firing. I mean, even if they could scrape an 80 together, we saw that can be competitive. Kent Lanka, a little bit inconsistent with the bat at times, that's for sure.
I got a question. Do you think we'll ever bring in T10 ranking system?
Probably.
That would be cool.
Probably, if it continues to be
Well, we're the only
paid so much.
We're the only T10 international comp in the world.
Yeah, true. That's an honour as well. There's the teams. You see Bertoni into the side, native Italian for Roma Capinelli in this game. They've also got Michelle Moratini, so people don't want to see some native Italian players. There you go. And the other thing is, like I say, there's native European players that may not look European, but they are. They're born there. They're just as Italian or European as anyone else. High chance. Should be caught. Shaminda will take it. And so, the end of Samir Ali, I think he's happy to go because he just could not get moving. Kekulawala's covered him to an extent, but he goes for 6 off 17. And the 7th over starts with a wicket, 49 for 2.
Unfortunately, you just have days at the office where it doesn't go well. And for Ali, it was one of those days. We know he's a good player. We've seen some good performances from him before, but today, just not his day.
Just keeps compounding when you're in a hole and you try harder to get out of it. He couldn't. So an opportunity for Zarian Ijaz. Now, one thing that is true, I mean, they're a little bit behind where they want to be run rate wise, but they do have plenty of wickets in hand. So these guys can really come out and play their shots.
Yeah, absolutely.
So cricket's a funny game like that. I mean, you take a game like tennis, for example. Tennis, you get to hit so many balls. You probably go through phases in the match where you play well and sometimes where you don't. Some days where you are and some when you're not. Cricket can be a bit like that as well. Some days don't have it. The difference with cricket is your day can be pretty short. You don't get your chance to work your way back into it. Shaminda. Ijaz launches him, and he's going to get 4 first up. Well, he's probably thinking after that shot that Samir Ali could have departed a couple of overs ago, because that'll bring up the 50. It's a pretty good kind of semi-slog sweep. It's probably what I'd call it. Half drive, half sweep. But he whacks it just about a metre inside the boundary, and that put his teammates under a bit of attack.
Yeah, nice shot first ball. He gets going straight away. They need him to. I will correct myself. Italy are 29th.
Okay.
My apologies.
I thought they were low 30s. So yeah, 29. Yeah, I think T10 is a good format to get a lot of teams playing together and playing a lot of matches.
I want a T10
once.
ranking system now.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, that would be great.
Probably already do one. So it bounces a bit more than he thinks. You know, one hopper. And, thinks about putting the ball through the bowler, but then decides to just bounce it in.
Well, what team? What is there a group coming up in the ETC that you think's the group of death?
It's hard to say. No one. The one group that we say is unusual, not if it's a group of death or not, is that Group D. There's no.
Oh!
Goodbye.
That is absolutely massive. What a shot. 6 runs and gorgeous batting.
Kagulawala turning it on here, and he'll move into the 40s. And he has been in pretty good form. And domestically, we know that. And that's his 5th big 6. And so, well, he's trying to get things moving and succeeding quite a few times for Roma Capinelli.
Well, he hit that. That was Rambo style. Sylvester Stallone, the long head, that went miles.
Time goes offside, doesn't quite get to it, so he'll get one.
Looks an organised player today. Yesterday he was all at sea.
Yeah, I think sometimes first time in the format, some players take a bit of time to settle. But I think he's just a bit more clear-minded today. Not trying too many things. Just hitting good cricket shots for the most part.
Yep.
Ejaz started with a bang himself. Goes straight, doesn't quite get it. But it's going to be a long chase and a pretty good chase. Does well to stay inside the boundary. And so they will hustle back. They think of another one.
Tell you what, Sajith the Volcano moves pretty well for a big man. Look at this, tracking to his left. Great fielding.
Yeah, so that will take us to the end of the over. Yeah, you're right. Moving quick there. So 7 overs have elapsed. And yeah, this is something that we're super excited about at the moment as well. Portugal are coming up. And 5 teams will take part in that night series. It starts tomorrow, Corey.
Yeah, I'll be tuning in. As soon as I finish here, I'll go home, put this straight on the telly. Absolutely.
I know that Charlie Hunt is waiting. We've got the defending champions, Marlow. So we're in Portugal a bit earlier in the year. We got to see 10 teams there earlier in the year. We have the top 5 at the moment in the T20 setup who are taking part over 2 weeks. So hang around after ECS is finished, and when it gets dark, the Portuguese will come out to play. The FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal starting tomorrow. Keanu's looking forward to it. I've got to say, I am too. Something to flick on the TV when we get home. Might even jump in the chat when I can. Not always easy. We're often lurking because try and organise things like getting back to the hotel, grabbing our dinner and things like that. But maybe, hey, they could steal the golden ball off us, you know. I just realised that.
Ooh. No, that's not good. That means we're going to get to 400 pretty soon.
Yeah, I just realised that'll get us there quicker. Because, you know, there's 4 games on Sunday. There's generally 2 games a night. There are a couple of days where there's more, 3 days of them all. This Sunday has 4, next Sunday has 3, and the Monday after that has 3 as well. There's a 32-game series in 14 days.
Oh, Mode. Absolutely crunched. Tell you what, a lot to like about his ball striking this innings, Vinny.
Yeah, and he's just playing this one on length. He moves to 49 of 20 balls, moving the needle. Oh, Kevin, he's absolutely crunched that.
Here's
Ooh,
Kevin.
Yeah. Well, he's been left home alone because nobody else has got now double digits.
It's the long hair. It's almost like a superpower, Vinny.
Yeah, they lost Dane Kirby for 1, lost Samir Ali
Man, this
for 6.
he's got plenty of time to hit something quite substantial, maybe even a 75 plus.
Well, put the big jinx on him there, haven't you? But
I don't believe in that. We've spoken about this.
me neither. What it is, I haven't told you about the commentator's curse, the science behind it.
No.
I'll tell you after this ball. Well, plays that on length, and he'll get that just over the field up. Maximo! A half century to Kevin Kakulawala of 21 balls. 7 big sixes in there, 1-4. And what an innings. And he's really brought this first half to life for Roma Capinelli.
Yeah, there's been something special about this innings. He stayed extremely still at the point of contact. Good batting, impressive to watch. And he's a bit of a mountain himself at the moment.
He's uncomplicated his batting from yesterday. That's the difference for me. There's plenty of time, you're right. It's just pretty hard. Almost takes out the umpire, but she does well to just sneak out the way. And I think that field has come a bit straighter now at long on.
Yeah, as we talk about that quite a lot, that position, Vinny.
Very good half century this. We talked about 80 being competitive. It looks like they'll get plenty more than that now. They get the value of hitting sixes.
I'm still getting messages flying. How many people in FanCode are watching, do you think?
Generally in the millions every day.
Unbelievable.
Short, turns on it, but finds the fielder. Out there, Ejaz will get a single.
I reckon you and I need to go out to India and just a little bit of a tour.
What's his security like?
No, we don't need security. We've got the fans. They're our security.
True. I love playing cricket in India in the streets. You'd love that.
I'd be
That's
sweeping.
proper cricket. You'd be out sweeping. That's one of my most memorable cricket experiences, I think. Playing game of street cricket. Just a real love of the game there. It's hard to describe. Kevin grabs it, smacks it, 6 more. Maximo, he's not done yet.
I'm mighty impressed. Watch how still he is. Picks the slow ball. See you later. He looks like a new man today. Look at the little flamboyance with the bat swing to end. This is gorgeous batting. Okay, Sylvester Stallone, Rambo. He has come back. I told you he'd come back, Vinny.
Yep. Here's Kevin.
Anyone watching at home, watch his setup. He is ridiculously still. His head's still, so his eyes are still, and he's got great extension of the hands.
So no one's gone magical.
And he cloths it.
That's okay. I mean, he'll get the strike back. I think that's pretty important at this stage. So he moves to 63, and the score's 85. Remember, he didn't even open. So the score's 85 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, magical innings. And yep, the robot saying street cricket is dangerous. Well, it is dangerous. Make sure the cars aren't on the road, but everyone loves a bit of backyard street cricket, don't they?
A delicate balance between bat and ball. I mean, people always say, oh, the bowling's terrible. I don't think it's so much that. It's just been some good batting, and then when the bowling's good, and
I thought you were
making runs, they think the batting's terrible.
I thought you were going to say delicate balance between cars in street cricket and playing with your friends in the neighbourhood.
That's true.
We used to play in the middle of the street always, and you'd have all the fields, and then a car would come, all right, guys, game off, game off. You'd run to the side, wait.
And yeah, that can end badly if those rules aren't adhered to, such as the oncoming batter should call car if he spots it while the ball's in play. Right, here's a guy. If he takes a wicket, we better be ready.
Oh,
this has been Mukti.
Is this our gymnast?
He's going to bowl the 9th over.
Universe, please. I shouldn't ask for this, but I want a wicket because I want to see a flip.
Kakulawalla's a big fish to get as well. He takes him over the leg side. First ball too short. Fielder thought he had a chance, but he didn't. Maximo, special 69 now to Kakulawalla.
Special innings from a special player. Once again, still as a dime. Doesn't move at all. Has that nice little flamboyant bat finish after he hits it.
Yeah, it's got a bit of swagger about him now.
I'm telling you, Vinny, if he faces 10 of the next 11 balls, you might as well start getting the century horn ready.
They were 11 of 3 overs. They had an 11-run power play. They've scored 80 since in 5.1 overs. Kevin fouls this onto himself. And they think of throwing. They don't. Just a single.
So Vermouth Key, he was the man yesterday. It took that catch at deep mid off and then all of a sudden blew our minds.
Mohammed Naeem Udin saying Kevin's batting is another level. But this is the thing. Sometimes it clicks, sometimes it doesn't. Just didn't click for him yesterday, but he's a very good player. That is part of the beauty of cricket. If everyone just played their best all the time, you know who the best were. Oh, Mukti hunting the stumps.
Oh, I want a wicket, Vinny.
You really want a wicket.
Do you think he's going to do it for when he's
when
he's bowling?
Oh, if he did it for a simple catch.
Well, hold on. So what did he do yesterday? Was it
Yesterday he took a catch at long off.
Yeah, but it was a cartwheel front flip?
It was, yeah. That wasn't really a cartwheel. It was just a, just like a front flip. Just.
Oh.
He's only going to get the one over here as well.
I know
He's bowling the ninth.
I know we shouldn't be biased, but I just want to see him get a wicket. Just to
Kulawala
see.
had a good run.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's going to bowl to Ejaz now. He's got 2 balls left.
You never know. I don't know if he'll do it after a wicket.
100%.
You reckon? I don't think you can do it twice.
He's got a good surf. He's got the pitch. He might even do a double flip. Oh, that would have hit the stumps as well. Anyway, well played, Ejaz. Party pooper. He moves to 10. And so one more chance to get Kulawala. And maybe, I know they can hear our commentary sometimes. I'll say this would be a huge wicket if he could remove Kulawala. Vimukti, potentially a match-winning wicket. Big moment. No one else has been able to remove him yet. Can Vimukti do it?
Oh,
almost.
you're kidding me.
Good slow ball. Tried my best. 9 overs down. 9 overs down. And the score now is 95 for 2.
Well, he got close. We're going to have to wait to see the tumbler a little bit later. That's not out. Last over of this first 10.
Well, he can still take a catch. And also, it's only the first match or 2 this afternoon.
He is going down to deep mid-on as well.
Not a terrible over, to be honest. I mean, he went for a 6 first ball, then just went for 4 singles and a dot. Mohammed Naeem Uddin saying, yeah, Vinny, that's right. Cricket is beautiful, but European cricket is crazy level. Well, that's what it's about. I mean, you couldn't really replicate these conditions because there's nothing quite like cricket in Europe and where cricket's at in Europe as well. So many different countries in a tight geographical area to be able to do things like the ECL, the ECC is pretty cool. Okay, they've decided to bring back Sajith Fernando, and he only conceded 1 in his first over, but he resisted the urge to bowl out then. He's kept himself for the end, and let's see if he can keep things quiet. Into the stumps. He dragged for 1. So Kulawala will get a chance, and this is a big matchup, isn't it? The Volcano coming into Special K.
Well, this is, we do enjoy the nicknames and the sort of people we meet on the run. We've got Rambo facing the Volcano. That's a mouth-watering contest.
I'm liking it. Blockbuster matchup. Oh, he almost ramps it onto his own stumps, and he's going to be run out.
Yeah.
I can tell you that from here. And Ejaz might as well keep walking. And so Kulawala gets a bit too funky against Fernando. You see here, I've got him out by a metre. That was just live and front on. Ball comes in. And maybe not a metre, maybe half a metre to 3/4, but still comfortably out. So nice work by the keeper, Takiri Adura. What do you think strategically there? I mean, missed out on the shot. Do you still go through for the run, or do you think there's more value in Kulawala keeping the strike?
No, you take every run. Take every run.
The score there was, it wasn't really a run, was it? Because they didn't make it.
Yeah, it didn't make it. If he did, though, you got to take every run. The shot was on as well. There's no 45, no fine leg. The wrong part about that, he actually tries to flick it.
Yeah.
You're meant to play it with basically a still bat and use the pace, but that's okay. He's batted pretty well so far.
Just a reminder, everyone in the live chat, and even those of you watching on FanCode, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you are watching our video, if you can, then hit the like button.
Well, bless you, Vinny. You swallow a fire. I'll call this one in. And it's been hammered. It's over the deep mid-wicket.
Is it?
Yes, it is. It's 6 runs.
Well, pardon me.
How was that fly?
The fly just came in, and good news for me is that the ball flew out of the ground. I'm fine. And guess what? The 100's up now for Roman Campanelli.
Yep, that's a nice cricket shot. Just enough on it. You can see he was on his tippy toes, but couldn't get there. That's why you take every run, because there's other batsmen that can perform.
All right, 3 to come. All right, trouble. Let's get 1 here. Hamza comes out and just whacks the 6 first ball.
That's
So, yeah, the run out doesn't hurt them too much.
No, you got to take every run, Vinny. This man is back on strike. The long-haired assassin.
Dave S saying that's my lunch.
No, well,
we
hope
actually
not.
have lunch ready to go.
Lunch is ready after these few balls.
Yeah, leaving you in a second to to grab something. Nice shot. He's going to get 4 here. And so he goes through the offside. Can't have him everywhere. He does get at 75. You said he had the potential to get a score like this. Well, he's really made a difference for Roma Campanelli in this innings.
Very impressive innings. Cricket strokes all around the ground. Beautiful batting. And it's been sensational to watch, to be honest.
It's been very, very good. All right, party time. I'd like to see him just sit and try and smack a 6. Don't get funky. He tries. Now, they'll probably get 2 here if they're quick, but they're going to have to be quick. Walla comes back, and now they're going to get 6.
No way!
Now they're going to get 6. So how about that? Forcing the throw. It was supersonic speed. And saves Carreras. A non-Maximo 6 to finish. The perfect finish for Kevin.
Why would he throw it so hard?
Well, it does go to the keeper's end, who's got gloves.
He's thrown it from about 8 metres away, Vinny, and he pinged it in. And it's a shocker.
Keeper also probably needs to try and block that. He watches it go. And if he wasn't going to stop it, I don't think anyone was. So they're going to finish with 6.
He gets to 81 in the end. Good for the average. 81 not out. What an innings.
Wow.
Well, look, he's going to get a massive applause from his teammates here, Vinny. 81 not out. Sensational batting. He can hold his head up high as he gets that big round of applause from his teammates. He looks exhausted, I can understand.
Yeah, so you can understand why. We'll talk about your bonuses. And so 81 off 31. What a finish. I don't think anyone was expecting that. 113, the final score. Bit of a slow start. Nice moment between those two players. Maybe just checking if Takiri Adura's okay. But Kirby wasn't, as he just got a little inside edge onto his stumps. And that would bring Rambo to the crease. And, well, he was in the mood for a fight. And his innings would define these 10 overs for Roma Campanelli.
Yeah, he was in the mood for a fight, and he won the fight hands down. He hit the ball to all parts. I love that little shimmy he does after he's made connection. Plenty of boundaries in the innings. An impressive innings. And he can hold his head up high. He had good support throughout as well. All the team chipping in here and there. They bowled all right, the spinners, but unfortunately they copped a little bit of tap, which they'll be disappointed about. And it was a couple of men, Ejaz and Hamza, that came in, tried to offer as much support as they could, but unfortunately lost a couple of wickets also. That was a big 6 over the leg side. You could see a little bit of tension in this game. The bowlers were a little bit nervous about where they could bowl to this man, because when you run into someone that's on such hot form, you sort of feel like you just got to, you're crawling up a long, long hill. And that's exactly what happened. This was a cheeky little run out right at the back end. And fortunately for him, just didn't make his ground, but good alertness from the keeper. And this brought out Hamza right at the back end. He smoked his first ball for 6, bit of a tape ball cricket shot that. Really impressive batting to get a 6 first ball. And then the last ball of the innings, well, it was a free, it was a gift. Free 6, basically. It was only going to be a 2. He then pinged it for 4. We could see it happening from a mile away. That takes Kukula all the way to 81 not out off 31. Considering Sumar Ali only made 6 off 17, this is a really impressive score. That basically means off 7 overs, they made 107. So that's an impressive batting card in the end. And for Kent Lanka, they'll still hope that they can chase this down. Let's take a look at the batting scorecard quickly. And it was the one-man show. And it was up, it was out, it was 81 off 31. As the guitar music in the background, they were pumped up. There it is again, 81 off 31. The second highest score, only 11. Not often you see a scorecard like that. Kevin Kukulawa, he was responsible for 76% of the runs. Mighty impressive. Let's go and look at the bowling scorecard now. And the bowlers, well, they bowled okay, but a couple of them got tapped around a bit. 1 for 8 for the man at the top, Kavinda Koronayaka. He bowled really well, only going at an economy of 4. Right at the bottom, the Muthki, the gymnast, none for 10. Not a bad over from him. And Fernando, Sajith Fernando. He'll open the batting, went at 9.5. They tried their best, but they couldn't stop Rambo Kevin, a sensational 81 not out. That takes us to the halfway stage. Someone will win their first ECS match, so join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company once again. More cricket. Cricket all the time. In fact, you'll get cricket all 7 days this week as we are starting in Portugal tomorrow night. There will be four matches on Sunday for you as well. And right now, very interesting game. It was a bit of a one-man army, wasn't it, in the first half for Roma Capinelli, who are taking on Kent Lanka. Two teams that have yet to experience a victory on the European Cricket Network. Kevin Kukulawala, a.k.a. Rambo, because of his hairdo, hit 81 of 31. What an innings it was. 9 big sixes, 2 fours in there, including, well, 4 overthrows off the last ball to take him up into the 80s. And they finished 113 for 3. So, yeah, it was crazy. 81 out of 113, some 72% of the runs off his bat. Anyway, here's the Italian stallion to open up Moratini. And it's a bit of a dance away and leave. To start off, this is Samara Namesh who's out there. He's opening up with Nicolo Fernando. Okay, interesting, they've decided Sajith Fernando isn't going to open in this game. Assuming we'll see him at number 3. So yeah, 114. I mean, it's not an unassailable target, but you just feel like all the momentum was going away from them. Kent Lanka. Oh, he makes it hard for himself. Dances to leg and just gets into the bat on this. Doesn't carry the point, just a single. I want to say a big thank you to everyone, to Lorena Prabhath and everyone, all the ground crew here at Roma CC for looking after us and giving us a healthy and nutritious lunch, which we were able to knock over in the break. Michelle Moratini is a really interesting story. Native-born Italian player. Picked up cricket, really loved it, and as a youngster we saw him playing in the under-19s for Italy. Sort of good strong action, good fielder. And he'll be wanting to remove Nico Fernando, who can be a very, very dangerous batter himself. As far as Kent Lanka go, it's all about just getting that 11 and over that they need to stay on course here. The wind playing a bit of havoc at the moment. It did pick up out of nowhere. A lot of stuff just blew over. So, Moratini, get a mulligan. Nico Fernando. First time we've seen him for Kent Lanka. I've seen him for Pianoro before. He loves his ECN cricket. Drives uppishly, but finds the gap, and I think that'll be 4. That was hit well enough to get there. So, not a half volley by any means. In fact, it wasn't a terrible delivery from Moratini. You see, he just plays that on length. Nice follow through into the gap and gets the first boundary of the chase. Federico Mento seems a bit surprised when I called Moratini a good fielder. Well, I think so. He provided me a fielding opportunity in the commentary box yesterday. Those of you watching yesterday might remember. Ball got hit into the cube. Full. Turned away to the leg side. Kirby's got this one covered. So just 6 so far despite that boundary. So, Patter's just having a quick chat here. Just keep an eye on that required run rate. Starting at 11.4 already, it's just crept up a little bit towards 11.6, but that's something that we're constantly looking at in these chases. Just gives you an idea how risky you need to be with the running and with the shot selection. Again, full, fairly straight, well bowled. He gets one more of those and he's out of the over. The last ball's the over, so important. They kind of can carry momentum through to the next over. I've got to say, his footwork's always backing away here. That's just something to watch. It's opening up the stumps for Moratini. I think he thinks he has a bit of a chance against Nimesh. Last ball the first. Again, gets himself in a bit of a muddle. So this will be the end of the over, 6 for no loss. Here again, Yorks himself comes down. I think this jumps up. I don't know how deliberate. There was an issue with him touching the ball with his glove off the bat here. You can see Nah, I think he's just taking his hand off the bat and there's incidental contact. So he had Mority interested, but it is 6 for no loss after 1. So 383 matches without a golden ball. We just had the realisation with Portugal starting tomorrow night, we might get to 400 potentially a bit quicker than we thought. Although, who knows? It just gives us more opportunity to have a golden ball as well. Will we hit the 400? It's a bit like watching Brian Lara bat at one stage. You never know, but there's a chance. Corey Ruckers is beside me once again. Corey, Italian Stallion coming through with a pretty good over. Roma Caponelli carrying the momentum through from the first innings. Here's Sumarali. So yeah, Corey, what do you think about the Kent Lanka prospects in the chase?
I need to take a moment, Vinny, because that was the greatest lunch I've ever had. That was fantastic. I want to say thank you to our Italian hosts. It was brilliant.
That's your dream lunch, isn't it?
Oh, I was very happy. But this total comes down to the 2 Fernandos. One's opening, one's probably going to come out 3.
Yep.
Namish just needs to stand a little bit more still.
Yeah. Feeling for this.
The other side of it as well, don't fall too far behind that rate. It's not crazy amount, but you still want to be on it. I've been impressed by the keeper, Vinny. Tell me a little bit more about him.
Yeah, Francesco Bertoni.
Yeah,
He's not the oldest player in the team. I wouldn't say he's young. He's 58 years old.
58.
Yep. How about that for some movement? And that's, if you want to know why you wear a helmet, despite being about 12 yards back, that's why.
Yeah, so 58 years young, born, bred Italian.
Yeah, loving it. I'm sure Federico Mento, he's in the chat. He might be able to tell us a bit more about Francesco Bertoni. Yeah, got to say I love it. There's a real diversity to this Roma Caponelli squad. Goes after it. He has no idea how he got the ball there, but may get to the boundary. No, stopped. Nico hustles back for a couple.
Good running from Nico. Definitely 2 there. Trying to absolutely boom that. Mentioned Keanu saying maybe there's some Aussie Italians who would think about playing for Italy. Well, that was a big one. The Australian batting coach for many years, more than 10,000 first-class runs, Michael Divenuto. He was a star player, wasn't he?
Loved watching him.
He was unlucky during the golden era.
Yeah. Quite a few of the Tasmanians have been unlucky in that golden era. Dean Hills,
Siddons.
Jamie Cox,
Yeah.
Siddons from South Australia. But, I mean, did get to play some ODI cricket for Australia, which is good.
He didn't play too much, did he? He played a little bit.
Probably say a handful. Anyway, this is Sumarali. Does typically move the ball left to right. Wins assisting that. Down. Just the one. I mean, how much one player can influence the game, hey? And they were 11 after 3. They get 102 runs off the last 7 overs, which is about 14 and a half pace.
I'm on the Michael Divenuto bandwagon here.
Okay.
9 ODIs, average 26, highest score of 89, 250s in his 9 ODIs.
Yep.
25,200 first-class runs.
It's a few, isn't it?
Wow. That's just wrong time.
Must play a bit of county cricket to have that many.
That's at an average of 46 as well, Vinny. Michael Divenuto, he played for Italy as well, came back and played for his country.
Yeah, I think that's straight over the line. Now he steps towards that, but yeah, certainly this week they've been a little bit more lenient on the bowlers than we're used to seeing in ECS cricket. Last ball of this one coming up. Tries it again. Something will get a wide. Yeah, it's all ankles, isn't it? So he's saying, well, you're going to give me some out there. I'll try again. You can see even then, the feet go outside leg. It's a premeditated kind of trigger movement for Nimesh. It's going to be really hard to reach those balls that are just inside the tram line. We can talk more. Michael Divenuto. I'll give you another player that I think you might have played with in ODIs.
Shot.
Yeah, that's just stood. It's hit, and that will beat both fielders chasing it. Nimesh but does get some bat on one finally, and he'll get his first boundary. End of the second over. It's 15 without loss.
Desperately needed 4. That time he's a bit more still. Absolutely smoked it. 4 runs.
So you can see it's Royal Roma running away with it at the moment. Having said that, Rome Bangla Morning Sun, if they were to win every game from here, they would top the table. But there does seem it's a big distance between the top 2 and the rest at the moment.
Yeah.
Roma CC, but they're the ones that are actually looking over their shoulders now with these 2 teams battling this afternoon without any points. Roma CC just 1-3 through the first half of their group campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting very tight indeed. Good to see.
The player I was thinking about was Anthony Stewart. Remember him?
Yes.
He took an ODI hat-trick despite only playing a handful of games.
Old Anthony Stewart. Good memory, Vinny.
Got me actually wondering if Michael DiVenuto was playing that game. It was around the same time that they both got an opportunity.
Here comes Jazz. Jazz.
Full toss, but he doesn't get it anywhere near the middle of the bat. Despite that, it'll still run away for 4. That's how strong Nico is. He miss hits that one over point. 4 carreras.
Well, one thing about Nico, when he hits, it stays hit. He didn't get much of that, and it still flew away for 4 in the end. He's a big, powerful man. This is the moving over. They need to have a good one here.
Yeah, sure do. Anthony Stewart's hat-trick was 96-97. I've got a feeling DiVenuto played in Australia for Australian ODI cricket in 97-98. I'll give you some more information on that in a second. Right now, let's watch Jazz do nothing. Just backing away there. Fielder maybe still moving in the background. Swing and a miss, but called wide.
Yep, so that's 5 off the first. Turn this into a big over, get themselves to around 30 to 35 at least.
So DiVenuto played ODIs basically a bit earlier. Actually, it was the next season, pardon me. In the air, this is going to just drop tantalisingly close to the fielder.
Almost a carbon copy, same sort of shot, balloons away, just the single this time.
So DiVenuto, can I say it? DiVenuto played ODI cricket in 1997 only, starting in South Africa in March and finishing in Australia in December. But he had a 20-year first-class career, which actually only finished in 2012. It's a long time to be playing. Yeah, but yeah, he was in that role of batting coach.
Yeah, now batting coach for Australia. His last T20 was with... Yeah, he played Papua New Guinea in 2012, I think.
On the walk, can't reach it, and called a wide. It makes sense to keep trying to hunt that offside zone, but you don't have to be too crazy with it. You can get it in by another ball or 2, and Nimesha's going to find it pretty hard to reach. I think it's cool that he's played 54 T20 matches in the end. For a player that debuted in 91-92, it's pretty remarkable. So, this game just drifting a little bit, keeping on that required run rate. They wanted to be 33 or so after 3 overs, a little bit behind that at the moment. See what they can do the last 2 balls of this power play. Knocks it away, doesn't take the run.
Bit too much respect being shown, you think, Vinny?
Yeah, do you think, especially when you've got the volcano just kind of bubbling away on the other side of the boundary rope. So, a question, Jalam Singh Gohill, will we see Big Panda what up in ECS Portugal? Yes, I do believe he's in the squad for the Coimbra Knights. So, yeah, that's another reason to tune in, Corey. Reaches another wide. That's probably been the only thing so far. I was to look at how many wides we've had, and that's the 5th one. The first innings, there are only 5 in the whole innings, considering we're only just shy of the 3 over mark.
Yep, just need to tighten it up a little bit, don't they? Fernando, can he get going?
Well across here. And so it's the end of 3 overs, 24 for no loss. That'll push the run rate required up. Steps across, but miles outside.
Miles outside the line, Vinny.
So Jalum's a big fan of Panda, saying that you discovered him, Corey. Is that you're going to take full credit? I mean, Panda had played, of course, in the night series.
No, I did discover him, though. Gave him the nickname as well.
Is that right? Well, it's actually, that's the funny thing about Panda. It's not a nickname. It's his actual name. Now, I don't believe it was always his name, but his legal name is Panda What Up. He provided us with, well, a moment not too dissimilar to what we saw at the end of the first innings. You know, 2+4 overthrows. And Dorothy Dixon, no Maximo Sixer.
Yeah. Do see a fair few overthrows sometimes, especially when the fielders get a little bit too excited.
Like if you're an expert at anything, it's taking credit for things. You don't mind that.
I'm just giving the viewers what they want.
Yeah, I like it. Can take credit partly for that. Here's Zimmer Ali, in over number 4. Played, no run to call.
Here you get a move on, Vinny. 10 wickets in hand.
Well, if you're Sajish Fernando, I would be starting to pace around, and we might see if you're holding a glass of water, Jurassic Park style, it might start shaking.
Why didn't he open the batting?
Well, Namesh has come out there, I think, to try and throw the bat and get things moving, but hasn't been a lot moving.
He's throwing a pillow at this rate, Vinny. Needs to get on with it.
Tell me when you're hooking him, though. I know it's going through your thoughts.
Right now. I'm retiring him right now.
It's a third of the innings gone.
Yeah, because you've got the big Volcano coming out at 3, who yesterday hit 42 or 14 opening the batting. Crazy decision not to open him.
Didn't risk 2 Fernandos together, but
oh yeah,
might have been the play.
Yep.
This one, I guess, going to be called. Does get a bit of in movement off the seam here. A bit of a mumble and a shake of the head.
Yeah, good call.
That is a wide. I mean, I haven't always seen it given, but I think it is a wide. It catches the tram line as it goes past the crease. Still not far away, but Cinemesh, you can bring it 2 ball widths in. He's backing away so much every time. He won't be able to reach it. Yep, reaches it and it's caught. So Namesh does go. Could be a blessing in disguise, though, for Kent Lanka, because he was only able to contribute 6 off 11 in the chase. And, well, I suppose it's one you should catch. But yeah, in the end, it was pretty well caught. That's Arian Ijaz who comes up with the catch at cover. And so it's the first wicket of the second innings. It's 25 for 1.
Yeah, that's the best thing that could have happened for them. Him being dismissed now brings in a man that we know can hit a big ball. He's a literal man mountain. And there he is, 6'9", built.
Well, if you weren't aware the Volcano was ready to erupt yet, you are now, because here he comes. And we do have the Fernando.
Well, I've got
combination.
Some word coming in, actually.
Go on.
Well, a couple of boys back in Rotterdam have tuned in. That's why I was getting a phone call. And Maxie O'Dowd's with old Timmy Pringle. Looks like Where's Wally sometimes. He just debuted.
Hello, Max.
Hello, gentlemen. Hope you're watching. Hope you enjoy this, because the Volcanoes come to the crease, and this man gives it an absolute wallop.
Now, I'm sure it's no coincidence they've turned in, as the Volcano is bubbling under the surface and ready to erupt. But will he blow himself up? I don't think he's lava-proof. We know that he can give chances as well. I know that. Maxie be a bit of a rugby fan. How'd you like these two in your front row?
Oh, absolutely. These two are huge men.
Samir Ali comes into him. Gets one straight through him. Did that take a little inside edge? No.
Nah, maybe flick the thigh pad on the way through, Vin. Back leg sort of area.
Yeah, I mean, that's normally what I'd think.
Let's cut him in half. Oh, yeah. Look at the 58-year-old keeper with the helmet on, taking it easily down the...
Francesco Bertoni.
Oh, Bertoni. He looks good, doesn't he?
He does. I mean, that's not an easy take, considering how much it moves. He takes it like it's nothing. Jury's out on that one for me still, because it wasn't near the pad. Does get off the mark here, Fernando. And Fernando fresh off smashing a chair yesterday, and I don't mean in anger, I mean just sitting down after the game, and I'm not making this stuff up. He blew apart a chair. Teammates thought it was hilarious. Even he saw the funny side of it. But wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of Sajith, put it that way. Over to Nico Fernando. We had some questions about Maxi earlier, didn't we, about his backlift? And
Yeah, we did actually.
we had some rapid-fire questions.
Yeah. Different sort of style player, but seems to work.
Tell me a bit more about Timmy Pringle.
I'll ease into it. Fair bit to go know about the man.
Yeah, don't take too long. It's a quick game.
Still time, Vinny. 88 of 37.
Congratulations to Maxi. I haven't really spoken to him, but congratulations on making the World Cup.
Yeah.
World Cup. Great effort from you guys. On the side. Just might have grabbed a bit of the pad on the way through.
Definitely grab pad. Not LBW, not caught. That's going to be not out.
Do like the yelling. And the yelling is more, hey, that's hit something. It's not really about appealing for a dismissal.
Well, yeah, so Timmy Pringle,
Yep.
he's the son of Chris Pringle.
Is that right?
Yes, exactly. And
Wow, you were.
I tell you what, he might as well go buy himself a lotto ticket. He was so low down the pecking order of left arm offies. You had Julian DeMay, you had Peter Saylor, Clayton Floyd. He gets on a flight to Holland, gets picked up for HC. He's averaging about 40 in the league with the ball. Somehow he's in Zimbabwe, now he's going on a World Cup. Tell you what, Tim, go get yourself a lottery ticket.
Wouldn't take chances. I like your airing. Welcome to the airing of Corey's personal grievances, right here on the European Cricket Network.
No, Timmy, congratulations, boys and Rodhams, for making the World Cup. Hope you enjoy all the live coverage
26 for 1 after 4. Do you know who one of the lucky... I mean, there's quite a few if you go back to the very olden days of Test cricket, but one of the luckier modern-ish days Test cricketers is Sean Young, who played a Test for Australia, and they just need a replacement. He happened to be playing county cricket, or maybe not even county cricket, in the area.
Well, he was just up the road.
Yeah, hello, Sean. Fancy a game? 10:30. 10:30. Be there for 9:30. And, well, I think he knows the situation as well. Played a lot of first-class cricket, to be fair.
Former swinger. He used to swing with Tony Starr's old man.
If you love hairstyles, get ready, because here comes Kakulawala.
Oh,
the hero
Rambo.
with the bat. And he's going to hit a Fernando with his first ball.
Well, if you want to upset someone that's 6'7", that's the way. The slow ball bouncer. He was through that shot way too early. Have a look here. That's him right on the old rib tickler. Do you reckon he even felt that?
I think they actually have to check the ball after that, because I think the ball's more likely to take a bit of damage.
Well, Max O'Dowd's tuning in. What do you think of this head of hair? This is gorgeous.
Quite competing heads of hair in this game. Got Kakulawala, Rambo as you're calling him. And say Karun Nanaka was pretty good for Count Lanka as well.
Well, he-
Not sure
81
what
or
we'll see
31, didn't he?
I think about way down the order. Short hit hard. Good stop. Samir Ali's shown he's a good fielder. Gets that on the one hop. Tries to send Bertoni into the next life with an awkward throw, but just a single.
Yeah, the two Fernandos struggling just a little bit to get it away. Last thing I've got on Timmy Pringle, one of the worst bits of eyesight in international cricket apparently. He's got 5-5 vision.
5-5?
5-5.
Is that 5 out of 5?
No, that's 5-5. Most people have 20-20.
To come back to that, because I have a follow-up question. Well, it could be trouble. Miss hits it. Kakulawala will get it. It'll flick blindly. I mean, if he pulled that off, he knows it's his game. They don't get an overthrow because of the turning circle issue. And so we'll just go down as a single.
No, definitely not turning a big circle there. Goes for the flick, Vinny. Little indoor cricket-esque, and tell you what, if he hits, it's tight.
Yeah, well, Jalam Singh, Go Hill in the chat. Big fan of yours, Corey.
Oh.
The YouTube chat. He's in European Cricket Network.
Thank you very much, Jatlam.
This is driven. Well knocked down in the circle. And that's Hamza. You may see his leg spin a little bit later. Gets a foot down here. Going for the slide method.
Oi, tell you what, you can't be too risky with that. Get your bat down, kids.
Yeah. It's taking an unnecessary risk there. So this will just be a single to Sajith Fernando, and he can explode at any moment. We know that.
Yeah, absolutely needs to explode. This chase getting away from him. We know that these two can get the ball away, but just struggling to get any momentum in this chase, Vinny. But look at the comparative scores. They're only 1 run behind at this stage.
Yeah, remember they only had an 11-run power play in the first innings, Roma Capinelli.
Tell you what, let's hope this ball clears the pickets, gets them on a bit of momentum, make a game of this.
Last ball for the mini drinks break here.
Absolutely crunched, my word. Well, will that be the ignition to the fire? They needed something. It was a half volley. He put it away, 6 runs.
Wow, this was absolutely tattooed. And send out the search party. That one's not coming back. And so the end of 5 overs, the score is 37 for 1. And, well, once again, it's great to have some European cricket personalities tuning in. We often do. In fact, Nico Fernando, he's one of the European cricket personalities himself, doesn't mind getting in the chat. Wouldn't it be nice if Maxi went in the chat right now and maybe just said a quick hello to some fans? I'm sure they'd be really happy to see him.
We've got Max O'Dowd, Scotty Edwards and Tim Pringle, the new left-arm offspring Dutch. They've all tuned in, so if you want to get any questions in or throw them in the chat, go for it, boys.
In the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I'm sure you got the link there. And Scotty, congratulations on the captaincy. That's a big responsibility.
How long will it be?
What did you have in the sweep?
Would
9 days?
Would he be the thinnest captain in world cricket by a mile? I mean, a slight breeze could hamper that man.
Oh, leave him alone, Scotty, and all the Dutch guys. Congratulations! I know that that was a big goal to get to the big dance, and it's something that probably should have happened. Was it meant to be in Australia last year?
Yeah, this is the World Cup they're making up for due to the pandemic. So they'll go to Australia, I believe, in October.
So there'll be 2 in 2 years, right? So this is one of the things we were talking about, the 50-over World Cup versus the 20-over World Cup. Well, I still feel a little bit that players, and we talked about Stokes not playing ODI cricket anymore, would value a 50-over World Cup over a 20-over World Cup. But for how long? Or is it already past that where a 20-over World Cup is just as valuable, Yeah,
it could be. I mean, well, for the Dutch, it's probably as big as they're going to get. It's pretty hard for them to make a 50-over World Cup now. So, I mean, if you told players of Associate Nation you get to play a T20 World Cup every 2 years, I think you take that.
And that was the decision made a few years ago, I think, to basically send the associate countries towards that 20-over format by reducing the amount of teams in the 50-over World Cup and expanding the teams in the 20-over World Cup. So they obviously feel like that's the vehicle to bring cricket to a few new countries.
Still windy here, isn't it?
And Corey's just holding up the cube, but it's holding itself together. So what do you think about this game where we're at the moment? I mean, with 2 Fernandos there, you can't really count them out of this chase. Kent Lanka have given us some real entertainment so far, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. You need one of these two to bat deep, bat big, and just take the game on. You don't want to die wondering.
Yeah, exactly right. They show they can clear the boundaries, which is the key in these chases. When you need that little burst or that magical over, you need the players that can do it. So, the batters, they're ready. Roma Capinelli just slowly wandering back out there. Prakash's got a question for Max O'Dowd. Will you change your hairstyle for the T20 World Cup? I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I'm guessing no, but maybe Maxi can get back to you, or maybe he can jump in the chat. He's in European Cricket Network. But now Jalam Singh Gohil saying that something will always happen when Corey's on commentary. So many funny and special things happen whenever Corey was there.
Oh, well, isn't that nice?
Just a magnet of entertainment, Corey.
Yep, absolutely try my best.
Prakash Garda's got a genuine question, saying what are some of the famous sports in the Netherlands? Well, I know hockey's very big there. I know it was.
Hockey's massive.
Yeah.
You've got football, obviously.
Yeah.
The Dutch team.
Sure.
And you ever heard of this? Korfball.
Korfball, I have heard of korfball.
Yeah, it's a bit of a peculiar sport at best.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just
Explain
a little
korfball to everybody.
The 2-man, man and woman, they're jumping around, flicking a ball in a net, which is, well, no, like a bucket, which is like netball, but not netball. It's pretty hard to describe.
What's a korf?
Tough. I haven't played korfball myself.
Well, it's a good question. Anyone Dutch viewers, maybe Stephen Kelk in the chat can answer that for us. But I know growing up playing a lot of hockey, I know that was a big sport in the Netherlands. We often had touring teams coming out that were very good. Field hockey, that is.
Okay, back to the action. Anyway, 37 for 1. I mean, 9 wickets in hand, 30 balls. What do they need? 77.
So Yuvraj has got a challenge for you in the chat. Yuvraj Singh, by the way.
Is it Yuvraj?
Yeah, it is
Hey,
Yuvraj.
Yuvi.
Here we go. Scott Edwards style body. Whoa! Whoa!
That is massive. That is absolutely massive. That has gone an absolute mile. That's hit the house.
120 plus. I mean, we can't even track that anymore.
That's
it was
the eruption.
still going up as it went past the camera.
Yeah, that's the eruption we needed to see. Back-to-back sixes.
Super volcano style.
Well, I'll tell you what, spin could have been a risk here.
And here's the thing. Leandro Jayaraja, the captain who's done the keeping so far, but with Bertoni in the side, he's available to bowl some spin. And that first ball, I don't think it's landed yet. Now, it's short, hit back past the bowl. I think I'll be pretty happy to see Sajith at the other end. That was huge.
Yeah,
that was one of the biggest sixes all year, never mind today.
Yeah. Well, there's a fair bit of body weight that just got into that, and that has flown. How far back in the ditch did it land?
Yeah, no one has actually seen it again.
I'd like to see that measured out, actually. That was ginormous.
That was so big. Nico got FOMO, tries to reverse.
Oh, what are you doing? I mean, Nico, I hope you watch this back. You are 6'7", weigh about 120. You got to put that over the bleachers. No reverse sweeps. He's a good man, Nico, but put that away and smack it straight.
Well, it does put it away, but a bit of a chase for the boundary rider. We'll get there.
Tactical one.
Tactical one, because when you've hit a ball maybe further than a cricket ball's ever been hit, and I think you do want to get back on strike during the over.
Hey, good news. Max O'Dowd's in the chat.
Is he really?
Maxwell O'Dowd, international cricketer, averaging pretty good in all formats, to be fair.
Good on you, Max. Really love to see you getting involved. What do you think of that 6? That was massive.
I hope he saw it because it was,
Oh,
man. Oh,
goodbye. That's a miss hit, but it's going to easily clear the fence. When you're that strong, you don't need him in the middle. Maximo and Kent Lanka go past 50. And where was he at the start of the innings? Or maybe it was tactical to bring him out here in the middle overs against some spin.
There's a lot of Carlos Brathwaite about Big Sajith. He is a man-mountain. Vesuvius at the crease. Another 6. And, well, yeah, if you're in the chat, Max O'Dowd's finally there. Ask him any question you want. Just qualified for the World Cup. Back in Rotterdam watching the live coverage.
Stephen Kelk says Korf roughly means basket and various other things such as hive.
Oh, it's a miss stumping, Vinny. He's missed an absolute sitter, unfortunately. Sajith falling out, and the 58-year-old young Italian man misses it.
Bertoni just kind of backed off a little bit when he needed to hold his position near the stumps. So we'll remember that. Sajith missed-stumped on 16. 51 for 1 after 6. It's gone up to 15.75 and over, but with the volcano there, I do not think that they are out of this just yet.
Everyone in the chat said, let's get Max in the chat for a question. We got him in the chat. We need a question.
Yeah. Well, come on.
What was the first one about his hair? Will he change
Will
it?
you keep your hair like that for the T20 World Cup, or are you going to make a change?
Hashtag questions for Max.
That's it. It's already in there. Robots come up with a pretty good question. Did you change bats or bat weights in the matches from playing in England to playing USA and the others? So maybe slightly different.
That is a deep question.
Yeah.
Well, Robot switched on.
Different pace attack. Do you change your bat weight or do you kind of stick with what you do? When I faced fast bowling, I always just tried to get my mechanisms going a bit quicker, maybe reduce my back lift. I don't know what. Yeah, about I probably didn't get free bats. So
well, I know Maxie's got about 8 kookaburras sitting at home, so maybe he does.
Here's the Italian stallion, Moratini, coming back to bowl the 7th. Keeps down a bit. Just knocked back by Nico. Didn't want to lose his stumps.
Yeah, Moratini, natural-born Italian man. He's got a nice, strong action.
If there is a 6, Yuvraj Singh, this is what I was going to say. If you can give us a brrrr, then he will donate 1,000 rupees in the YouTube live chat.
Let me check the conversion rate first.
12 euros.
What?
It's not bad.
Wait, what? He said what?
Rico, somebody's going to go says Caderas. Brrrr.
I can't do that.
I think you can try.
Not, you do it.
You can keep this company afloat single-handedly here. He asked you specifically.
Play and miss. Okay, we've got some questions coming in, Maxie, so I hope you're still there. Who was the quickest you faced in the last 3 months? And, well, Stephen Kelp missed the qualifier in Zimbabwe. Bowlers seem to keep Zimbabwe's runs down. What happened with the batting? Well, come on, Stephen. That's a proper Dutch question. He's trying to go all negative. I want that. The European Cricket Network should be answered first.
Not going to get on Stephen. He just answered the korfball question for us. Moratini presented me with a catch yesterday. Here he is in the 7th. Hit hard and a bit of friendly fire. would have bounced off to Jith. It might have actually gone over the ropes, but
We got our first answer, hashtag question for Max. Quickest bowler, Alzari Joseph. I actually had the pleasure of sitting in the crowd watching Maxie and Scotty try to take on Alzari. I can safely say they did look a little bit squeamish. Scotty Edwards was
that's
playing.
how you know you're alive, though, isn't it?
Scotty Edwards was playing the pull shot. Yeah, I don't know if you call it a pull shot.
Here's Moratini to the Volcano. Now, I don't know if there's any bat on this or not. Certainly went out a long way.
I don't think so. And they could. Yeah, they'll sneak through for a bite.
Yes, just played down the wrong line here. There's a lot of bounce in this pitch. They call this Europe's answer to the whacker. And a lot of balls going over the top of the stumps.
Here's a good question. Hashtag question for Max. Is cricket popular in Italy? I'd like to see Max expand on that.
No problem. That could have been a question.
And tell us about Shariz Ahmed, Max. He's a young spinner that's broken through as well.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Shariz.
He does look good. Played on our network as well.
Yeah, of course. Right, it's gone past the point of no return of 18 and over now. Need some more of that. The boundaries they've hit have been giant, but there just haven't been enough of them.
Whoa, hold on. Do you see that? Old Moratini gets the old flesh out.
Moratini, I mean, those buttons there for working as well.
Tell you what, if you squat at the gym, why would you take it with your hands when you just go bang?
The old moon technique.
Well, I'm glad the ball's back.
Remember when George was a hand model on Seinfeld? Last ball of the over. Launch!
Whoa!
Launch!
Whoa! It's massive!
That's gone. Well, he might catch it, but he'll be about 40 metres back, and he's have to deal with all of the wiring there. Maximal Sajith does it again. End of the over. Does that bring them back into this contest? 60 for 1 after 7 overs.
That went so high. This man, the Volcano, when he gets it, it stays hit. Plenty of questions coming in for Max as well. It's all happening, Vinny.
That was high rather than far. But anyway, if you're enjoying this, and how could you not be, we have match 12, last match of the day coming up, starting probably in half an hour. Probably we'll stay with the 10-minute behind schedule just because of some delays earlier in the day. Roma Capinelli winning the toss. They've elected to bat first. Do like that, get the runs on the board. Kent Lanka chasing. And you just wonder, will they get Sajith back to the top of the order? And maybe we'll get these two opening rather than the mess.
We've got a poll in the chat from the robot. Which live stream is better, Tomorrowland or ECN? Well, that's a great poll. Tomorrowland being one of the greatest festivals in Belgium. I choose the ECN day in, day out.
A bit more longevity. You shouldn't wake up with a sore head either. Kakulawala and his hair to bowl over number 8. Hit hard. This will take some stopping, but Kirby's there.
It's a good one. It's a good one for the neutral.
Well, there's just one man that I feel can give this a shake.
Yeah, he's on strike now.
Need a magical over, and he certainly showed yesterday that he can hit him in runs. He needs to have a lot of the strike.
Yeah, when he gets on a heater, he stays on a heater.
Think about all those balls they burned early in the innings, right?
I know, 53 of 17 does seem like a lot.
So did Roma Capinelli, to be honest. Gone! And guess who? Well, Rambo shoots him down. And shooting at the open Volcano, it is Sajith who's going to have to go for 22. Tries to launch this, but comes up with fresh air. And what a game Kakulawala's having. Not only the 81 not out with the bat, but now getting the key wicket. And that's 2 down now, 61 for 2 in the 8.
Yeah, well bowled. You miss, I hit. It was maybe a little bit of an off-cutter, but he just tried to smack it too hard. He loses his wicket and he's gone. So an important wicket. Now it's looking like it's going to be a tough chase.
It's going to be tough. Well, the polls come in. Which live stream is better, Tomorrowland or ECN? And you've got to be careful with questions like this because at the moment Tomorrowland's winning. 53 to 47.
Well,
Robot, you got to be careful.
Make sure you get your votes correct.
Now here's some goss, and this I know this for a fact. Max O'Dowd saying Corey doesn't brush his teeth.
Sorry?
I got to spend the day in the cube with him all day, so
Well, hold
I'm hearing you.
Where's that one come from?
Thanks, Max. But Vishal Gurung like that ball. Explosion.
Well, Max, there was a proper question there, Max. How did you describe Sikandar Raz's performance? I think he got player of the tournament.
Yeah.
He's a talented player. I know Scotty Edwards actually played with him in the Qatar T10.
Yep.
And Scott really enjoyed his time for, I think it was the Heat Stormers.
I've just realised with those flags that when he hit that 200-metre 6, it was straight into the wind. Anyway, that's history now. Ishan Shaminda coming in. They've left themselves a big mess here.
Yep.
Just with the lack of the pace. Remember, Roma Capinelli and Kent Langer, both teams without a win on ECN. Roma Capinelli, we first saw them in September 2020. Is this the game where they break through? Just bunted back to the bowl and no run. Alpha asking Max, what is he? If you could say something about Nepal?
Yeah.
I know Nepalese cricketers.
Well, I know
places.
Maxi went to Nepal as well.
Yeah.
Hit 130 odd against a plucky Malaysia a couple years ago.
Malaysia. Family there actually. Side.
Isn't it nice to see that, I guess, two of our original players, Scotty Edwards and Max O'Dowd, who played in the first ever ECL, are now doing well at the national level?
That's exactly what it's all about. I remember that vividly, and who can forget the 222 in the final? That was crazy stuff.
Still stands.
Still haven't seen it beaten. We've only seen two other 200s.
Can you get a graph up for how long that's been the record? There you go.
One bar.
Would that be the longest standing record that we've got? Sure.
Pretty much, yeah, for sure. The highest ECN total. I don't think anyone saw it coming either in the final. So, Max it out, saying Nepal's a beautiful place with the best fans, crazy about cricket. Robot saying, quote, something about Nepal. Now this is Little Nick, or is it? Yeah, he's gone, so he's reaching. It's almost off the end of the bat of Shaminda, who's going to have to go without scoring. He's the third wicket to fall, 62 for 3.
I'll tell you what, Kakulawala, he's got too far. He hit 81 not out off 31 rocks as well. He's having a day out here. That hair, well,
I've actually noticed in his profile pic that you'll see on the website and some of the material that they've had to zoom out a bit further than normal to get his whole hair in it.
Don't you think it's quite a... I don't know, the world sometimes collides or shows things that... You've got Max O'Dowd with the best national hair, and Kakulawala, who's having a barnstormer with the best hair here. Now, is that a sign from the universe?
The universe works in mysterious ways. We know that. Anyway, yeah, Sajith going for 22 and then Shaminda for a duck. It does seem like this game's just drifted out of control now for Roma Capinelli. Or for Kent Langer, I should say. Roma Capinelli, they'll be happy.
I know Scotty's sitting there listening. I want you to have a look at this drive earlier of their golf this morning and tell me what you think of this, Vinny. I'm going to go get into the story.
Okay.
This is Scotty Edwards this morning at the 9th green.
Right. Well, that was nice. Was he trying to hit it sideways or?
I'm not too sure.
I mean, Scotty Edwards, his body type reminds me a lot of a golf club.
Yeah, 7-9.
Yeah, we're talking about it. Anyway, here's the last ball of the 8th. Here's another guest commentator we've had.
You had him at the Alicante T10 for a few overs.
Last year.
Do you remember that games evening we had with the Blue Crew and Scotty Edwards joined? How did he go?
62 for 3. Yeah, I'm just happy that he was able to recover from that. I know he was pretty upset after being knocked out of the games evening.
He sent a serious message. We shouldn't get... He said, is there any danger of a question for the new Dutch captain?
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Well, Scott, if you can get into the YouTube chat in these last 2 overs, we'll get a quick question in for you.
I can send you the direct link for the
If anyone on FanCode in India wants a question for Max O'Dowd or Scott Edwards, send it through to my Instagram like you did earlier, and I will get the question out there for the gentlemen as well.
Yeah, so I've sent you the live chat link, then go straight to it, so you don't have to muck around too much. But, yeah, well, Nico Fernando, he'll be probably the one that feels the most responsible that he hasn't been able to get anything going. He's 25 off 21, and when you need almost 2 a ball from the get-go, obviously would have wanted to score a bit quicker.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed that they didn't get there in the end. Well, I just don't think they're going to get there, but they'll come back stronger later this afternoon. Hashtag new questions coming in for Scotty. Massive.
Gets launched. I think it's going to go the journey, or is it? Maybe not. Oh, it bounces out of the palms. It's probably as good as at this stage. Nico just stands, and it's the longest dot ball ever.
That's a great dot ball. Well, he's just said to his young teammate, said, I'm not moving. This is my time.
He called him a good fielder earlier. Federico Mento laughed at me in the chat. Well, now looks like Federico's still laughing. clangs that one.
Oh, he's close.
Almost touches the rope, but doesn't. Uh-oh. Gundy ball. And into the gap. This will be 4. Well, they need more of this. They need something super magical or pretty much supersonic from here. Fernando blasts this half-tracker square of the wicket for 4.
Yeah, that was a Gundy ball, Vinny. Drags it right down. He absolutely crunches it. Nicolo trying to breathe some life, but it's too late.
Fun chat at the moment, though. I just saw it.
European Cricket Network might have stitched up Scotty Edwards here. So that's hit back down the ground. Goes for a single. They've asked a question in Dutch, which I think...
Go on.
Well,
give it my
Vorig
best.
Nederlands captain have... oh, look, my Dutch isn't the great, but, well, as Scott's going to be the captain of the Dutch, you've got to answer that.
That's a good question. I think he's asking what previous Dutch captain was the first to send him a message to congratulate him on his new appointment. Wonder if it was Sauce at Peter Saylor.
Yeah, I don't know. Is the robot?
question.
Is the robot Dan Weston or James Cantor today? Who's the robot?
We don't know. It could be anybody. We don't know. Well, this one had stumping written all over it, but he's able to get some bat on it to new one. Interception immediately regretted by Raghavan. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of people.
Hey, there he is. He's in the chat.
Right. Hello, Scotty. Hope you're well. Feel free to stick around.
Glad the boys are just sitting at home in Rotterdam and enjoying this sunny day, watching the ECN platform.
Max it out. I like his comment as well. And this is a miss hit. And, well, guess who it is?
Oh!
He's not dropping this.
No.
And even if he drops it, he'll catch it anyway. Kakula Walla has had a game out. If he could have scripted this game, it would have seemed something like this. And just for extra dramatic effect, it pops out of his hand.
Well, did you see, as the ball's in the air, he flicks his hat off and starts combing his hair back, and I'm not even joking. Have a look at this. I hope we get the camera on him early. So it goes in the air, the hat comes off his head. Watch this. One flick, catch. Yeah, well done. That's how you do it.
Well, that wasn't an easy catch in these conditions either. It's a bit swirly.
Well, the questions are flying in now. Look at this.
Well, I can tell you the score here is 68 for 4.
Frank Johnston sent in a loaded question. I'd like Scott to answer that.
You know what I like is it's a bit like a school dance between teenagers where they kind of don't really meet each other at the beginning, but once it starts, it's all kicking off, and that's what we're seeing in the chat right now.
It is kicking off. Frank Johnston's asked an absolute doozy for the new captain. If eligible, would Corey Ruckers be anywhere near the Dutch side?
Now, Scotty's not a selector, is he?
If you're the captain of a country, you have a
Is he
fair...
officially a selector?
I don't know what their setup is, but I imagine if you're captain, you have a bit of say.
Because you've probably got a lot of dirt on him. And
Well-
if we see you going to Australia, I'm going to have to ask a lot of questions. Anyway, last ball of the over. And, well, pretty good one from Hamza. Good keeper, but Tony just taking a step back to cover a bit more ground. The Super Volcano's out there. Buvaneka, he doesn't get off the mark. 9 overs down. We head to the last over. Kent Lanka 68 for 4.
Nice to get these questions. Max O'Dowd answering that. Mohammed Rizwan and Josh Butler are his favourite cricketers. Scotty Edwards saying a good answer. Going to go win the World Cup. That's the right. It might sound like a pie dream, but even if you go to a tournament, you're there to win it.
Yeah,
Not
that's
there
got to be your
compete.
plan A, and then you can reassess based on what happens. You know, I think if you're not going there to win it, then you're going to have a hard time.
Yep.
They say, like, if shoot for perfection, you might catch excellence along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you've got 6 balls left, everyone around, to get your questions in for a couple of Dutch internationals. And if there's any for Timmy Pringle, feel free.
Scotty has 100% nailed this question. Probably the answer of the day, saying unfortunately Corey Ruckers doesn't have the mental strength for international cricket. Well, he barely has the mental strength to get through 8 hours in a day with me, Scotty. So 100%. I'm hearing what you're saying there.
I'll tell you what, there is...
Maxi, most annoying thing about Corey? Yeah, let's hear. Jeez, there could be a long list. Try and keep the 200 characters if you're going to put them down in the chat.
To be completely honest with you, there is a smoky chance my Greek passport's here in a year's time.
I know you want to
if it ever comes.
Hey, I got some breaking news for you as well. Ari Cavalis makes his first-class debut today.
Yeah.
For Sussex.
Yeah, I saw that.
So
he can bowl that, man.
He's a player. We saw playing for Yet Corfu in the ECL earlier this year. The Greek champions Anyway, here's Ragavan, who gets the 10th over. He gets launched. He might get a wicket.
Kirby!
Kirby's hunting.
Oh,
He
he's
wipes
over.
himself out.
Oh.
Well, that's 10 out of 10.
Well, the
for
man
the
from
10th
Melbourne.
over effort.
The man from Melbourne thought he was playing some Aussie rules football there, and he went down into the turf.
I was just worried because he gave no thought to how he was going to land if he didn't catch it, or even if he did. He wipes it out, and he uses his head as a brake. Oh, Kirby. What a moment. Got to love the commitment, though. He had no idea how that was going to end. And it almost ended with the old chiropractor special. It was like The Exorcist where the head turns around completely.
Yeah, I'm glad he's okay. Ragavan, he's first over the tournament. The young fella, not bad either.
I love it that I knew it was a matter of time till the chat would turn on you. At least you got 9 overs
I
in.
feel like the robot, the ECN network's trying to get everyone that's worked for the company on the flight.
Yeah.
Well, they have all played for Holland. The squad has grown. They're doing good things at Dutch
True.
cricket. New sort of era has come amongst them.
I see Ragavan getting an over as well.
You know, one
Wow.
question that hasn't been asked yet is that's going to go for four
yes.
overthrows. Yeah, there's always a 4 overthrows at some stage.
Oh,
Can't take your eye off this.
Poor Ragavan. He's come in to bowl the 10th over, youngster. And so he thinks he's getting away with this, and they decide, no, we're not going to take a run. And, well, we're not going to run any, but we will get 4 as poor Bertoni.
Oh, look at the bowler. He's devastated. He's absolutely gutted. Well, young man, welcome to senior cricket.
So rough. Poor Ragavan. And the batter's acting like that's what they planned all along.
I've got a question for Max, Scott and Tim. How was it when England hit 498?
They said they quite enjoyed watching the batting. Well, will he get a wicket here? Sliced up.
Oh! The hairdo! The hairdo was in his eyes.
Oh, can you believe that? I mean, poor Ragavan, as much as Kakulawala is having a dream game, Ragavan's was turning into a nightmare. And even Kakulawala can't catch one off him.
Well, the hair softens the blow. And would have been an absolute hanger. He's had a blind.
And a shoe came off. He had a shoe blowout as well.
Oh, it's all happening in the back half here.
Yeah.
Oh, the European Cricket Network delivers again.
Now, this is hit into the gap. More pain for the bowler. Kirby does well.
Oh,
and he
no
kicks
way.
it. And he's
No
going to come
way.
back. Come back.
He's flicked it over his head, Vinny. Well, the Italian team didn't make the World Cup,
Hold on.
but this is
I
a
know this-
Rabona.
I know this one on FIFA. It's triangle, triangle, X. It's R1, L1. Look, and then the back heel.
It's the
Back heel.
Rabona, Vinny. Oh, it's unbelievable football. He took it over Morteni. It's the greatest football thing you'll ever see.
Oh, back to the drawing board. Oh, the young man's going to go wicketless
Oh,
here.
he couldn't hit here.
Come on.
He should have plung it.
What a finish
He
to
just
a game.
took it over Morteni's head, the Italian. The Australians have been Italy in football
Yeah,
finally.
about time. Hey, that's revenge for 2006 right there.
Lucas
Finally,
Neal and I don't forget.
Finally, Australian gets one over. Well, we've taken some gloss off the result, but Roma Cavatelli are going to win this one 113 to 80. A highly entertaining finish. Hey, big thank you to the Dutch guys for jumping in the chat room.
Hey, thanks for
Welcome
jumping in because
anytime.
you got an exciting couple of overs there as well.
Well, Kent Lanka, they're not laughing too much at the moment, of course. They had an opportunity there, but really, the batting of Kulawala, he knocked them out of the contest, and they just couldn't quite get the momentum through the first half, I think, to stay competitive in this game. Nico Fernando did start with a boundary, but he wasn't quite himself either. Again, it's a case of who has it and who's bringing it on any particular day, and Roma Cabanelli, they were the better of the two teams here in match number 11.
Yeah, they were the better of the two teams. They get the chocolates in this one. It was all happening in the back half of that one, making some excitement out of nothing. This was when the volcano went off. He hit this about 4,000 metres, and while he was at the crease, we thought there was a chance of a win.
Yeah, we did feel like that. Well, going back to the end, saying that Ivan saying, a bit unlucky for the bowlers, for the bowler, the young man, because 8 of those runs were scored by his teammates. It's a fair point you make. But how about the volcano when he was going large, but then Kakulawala had the last laugh. Well, the hair was bobbing around, and that was the big wicket, and you felt that was the one that really killed the chase.
Yeah, that was the end of it, really. As soon as they got the volcano out, it was all she wrote almost. There was a few more fun little highlights right at the back end. And It wasn't through lack of trying, but Kent Lanker just couldn't get going. This was a feather edge through to our 58-year-old Italian keeper with the lid on.
Nice catch. And yeah, you can see he's waving to the camera. Everybody knows who he is now because Kevin showed up here in match 11. Well, they needed all the help they could get, really. It came down to the last little period. This was the longest dot ball we've ever seen. It went 49.9 metres, but they didn't run. And yeah, well, when it came down to it,
I love the stroke of the hair before the juggle as well.
But Ivan has a really good point as Raghavan in the last over. His over ends up going for 12, but 8 of those runs were scored by his teammates because then we saw this.
Well, this was when our boy Kirby, he ate some turf.
Yeah, he could have had that wicket first up, don't forget. So that's technically a drop catch. There was another drop catch, and then there were 2 sets of boundaries.
Lucas Neal, 2006. That is revenge.
Triangle, triangle, X, R1, L1, circle.
Yeah, that's Australia getting one over Italy in the football finally.
Yeah, Moratini. He couldn't do it. And then we had a shoe blowout. Don't forget that. Kakulawala loses the shoe.
Just another day at the office.
Imagine if he takes a shoeless catch. How many fantasy points is that? Anyway, that's the end of it. 113 to 80. 33 runs the margin coming up. Well, probably a 10-minute delay, I believe, in match number 12. And so we'll start about 10 minutes from now. Roman Campanelli winning the toss, selected to bat first. And let's see if they're tempted to throw Kakulawala out there straight away, or maybe use him at 3 again. What would you do, Corey?
I'd open with him. Get him up there with Kirby. Ali didn't look too good. Chuck him down the order.
Yeah, so Ali, he's good when he's good, though. So it just depends what we see. And, well, Kent Lanka as well. They'll be desperate for their first points of this ECS. And it becomes a big game because potentially, these two teams could be fighting for that last spot in the finals. And so whichever team wins this one will certainly improve their chances of survival come the end of the week. 30 for Nico Fernando, but he went late on in the chase. 25 balls used up. Sajith launched a couple of bombs, but couldn't do it enough for them to get close in the end. 22 off 12 for him. No one else getting out of single fingers. With 9 extras in the innings, they ended up scraping to 80 off 4. Kent Lanka, that has been the issue with their ECS career so far. Just not able to put enough runs on the board. As far as the bowlers went, well, Kakulawala 2 for 12 off 2. If ever there was a lock for player of the match, it was that game to go with his 81 not out and a very, very good catch. Apart from that, there were wickets for Sumer Ali, who bowled pretty well. And he went for 11 off his 2 overs, 1 for 6 for Hamza late on. Raghavan, the youngster, nice to see him getting a bowl. Ended up going for 12. Was a bit unlucky to go for that many, but still, Roma Campanelli, they will be thrilled to have their first points in European cricket. We will take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and when we do, we go into the last game of the day, just running about 10 minutes behind at the moment, but it will be Roma Campanelli opening up with the bat against Kent Lanka in the last match of day 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Ruckers with me. Thanks for your fun, engagement, and entertainment. It has been wonderful to have with you. Wonderful to have you with us so far on day 3. We'll see you shortly for more excitement.
Hello and welcome back everyone around the world. One more T10 fixture coming your way here in beautiful Rome. It's an absolute scorcher. There is a slight breeze which is making it a bit more pleasant for fans, players, Blue crew and the commentators and our Spring Productions crew. But it is a good weather for cricket, that is for sure. Let's have a look at these two lineups. Kent Lanka playing Roma Capinelli. These two teams pretty evenly matched, I think. I think there's one man though, Kevin Kukawala. He's a good player overall, mate. 81 off 31 in the previous match. Look out for him. And we know for Kent Lanka, it is the Fernando brothers. I don't even know if they're brothers, actually. I just assumed they were. I'll ask Vinny when he's on. They are brothers. He's nodding in the background. And those two, very talented players indeed. How can Dan Kirby, the man from Melbourne, go for Roma as well in this match? Looking forward to it as we're almost underway for the last game here today. The expected scores, it is tight. 96 expected versus 98. I'd love a golden ball. It's been way too long since we've had one. Setting a record on our company for the last time we had a golden ball. I think we're in the 380s now. Absolutely ridiculous. But it'll happen soon enough. and it's a great opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world. A lot of fun with you all today, especially those in India via FanCode. Just a reminder, you can get your questions in if you send them to our private accounts. We'll throw those up on the screen again shortly. Maybe we'll do another quick questionnaire. And also everyone on YouTube, great fun interacting with you all. We had the Dutch national players with us just last game. Thank you to them for joining in. And thanks for getting your questions in and having good banter with us and some good cricket IQ. It always makes our day that little bit more fun. As you can see, the flags in the background, it is breezy here today. It's a warm breeze, of course, but it is good weather for cricket. There's the big man on your screen. Tall left arm off spinner, Fernando, good bowler. And when he gets it right, difficult to play. Good sportsmanship as well throughout this tournament so far. So let's have a look at the boundary riders. Looks like it's going to be a deep mid-on and a deep mid-wicket as the two men outside the ring. There's a big wall on the offside, blocking the boundary there. He'll be bowling left arm off spin / sort of arm balls. Probably just going to try and angle it in to call them nude nuts, where you keep one finger on the seam and you try swing it in. So he'll be opening the bowling. He'll be bowling to Dane Kirby, the man that showed us a little bit of football skills before to get one back for the Aussies over the Italians. So we're almost ready for the final match today. Umpire says play. Kirby on strike. Fernando with the new ball. Here we go. Well, that's a massive wide. It was the arm ball, but he got it completely wrong. It can happen. Stephen Harmison-esque at the start of the Ashes back in 2007, I believe. There we go. Back on his line and length straight away. So wide to start. It's the dot ball in next. Fernando, one of the leaders in this team. Oh, look at that. Huge fan of that. He goes for the appeal if it skimmed the pad first. But I love the bowling action here. Look how low this arm is. This is the oh, yeah. I love that. I get the appeal. Look at Kirby going, mate, it's off my bat. That's the Melbourne in ya. Fair enough. Ball again, gets the pull away. It's in the air. He's going to be caught. He's caught, and he's inside the rope. So Kirby's going to have to go. I thought he got a fair piece of it. He didn't. Fernando has got the wicket, and what's going on here? He's gone for some water. That's a celebration I haven't seen before. I was waiting for something different. So pulled in the air, sort of just hung a mile. I thought he hit it for 6, to be honest, when it first came off the bat. But it's well caught, held up in that breeze. Just enough, and he's dismissed. Disappointing for him. And the score, 1-1. Good opportunity to welcome back. Good FanCode commentator, Vinny Sandu. Vinny.
Tanu one takes the catch. Disappointment for Kirby. Football skills up on point. But yeah, that breeze has been switching around all the time. It was actually going kind of in that direction, but he found himself into the teeth of it that time, Kirby, and it just held up. Well held, had to hold his nerve.
How good was this man in the earlier game?
He was so good, wasn't he? Have a look at that. You can see the flags in the background. He didn't really have his footing right, but he made sure he didn't step on the rope or over it. Yeah, Kakulawala in that first game came out and whacked 81 off 31. Quite often you see a batter fall cheaply after that, but let's see. He's got plenty of time to work with, 9.5 overs. Down leg side, this will be a 5-er. And this isn't what you need at all. Well, that's 2 balls he's faced in a row today, Kakulawala. One was the 2 and 4 overthrows, and now he gets a big 5-changer down the leg side.
It is a 5-changer. He's going with the low arm action, trying to slide it into that front board, but gets it completely wrong. Keeper, blindsided, didn't get it. 5 wides.
Yeah, it's not an easy one. I mean, the keeper also, it's an awkward angle for him to try and cover behind the batter in that situation. Should be an exciting match. Bit of respect there. Nico Fernando opened the innings himself, but never really got going with the bat today in match 11.
Pull.
Short. Trouble. Big trouble. And he's dropped it. And he drops it when he hits the ground. And Kakulawala has dropped on 0. He had that, but he didn't organise the landing. And both elbows hit the ground, the ball pops out.
Well, put that in your notes, Vinny. They've dropped the main man that just made 81 off 31. He's hit it straight down his throat, and he shelled it.
You can see. Can't believe it, can he? Is he drinking water or oil?
I hope it's water. He's man, not machine, Vinny.
He does catch that. But, you know, we talk about protecting the ball once you take the catch. He wasn't. He just banged himself straight into the ground.
What a shame as well, after taking a half-decent catch.
All in one over. Last ball of it coming up. Almost comes back and hits the off stump. Instead, it's the end of the first over. 7 for 1.
Well,
what a start.
All happens here. T10 format. It's pretty helter-skelter cricket. It's the only way I can describe it.
7 for 1, but 5 wides in that over. And we do have the FanCode European Cricket T10. Portugal starting. And it starts tomorrow night. We'll have 2 matches a night there. There are a couple of exceptions, including on Sunday when we'll have 4 matches. That's when we're off and we'll be travelling. In fact, this is one day we're not travelling. Just thinking about that. But we'll have plenty of cricket coming to you from Portugal in the evenings. So for a while, you get 6 matches a day for the most part on ECN. You get the 4 during the day here in Italy, and you get 2 at night from Portugal. So Charlie Hunt and the crew will be there. Looking forward to that. The top 5 sides, as they are ranked currently in the T20 competition in Portugal, will be taking part. We got another hair off. We got another hair off, Corey. Kaminda. Karunanaika.
It's a hair off, people. Oh, here we go.
Everyone take your seats.
Well, what happens when it's mullet versus mullet almost? Does the world just sort of... Has the world come to a stop?
They say if you've got it, flaunt it. These two have. Karunanaika gets ready. Gets steady. And now, let's go. And he's gone. He gets him, and he gets him for just 1. And we've seen it time and time again. It's hard to recapture the magic. And they know that's a huge wicket, Kent Lanka, as they're searching for their first win in European cricket. And, well, Kakulawala swings all across it. Didn't read the pace. And so he loses middle and off. And that is a big moment in the game. It's 7 for 2.
Yeah, that's a very loose stroke. He'll be mighty disappointed with that. He needed to get himself in again like he did last game. And, well, the man that won the conditioner battle is your man on screen there, Karunanaika. He'll be very happy with that. And, well, if you were working for a shampoo company or conditioning company, this is a great opportunity to get on with those two.
They have to give away a lot of free product, though. I reckon they use a fair bit.
Mm.
And here's a man who just couldn't quite get his mojo going early, but maybe it's his time to shine. Sumer Ali, who's coming out number 4.
Well, that's what the early wickets does. It does give somebody else an opportunity to get out there and be a hero for his side.
Yeah, when he looks good, looks really good, Sumer Ali. They decided to open with Ijaz Ahmed, but it hasn't made a huge difference because he's only faced 1 ball so far. That has been a struggle for Omar Capinelli. Typically, against some of the more experienced teams, putting a respectable score on the board. And they do it in a Kakulawala-less innings.
Yeah, we'll have to see. 7 for 2. Who saw this coming?
Mike Waters enjoying the hair. Short, hit well, and hit for 4. So a good start for Sumer Ali. Well, maybe that'll give him the confidence.
Where's he gone? Oh, don't watch. Look out for the hole. Well, if people have just joined us, the big excavation site just there because they've found an ancient city below us. They found a street. And, well, I hope that ball and that boy's come back.
Yeah, I like the way it just goes under. It's a little bit like, you know, when they do those, you train your pets to go, you have to jump something and go under something. A bit like, yeah, actually it's more like army training to be able to do that kind of
It's like
thing.
Jason Gillespie running in.
Remember when Jason Gillespie went through that phase where he was trying to put off the batter when he was running in? Doing all that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Mid-90s, when he had the ponytail. Very different. I guess most people aren't, almost 30 years later. I remember watching Jason Gillespie at the Whack-Up when one of his first games for South Australia at the Sheffield Shield game. He was quick.
He was underrated.
Raw.
I reckon Jason Gillespie's underrated.
Yeah, he was really exciting to watch, but he looked nothing like he looks now. gone. Double down. Double your fun. Ahmed goes for a duck. Grinanaka is having a day out here in the second over. That's 3 gone, and it's 12 for 3.
Well, I tell you what, he can have any shampoo or conditioner he wants. He deserves it. That one pitching on leg and middle, going across and blowing apart. Look at the feet work. He goes nowhere.
Neck and crop.
Yeah.
Makes a mess of the stumps. Ahmed looks up like, what happened? And the ball, well, there's a bit of a tease. It ends up right in his eye line and right next to his bat. And so, I'm not so sure it'll be a hat-trick opportunity.
But hey, why not? These were the hat-tricks this year.
Yeah, we have had 15 of them so far. Looking for number 16. But, well, maybe that's the robot controlling things. Maybe it's a sign that he could take a hat-trick. I mean, he can. Just need 2 more in a row. So,
Well, maybe they just know something we don't.
well, still 2 to come in this over.
So here we go. Can he go bang, bang, a few more?
All right, new batter, Zaire Ijaz. His turn.
I'll tell you what, that was almost a bat pad cut to the bowler. That would have been unbelievable.
Yeah, so I just found out that maybe our director Anders, who's doing a fantastic job, and if you think we're hot, he is 10 degrees hotter in the pushing the buttons. I don't think anyone will hear that because I think he's muted you.
Has he?
He's got the beauty of muting you. Oh, now you're back, so don't say anything. Here's the last ball of the over. Leg side. And almost a mix-up. Then there's a fumble anyway. Then we have a throw in. So EJ is off the mark. Eventually, end of 2 overs. The score is 13 for 3 after 2. A very good over that from Karuna Naika. It takes 2 for 6. Just curious to see what the table looks like now because remember, Roma CC haven't had a good time of it so far. The host, they're 1 and 3. Roma Capinelli knocking on the door, aren't they? They have 2 points. And Roma CC and Roma Capinelli, actually, I think they actually go head-to-head tomorrow. Kent Lanka without points. So if they were to lose this one, then suddenly they'll be in a bit of trouble, I think. But still, they'll be confident they can perhaps cash in on this good start.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to want to get some points on the board. That over going 2 for 6. Well bowled. Yeah, here comes Volcano, the big man.
Yeah.
Sajith Fernando.
Big Sajith. Fun to watch, isn't he? So it does get him down there.
He got decent pace about him, Vinny.
Yeah, big frame. Told you, reminds me a bit of Guri from the Cyprus club at ECL. Gurpratap Singh. Open the batting, open the bowling. Imposing figure. Hit hard, 1 bounce, no run. Went too quickly. And that's the other thing we might see before the end of the day. Vimukti, I think he's been working on a few more tricks. We already saw him do a whole flip last night when he took a catch.
I don't think lightning strikes twice, Vinny.
I'd love to see him get a wicket with the ball at some point. Goes after this, doesn't get it, should be out, and it's caught. Well, put it with the rest. Ejaz goes for 1. This innings is in tatters in the power play. That's a 4th wicket now, and it's 13 for 4.
Well, it is in tatters, Vinny. 13 for 4. Who would have thought it? He got a fair chunk of this as well, I thought at first. I thought he spliced it right over, but no. It just balloons up in the air. Simple catch. He's gone. Another wicket down. They're in a lot of trouble now.
Kent Lanka, well, they certainly gave a better effort in their last game last night compared to the first game. That's one way to make Sajith happy. He's hold the catches. So yeah, Ejaz going for just 1. Here comes Amir Hamza, who's coming in the power play at number 6. I don't think he was expecting to. Ishan Shaminda was the man who took the catch there. You see it here. Just got down and made sure he kept his eyes on it the whole way. Hurled it back into the air. Strong floppy hat game as well from Shaminda.
Just about to say very strong floppy hat game. Floppies, look at that. It's beautiful in the side of your screen there. Should become mandatory, I think.
Imagine if you can go bang, bang here. On the back of the bangs we've seen. Hamza faces up for the first time. Outside against the run.
Yeah, it's probably the right call. No run there. They're on top at the moment. Great response from Kent Lanka.
What maybe we should do is...
Talk to me.
I quite enjoyed... We've got some of those quick fire questions in this last game of the day. We'll do a bit of random questions. We can combine it maybe with the Instagram that you were talking about.
Well, I think... here we go.
Look at this throw. It's coming in. Wow, it cuts it off. Probably going to miss the stumps, I guess, but get 2 wides here.
Glenn Maxwell's in the chat. Hey, Glenn. Hope you're doing well out there.
Always happy to see Glenn Maxwell in the chat. We've had Yuvraj Singh in the chat already today.
Busy day.
Yeah, so how about, would you like to do that again, Corey?
I can get through some quick fire. I think that's more for our Indian viewers on FanCode.
Yeah, for some that can't get in the live chat. This is a little bit of a nudge. And look, that's how you do it. Sam watched it all the way in.
Tell you what, and look at the strut on him away. Just like it's nothing.
Yeah, Sam, he's patrolling the boundary. And takes a bit of a Tortuga on him here.
I like the technique. He was going to go long barrier, but then good calves kept him tall.
That's a good example where the long barrier isn't that useful because that Tortuga over it. And that can happen on these European grounds.
Fair bit of swagger.
So how about, we'll make a deal. I'll put your Instagram up in a second.
Okay.
And anyone, you can send Corey a message, a DM on Instagram. I'll keep an eye on the live chat as well. And I'll even have, you can send me a message as well on my Instagram. I'll keep an eye on that as well. I can do 3 things at once. All right. Just flicked away. This will be 1. So Samir Ali is still there, I suppose. It's a blessing for Roma Capinelli. So any random questions you like, throw them in.
Yeah. Slip into our DMs. This is the only time we'll allow it.
Freddie got one coming out, which is a really good one, I think. That might not be an easy one to answer quickly. First, we'll wait for the last ball of the over. Steps across, gets the inside edge on this, so he'll be safe. Hamza can't score. And it's the end of the over, end of the power play. 20 for 4 after 3 overs. Well, there you go. So you can send... Corey's probably keeping the eye on Instagram more than I am. CRutgers_28. Although you can get me at Mr. Maximo. And I'll keep an eye in the chat as well. We'll do a few random questions.
Yep. Anyone in India on FanCode that can't get to the YouTube chat, feel free. And if you have a look at, well, all the 7s and plenty of wickets.
7, 6, 7s with 2 wickets in the second. Not ideal. So, Pungalianiwa's asking, Corey, I have to ask your approach in Spain. When a player feels very low about his performance, how do you manage somebody like that?
Yeah, well, you've got to go get around them a little bit. You've got to spend some time with them, find out why they're feeling low, try build their confidence back up, because sport, just like life, is a confidence thing, and how you handle that and how you respond is what matters.
You were talking about man management skills.
Man management skills is everything.
Is that also managing emotions?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You're basically
really,
like
you're
a father.
not just a cricket coach, you're a life coach.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've had 4 of my players contact me today just because they wanted to chat. You got to be ready.
That's really nice.
Told them I was busy.
Were you a needy sort of player as well? Or?
No,
It is important. I know that, though. I mean, especially when you got tours and stuff, maybe people are away from home. Yeah, it does become important to look after the mindset.
It is important.
Players, right?
Mindset is everything. I got a missed call from Janvi. I can't answer, Janvi. Get your question in, though. He tried to call me on Instagram. You just send the message in.
Yeah. Call Corey later. He'll leave his phone on for you. All right, Hamza, can he score here? Oh, he gets launched, and it's gone. This is out of here. Watch out with the vents. Maximo. Hamza, 3rd time lucky. Well, he tries to go over it. He ends up going under it, but the ball has disappeared. 6 runs.
Well, I tell you right now, that fence was life-saving. He could have fallen 500 metres down into the Earth's crustation.
It could have become an artifact.
Into the core. But in fact, he's still with us.
Did you just say into the
I did not mean that word. You know,
again?
I'm trying to look at...
That's the second time
Sounded
you've
right.
said that.
Sounded right.
To the Earth's crustacean. Yeah, I love it.
Pretty hot out here.
Kritanaka this time. Gets driven. Gets Just past the infielder. Just be a single, though. I've got another one from Stephen Kelk in the Netherlands. St. Corey, I was wondering whether the Spanish climate is conducive for swinging the ball. I mean, does the ball swing around like in Spain, more or less, or about the same as other places you've been?
Same.
Maybe
Maybe less.
In England, when you've got the cloud cover and the miserable weather, often they think about the ball moving sideways. I think it also depends on the type of balls you're using.
I've got a question from Amit Sharma come in. They're all starting to pile in. What do I think about Virat Kohli's recent form? Well, he's just going through a little bit of a lean patch, but I mean, there's not many cricketers that don't.
Yeah.
Donald Bradman didn't, and he's the only one that never went out of form.
Well, he didn't score a century in about 6 or 7 years there at one point.
Yeah, that was because of other factors, Vinny.
World War II had something to do with that, but this one's out. It's going to be gone. And Hamza is going to be another victim of the Karuna Naika train. And, well, have a look at this. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, having a look. Maybe pitched on leg stump. It's been given.
Yeah. Well, check it out here. Yeah. Oh, geez. I just picked up a little bit of a deviation there as well. So I don't know about where that ball pitched. I'm not so sure either about...
Yeah, one of those ones, Vinny. Not easy. Definitely not easy. But anyway, I've got these quick fire questions flying in right now. Just pitching outside, maybe an inside edge as well that time. Tough.
Yeah, it's
tough.
a long day as well. And
Can't get them all.
What doesn't help is the ball is right in the middle of the pitch. And
Absolutely.
So
But yeah,
not getting a great look at that.
Virat Kohli will come back to form. They all do. The greats do.
Yeah.
The greats do. It's not the end of Virat Kohli. It's just going through a trough. Nearly
But
every
what do you think
batsman
about
does.
going through a rough trot? We talked about this the other day. In the old days, you could just not read the newspaper and that'd be it. But now you seem to have media consuming you everywhere from all angles. It's got to be a lot of pressure. He is a human being when it comes down to it. But yeah, the longer it goes, probably the harder it gets.
What's Yuvraj Singh asking me in chat? Corey, some brah.
I told you this before. That Rico will say brah after a 6, and Yuvraj donates 1,000 rupees into the chat. So
Yuvraj, if you make it 5,000 rupees, I'll do one.
yeah, that's true. Right, Corey isn't giving them out as easy. So ball's back in your court, Yuvraj.
You let us know.
Into the 4th over, it's 30 for 5. Corey has confirmed with me. And I said, if you're going to make this bet, you're going to have to go through with it, Corey. He's a bit nervous to go with the brat. But Yuvraj, the price is no longer one. It's 5K rupees. And Corey will give you. And to be honest, Yuvraj, I mean, I know that sometimes you could hand over a few multiples as he gets on a bit of a run. That's a very interesting throwback. Hello to Glenn Maxwell as well in the chat. He would have loved the reverses earlier on today. Saw a few of them in a row, in fact.
Yeah, it's good to have Glenn here. Just probably taking a break from his training.
A few big names. I've got Wazim Akram, who's always sending me messages.
Well, we've had
as
Yuvraj
well.
Singh, Glenn Maxwell. Everyone's jumping in today.
Why wouldn't you? Max O'Dowd. Launched. And it fortunately won't go all the way to the outfielder.
Shreyan Jane Punagilar has asked me a question. What's my coaching style, aggressive or defensive? I would say aggressive with the flavour of tactful.
Apart from talking to the players, though, how about tactically?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Tactful. Hold on a second.
It's a bit
I'm gonna buy you a dictionary.
It's a bit warm today for Corey. As it's pushed into the offside for single.
You certainly have a way with words.
Oh, when the heat gets to you, the heat gets you. I need more lunch.
And then tactful.
The questions are flying
in, though. Keep the questions coming. We are enjoying it, though.
I'm loving all our viewers from India. Sensational.
Yuvraj has been quiet since you named your price for a bra.
Yeah, also, a little disappointed. It hasn't gone to our gymnast down at deep mid-off for quite some time.
Yeah, it's got to be coming.
Oh, bold.
He's down the wrong line. This is Prasanna Takiri-Yadura. Bowled a very important over last night towards the end.
Corey?
Keeper just kind of moving back with that.
That'll be a wide. Oh, no.
Gets it wrong. Doesn't get behind.
Go the hair.
It's going to be a 5. Another one. That's the second time we've seen that. Diana, well, she ain't moving.
No, she'll just pretend to look down.
You have to pick that up yourself. Again, he almost gets that right foot out there, but not quite enough They could get the second skip set in. Danushka Takiriadura. Could see him in the helmet though, but that was not a good delivery from Prasanna Takiriadura. 5 wides. Better.
Hold, I've got a question from Dinesh Lundkand. Hey Corey, who is your favourite all-time cricketer? Good question. Adam Gilchrist. Growing up, I loved Adam Gilchrist as we get the last ball of the over. And that is a wide. So I put the jinx on him. One more.
So last ball before the mini drinks break, and we'll keep them coming. Getting some right now.
Oh, he's man-cat him! He's man-cat him. This is going to be given out. Oh, well, the rules are rules. If the appeal stays up, this will be gone. It's up to them. It's sportsmanship. It's a questionable one.
He is taken. Oh, no, this not out. He goes over his action. You can't swing your arm over and then take it. So it won't be out here. It'll be a dead ball. So have a look. See?
No, but he keeps the ball in his right hand.
Yeah, but he's bowling left arm over. So once you enter your delivery action, whether the ball's in your hand or not, it's a dead ball. It's deception.
Okay, so even though he keeps the ball in his right hand.
Yeah, but he's commenced his delivery action. So it can't be out. This cannot be out. No way, because he's gone over and he's got. Once you go over, I think they're going to change this. I'm almost certain. Because here, look, once it goes above, and I know what you're saying, because he has, but it's still his delivery action. Wow, that came from nowhere.
Yeah, he's walking back now, so I think the right decision's been made.
Yeah. So, whoa. Leandro's he's seen his innings flash before his eyes.
Wow.
What do you think about the old man cat at 39 for 5? Necessary?
No, not necessary, but it's part of the game now.
And they'll
It's
still
not called
have to bowl the last ball.
I don't think it's called a man cat anymore. It's called a...
No, it's still, I mean, it's a nickname. It was never called a man cat.
It's not over, is it?
Can't be over. You still got to bowl it. So.
Well, man cat isn't called man cat. It's called a run out.
Oh, it's always been called a run out.
Well, not really.
No, it's, it's no different. It's a nickname for a type of run out, basically. It's run out without delivering the ball.
Wow, controversy.
But I actually haven't ever seen it with the ball in the other hand. That's sneak level 3,000, isn't it?
Good bluff.
Now, I'll tell you who's not particularly impressed, even though he's not out, is Leandro Jayaraja, the captain, one of the most sporting guys you like. So he puts in the few fake steps to try and fake him out. So anyway, remember Caponelli, it will be the end of the over. The score is 40 for 5 after 5 overs. Keep the questions coming. We're a bit thrown there with that moment, but yeah, we know we're keeping an eye on the Instagram questions, also in the live chat, last game of the day, and yeah, we're looking forward to it. Corey still checking his phone over there. Got any others you want to throw in at the moment? We're at the mini drinks break now.
Dips Rayo has said to me the Earth is flat, and you've mentioned space a few times, and there's no such thing. So, well,
is that right?
Sometimes you've got to, and she enjoys the commentary of you. So fair enough. But I have been inundated with messages from everywhere saying...
I want to know then, because they've got the archaeological dig going on. If the Earth is flat and we're digging down, how far down are you going to get? And what's out the other side of it? That's my question, if the Earth is flat.
A lot of nice messages saying, we wish you can coach an IPL team one day. That would be my dream come true.
Yeah, you can bring your phone out here, because you're working, so that's all right.
Is that okay?
Keep them coming. We don't mind that. But yeah, keep your questions coming for Corey and his Instagram.
A lot of people saying I look like Dale Steyn, not Jason Roy. I don't see it.
I've met Dale Steyn. Okay. Not for me. But maybe Anders can put up the social media again, and you can see exactly where you can send us messages on Instagram, and also obviously in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. But yeah, there you go. So you've got CRuckers_28. I'm getting a few as well. I'm getting similar questions, and you're getting some.
This is a very good question. This is the best question. So Dinesh Lundkand.
Yeah.
You two travel so much. How do you take care of your diet and your fitness? Vinny Sandhu, take it away.
Fantastic question. Hello to Sai Chandu, who sent me a message as well.
Answer. Well, Vinny doesn't.
It's a very good question. I try and just get a little bit of a balance.
My answer is no carbohydrates. I try to stay away from carbs.
This is the point. You're a man of extremes. I'm, to a lesser extent, a little bit like that. Now, we have a few blowout nights, like FICO Italy World.
Yeah, sometimes
last week.
we eat too much.
Yeah, but then we try and make it up, and try and look after ourselves. It's a long day, obviously.
But also when we're talking all day, you actually get quite tired by the end of the day. It's a lot of energy that...
Some people do.
Yeah, well, we do. How many words are we saying each day?
200,000 each, probably. Something like that. This is start of a 6th over. And still can't get over that man cave, to be honest. And
Yeah,
look,
came out of nowhere, didn't
Yuvraj
it?
Singh has finally come back. And he says 1K for every Maximo. But I know you're going to hold firm on 5K for a bra. Are you right? I mean, I'm your agent now. Knocks this into his foot. They're going to run to the bowler. Takes a little bit of time to get there. Gets shot down as he throws it, Nico Fernando, but they will get a run.
Yep. Good running.
Yeah, a lot of people calling you a second-hand Jason Roy in the chat as well. Like a store brand. You know you can make money impersonating celebrities. Do you know that?
Really?
Some people. I mean, the Queen's the most famous. You make good money as a Queen impersonator. Well, it's probably a wide, it just misses the leg stump. That's good hands.
Yeah, very good.
To Kiriadura.
Very, very good keeping indeed.
Watch Monstro, my flat earth answer, saying obviously dig deep enough to get to Australia. That's why it's called Down Under. Makes sense, I guess. Good ball by Nico. Doesn't allow a run here.
It doesn't allow a run, and it's all happening here, that is for sure. And, well, plenty of viewers and all that sending in their questions. Why not? And some of them even trying to call.
You've actually answered a video call. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on the game, and I'm going to see another boundary. And this is Sumer Ali, who is the last great hope, isn't he, for Roma Capinelli. And he's certainly hit him a bit better this time.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. Good batting, and good to see. Jay Shah asking about my experience with RP Singh. Famous Indian seam bowler, left arm quick. He was our player for Paktoon in the T10 many years ago, and he was a lovely man, beautiful bowler, great action.
He's the original Deccan Charger, which was my original IPL team. Take one here.
Hey, the viewers are switched on today, aren't they?
They sure are. I'm still curious about the what do you call it, the flat earth theory.
Spun in, appeal, not out.
Too high.
Yeah, I'll get through for a single. That takes us to the end of, well, an eventful 6 overs. It's 49 for 5. Another question from Light White asking who's my favourite Test batsman other than Don Bradman. Well, it's a good question. There's been a lot of great Test batsmen. I like watching Steve Smith these days, I have to admit. I will say I did like Muhammad Yusuf from Pakistan for quite a few years. And I'll name you one more. One of my favourite Indian batsmen, Virender Sehwag. I think everybody loved watching him. But it's great to interact with you all around the world. And definitely to listen to all of you and get your thoughts and get your cricket knowledge out there. He's definitely impressive. Anyway, back to the action. Well bowled. Well played, though, as well. There could be a run out.
Trouble.
Oh! Keeper fumbles it.
Now, Jayaraja has almost run out once already. Better throw here. I think he's a dead duck. Keeper had to go up to his right and then was rushing to get back. Next ball is hit in the air, but not going to get to the fielder on the full. So, Roma Capinelli, if they could just fight their way to an 80 or 90, I just think Kent Lanka, certainly very capable of chasing it, but also a bit combustible, we know that. And, well, here's a guy who I've got my eyes on. We're going to keep the bowler versus non-striker battle alive here. Half tracker, and see you later, alligator.
Ambulance, ambulance, oh! Woo, woo, that was close, Vinny.
Yeah.
Brah, brah.
Oh, Corey's come up with a bruh. And, well, let's see. Did you end up bargaining back?
Well, I didn't. Well, Yuvi, I expect the money in the account, but what a shot.
I don't know what was more surprising. The lack of the man-cat attempt, the half-tracker, the 6th almost hit an ambulance. Or Corey with the double bruh. Floats it out. This one's going to be a wide.
It is quite fun, all the viewers trying to video call, actually.
Maiden
Just
Waters
send the
has a good
questions in.
question, saying, do we ever get to cook for ourselves when we're touring? And if we do, who's the best cook? Well, I don't know what kind of cook you are, but I bet you're better than me. 'Cause I am terrible. In the Corona lockdown, I started to say I was going to teach myself to cook. I couldn't even boil an egg properly. And it reminded me, why try and live in a dense part of town where there's lots of options. Are you a good cook, Corey?
I'm actually not too bad. We've got a reply from Deepa Rayo saying, thanks for at least mentioning the truth does matter. It is a flat earth, but you two speak with so much passion the whole day, and I appreciate it. So thank you to everyone out in India that's giving us some good encouragement
And look,
today.
I welcome our flat earther fans. Yeah, entitled to their beliefs. I watched a very interesting documentary on flat earthers.
Actually, let's not skip on from the cooking just yet as we look at tomorrow, Rome, Bangla Morning Sun will get to play in the Morning Sun. Is that an advantage? We don't know yet. They'll be up against Kent Lanka in match 13-14. Match 15-16, Roma CC versus Roma Capanelli.
Those 15 and 16 matches become quite interesting, don't they? It also depends on Kent Lanka's performance. Can they spring a surprise? I guess you would call it a surprise against Rome Bangla Morning Sun, but yeah, anything can happen in this Rome series. Super interesting. Join us again, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for day 4 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. That series that I was talking about watching, it was a little while ago. Now, wait for this ball from Shaminda. Gets cut, stopped, and don't run. Yeah. Can't keep his feet, but doesn't give away a run. It was called Behind the Curve. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, it might be something for tonight.
Bit of an insight into it.
Pawan Sharma asking out what are our thoughts on India versus England recently. I think both teams are making some nice changes to their sides. A bit of a transition phase.
Longest test series ever, beginning to end.
Whoa. Wide. That bounced.
Bounce is good for the spinners too, right?
Yeah. A lot of bounce for the spinners when they get up and over their action like that. You can get it to kick.
Good call, good keeping too. Probably a bit more confident in the helmet. That one's not going to get you in the chops.
Yeah. Can make those as well.
Pitches up, swings around it. Foot takes a little bit of a bounce, but I think it's a realistic stumping opportunity. Ahmed Naimuddin, he was pretty excited to see Max O'Dowd in the chat earlier today. Had the mouth open wow emoji. Played down. And, well, this is running, and he's going to hook it back, but he's going to get the angle wrong. I don't know if he's hooked this back into his own head, but this is definitely worth watching. And let's see exactly what happens here.
No, I think he has. He's flicked it, and no, it's just missed his head, but he might have hurt his head a little bit. He's actually in a bit of pain, Vinny.
Yeah, Prasanna Tkiriadura. He's been a controversy magnet so far.
He has, look.
Hopefully he's okay here.
He might have actually...
Just landing on his neck. You got to be careful. That's the one that maybe you don't want to move somebody if they're.
I just think he's landed very, very awkwardly, and they need to check him out because, yeah, that looks like quite obvious. But sometimes with that area,
it's because all his body weight goes through his neck, and he's up and he's kind of wandering around. But you got to say, nice to have the medics back on site.
It's not nice to have them on the field, but. Good to know that
nice to have them around.
Our players are sort of looked after, just in case.
They came into the equation yesterday, didn't they? And so yeah, got Corey here. And maybe you want to keep rolling through your messages here. We've had so much interaction. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been great.
It keeps it interesting for us as well.
I think we've found a way to talk to our Indian viewers a little bit more, which is great.
That's good. How about? Yeah. I think he's actually just going to come off while he gets that attention, and we might see the 12th man into play.
Cricket question, who is the most technically sound batter in today's era? This is from Kiyomia. Technically sound, Rahul Dravid was the best. I think.
Is he still in this era?
Sort of.
Yeah.
This is our project manager, Sam. Sam, who was the most technical player you ever thought international level?
Sam has the last word.
Actually, Ian Bell.
Good one.
He was very tick for tack.
Prone to a run out just before tea, though, wasn't he?
Loved it.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
Controversial one. When he hit a ball, thought it went for 4, was walking off.
Someone asking how they can play the ECS. This is from Kabushi.
Easy. Join a club.
Move to Europe.
Move to Europe.
Buy a home.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't rent home. find someone to live, I suppose.
We're back.
We are back. This is good news. And it starts with a ball hit to cover for a single.
Just for a single. So we're back, and that player is being escorted off the ground around the back there. So glad to see he's walking, which is really important. And the 12th man has gone onto the field.
Yeah, I think that's sensible. Takiri Adura's bowled his 2 overs anyway. Driven into the gap, long chase, sweeper. Backs off it a bit, so there might have been 2 there, but he wasn't confident he could get back. Okay, this is a good one from Ninja in the chat, Ninja Jat.
Yeah.
Name one format of cricket they should bring back. I've got my answer.
Yeah, so do I.
This is just dragged away. It's the last ball of the 8th over. Handled by the Volcano. Well, now you get another one. And so hitting the stumps, keeper's got the hands out, shrug emoji style. But I mean, once you see that ball hitting the stumps at that pace, I just got to get in front of the stumps and block it to make sure there's not going to be a ricochet. There was.
I think the keeper's saying the ball's dead, but it's definitely not dead. It's thrown in. You got to go get it.
Yeah, exactly. Of course you can run on that.
And what was your answer then? What was the format you'd bring back?
First, I'll tell you. I think I've got that as 70 for 5 with the overthrow. Hong Kong sixes.
Okay.
I used to love the Hong Kong sixes.
I would bring back the timeless test.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, I'll give you that one. Yeah, that would be very interesting to see that in the modern day, wouldn't it? But I don't know if the modern day allows for the... How would you do it? Would you have one or would you have several? Would you have maybe a 3 timeless test series? Give us your thoughts in the chat, maybe ECN European Cricket Network.
Yeah, it is tough. It is tough.
Yeah, would you have one timeless test or maybe a 3 timeless test series?
I just think it would be interesting if you got the 22 best test players in the world.
They'd be hard to schedule the timeless
and you
tests,
just go,
right?
We're going. It's a one-off. It's a
one-off.
It's a one-off. We're going to play it at the MCG.
And the pitch, you let the pitch deteriorate.
It just deteriorates normally, heavy roll, light roll at the end of innings. And if you bat first, you can bat for as long as you can.
So they have had a timeless test in the past.
Yep.
I think it was England, South Africa. And it ended in a draw.
Yeah, because they had to get their boat.
They were going to miss their boat home.
After like day 10.
Obviously not fans on the boat of cricket. I like that question. That was a good one by Ninja Jan. Well, eyes up. Looks like Yuvraj has given you 1,000 rupees for the pra. But you did set your price at 5,000.
Well.
Thank you, Yuvraj. That's very generous.
Thank you, Yuvi.
Having a bit of fun with you today, and you're having fun with us as well. That's
1,000
good.
rupees?
I'm going to go 12 euros. Well, yeah. 12 euros.
Australian, 18.
$18. It sounds better Australian dollars. Do you still think in Australian dollars?
No.
I'm converted. I'm just thinking euros now. So euro is about $1.50 Australian. It's about on par with the US dollar at the moment, and it's not quite as strong as a pound, but it's close. Probably buys you about 90p normally. Hey, look who's back.
Oh, he's been pretty important all tournament.
V. Volcano steaming in. This is going nowhere. Handled by the keeper. It's been a weird innings. Remember, they were in all sorts early, weren't they? They just kept losing wickets. They were 29 for 5 when these two came together. So this partnership worth 41. It was almost disturbed with the run-out backing up. Appeal wasn't given. But yeah, they're closing in on the 50 partnership. 10 balls left.
Hit pretty hard, but just for a single. They're struggling to get it away.
Maha Arif has been tracking the time. He's calling a 10-run penalty. Not so sure about that.
What time did they start, Vin?
Well, we've gone 43 minutes at the moment. You take out the drinks break.
The injury.
And the injury, I think they're fine. Remember, we started 10 minutes late after the scheduled time. Swiveling pull shot from Jaya. It's can't make contact. Yeah. So, again, it's a few overs of pretty quick fire interaction. Down leg side, quarter wide. That won't help the over 8, but I do feel like they're just okay.
Yeah, I think they will be okay, Vinny. just. Only just, though. We'll have to see what the match officials think.
I don't think we've got any problems here, I'll be honest with you. And even we had the run-out appeal, which was a review that took a little bit of time as well.
Oh,
High, but I'll scramble through for a leg bite. It's been reasonable recovery though. I mean, if they could kind of scrape something in the 80s, no Kent Lanka. I mean, they can hit some big balls, but I suppose the big problem is they haven't done it with any sort of consistency so far in the tournament, including that man, the Volcano.
yeah, when he gets them right, he is not easy to get away.
In the air, but as a carry, I'll just get this single. So, over to Sumer Ali. Last ball coming up.
So they've done a pretty good job here. That brings us to the end of the over. It's 74 for 5, 6 balls to come. Keep an eye on the umpires just to make sure there's no penalty runs at it if they are.
No, I don't think we will have any here.
Oh, here's our man, Vinny. Here's our man bowling the 10th.
All right.
Well,
Now you have my attention.
let's not build it up too much. Let's just see if it happens.
But we're not great at keeping our emotions under the surface. And we're both super excited. Every time he bowled a ball that was on the stumps, we get excited. But actually, they're not going for Mukti in the end. He's going to stay it long off. You got me excited. They're going to stick with spin. They've been very spin heavy. It's been working for them. Shaminda is going to bowl the last over. Tossed up, driven. No protection in that area. Game straight, but it kind of skews off the outside half of the bat. Could see them looking for those runs. Roma Capinelli have come a long way as far as their IQ in the T10 format in just a couple of days.
Yeah, they definitely
including
have.
Their fielding.
They've improved. They have 100% improved.
Saw some interesting fielding towards the end of their innings last time, though. Here goes the leg side. Finds the fielder. Picks it up cleanly. So just another single. This partnership creeps towards 50.
Yeah, very important partnership. They've gotten them to a score that they might be able to defend.
So how do you feel about Yuvraj donating the 1K? You happy with that?
Very kind of him. Thank you, sir.
Tossed up, goes for it, and actually gets it in the hole. I think this is going to be 4, and it is. So it does get them to 80, and also brings up the 50 partnership. Sumer Ali, he had a Barry Crocker with the bat earlier on. Couldn't get anything away, but he's played a very important hand here in getting them to something. And that, in fact, takes them to 80 with 3 balls remaining.
Yep, important shot. Ali's looked much better in this innings compared to his last. Can he get another boundary?
Goes for it, and this has got the legs, I think. It is up, and it's down, and it's Maximal. Well, coming late for Roma Capinelli, and they move to 86. Sumer Ali has been super important in this resurgence. And he starts in his crease, gets a good couple of skip steps down, and goes over the offside for 6.
Yeah, class batting. He's come good at the right time, that is for sure.
Goes straight this time. Doesn't quite get it, but they'll have to come for 2. Well, you think they're going to have to come for 2. It's fumbled 7 or 8 times, but it wouldn't have mattered. They're always going to get 2 anyway. Sumer Ali goes to 44. Well, he could go to 50, but he's only got 1 chance to do it, and he needs 6. But yeah, he's dragged them up to 88 now.
Would be a fine 50 if he can get there.
Similar kind of score as last game, and that was a very, very entertaining contest. Here we go. Strap yourselves in. Last ball time. He won't get the 6 he wants. They'll probably come for 2 here as well. They shouldn't get it. The regulation piece of cricket will get the run out. It's not regulation, but I still think it's run out. Yeah, and so that'll stop the running. I've got a feeling he's gone here anyway.
Yeah, I reckon he's going to be out. Run out. Great throw from deep mid-off. Little fumble by the keeper. Gone.
Yeah, just out. So yeah, you'll see here. Doesn't get a chance to get the glove off, but he just turns around, has a look at them, and there you go. Great camera work. So he almost gets there, but he'll be run out for 45. Very important innings, though. They get to 89 for 6. Sets a challenge of 90 for Kent Lanka. And look, the way they've been batting, yeah, they have the potential to do it quickly, but also If they lose some key wickets, we know they can be exposed a little bit. But look, I think it's going to be a really entertaining finish to the day, Corey.
It should be an entertaining finish. That score is there for the taking, but what will happen, we'll see as we look at the highlights, and it was wickets galore to start. Kirby was the first man to go, well caught on the boundary.
Yeah, that was a good catch. But early on, it was just looking really ugly. It was a battle of the hairdos again. And, well, you see there, Kukulawala had a life on 0. He caught him, but when the elbows hit the ground, he was writhing with emotion, but it didn't cost him too much. Just cost him that single, in fact, because Karunanika, he ended up coming up with 2 big wickets in this over. And that really set the tone. And it was a long way back from there for Roma Campanelli, but that man, Sumer Ali, would have a lot to say about the matter. What a good bit of bowling this was from Karunanika, the left armour.
Yeah, great bowling. Really happy for him. He deserved it, and you can see how happy he was, how emotional he was, and deserved to take a couple more wickets. And, well, at the start of the innings, they were 3 for 12, 4 for 13, and 5 for 29. The wickets just kept on coming. Here was another one, another catch inside the inner ring. Hamza not getting that ball away. He'll be disappointed to get out in that fashion. And, well, they tried their best, did the players, and that was our project manager, Sam, taking a nice take out there and patrolling the boundary, making sure everything's okay with everybody, which is the case. And there was a few nice shots in between just before the partnership started to blossom. And as soon as this 5th wicket fell, you thought, are they in a lot of trouble? And they were at 29 for 5. But the partnership after that would be a lovely 60 runs.
Yeah, 60 valuable runs. And this was a moment that was an interesting one. But to be fair, that's why the rule is as it is. Because when the arm goes over, he's not out of his crease. But once the arm goes over, you're entitled to leave your crease.
Some would say that the karma might have come and got him back.
Yeah, well, I'm not so sure about that. But it was interesting what happened next. And, well, obviously, when it comes down to it, we're talking about your physical health. And Takiri Adura had a bit of an issue with his neck there after falling awkwardly. And, well, when it came down to it, Sumer Ali scrambling for every single run. And, that was the final ball of the innings. They do take the partnership to 60, though. They take the score to 89. And so Kent Lanka, 90 for victory. Should be a very, very entertaining finish to the day. See some of the landscape from around Rome has been beautiful, and the cricket's been beautiful as well. It's been entertaining. Can't take your eyes off it stuff. Both openers going for ducks in this innings, but Sumer Ali pulled them out of a hole. He was running off the very last ball for 45, and he found a bit of an ally in Jai Raja, the captain, who just did what he needed to do to keep the score ticking along. 15 not out for him. 18 wides, a bye and a leg bye, so 20 extras in the 89. That could be something that comes back to bite Kent Lanka, including a few that went for multiples. And looking at their figures, well, for me, the star was Kavinda Karunanika with 3 for 16 off his 2 overs. Also, I think Sajith Fernando bowled pretty well. They never quite know what to do with him in his 2 overs. 1 for 10. Nico Fernando, 1 for 16. Pretty good effort as well. I did get after Prasanna Takiri Adura a little bit and Shaminda. But now ultimately, I think if you offered them 90 to chase more times than not, Kent Lanka would think, yeah, we're happy with that and we think we can chase it down. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 5 minutes. And when we do, we'll have the chase. It will be Kent Lanka trying to get their first win in ECN cricket. They'll need 90 runs to do it. Until then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, here with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Rome. Last innings of the day. Should be an interesting one as we are watching Kent Lanka chasing their first points in ECN cricket. We did see them last year. They were 0-8. So no wins out of their 8 matches there. They did start with 2 losses yesterday. In fact, lost today. So that's 11 matches without a win. And here in their 12th match, they're looking to open their account. They certainly have a good chance here. And I like this move. Looks like they are opening with Sajith Fernando. He always looked a threat. And so Nicolo Fernando and Sajith Fernando. Fernando Volcano will be at the non-strikers end with the start. The Italian stallion, Michele Moratini, is going to open up. And so it should be a really entertaining finish to the day. The only reason they got to 89, really, it was a partnership between Sumer Ali and Leandro Jayaraja, who is back behind the stumps in this innings for Roma Capinelli. Moratini, native Italian player. Again, it's always exciting when we get a story like that. He's been playing the game for a while now. He's no rookie. Here he is, 90 to win for Kent Lanka. Driven, and do have a deep cover out there. So it'll just be a single. Okay, nature lovers. Watch the volcano, because he, to me, is the key to this innings. But look at those flags in the background. He likes to hit straight, but he's hitting straight into the teeth of the breeze. All right, here we go. This should be interesting. Moratini. Yes, good heavy ball. And they're trying to do a few tricks in the field. I don't mind that. It's Fernando can't get off the mark here.
And welcome back, Corey Ruckers, to the commentary. Hi, Corey.
You just saw a cake came, so you're commentating trying to avoid it. It does look pretty good.
Yeah, enjoy yourself, Vinny.
I said no, but I said no once, and I'm not going to say no twice.
Here we go. Inside half of the bat. A single here. Both batsmen off the mark now.
Yeah, so 90. What sort of a Kent Lanka are we going to see? Are they going to really attack this power play, or are they going to focus more on keeping wickets in hand?
Well, they've sort of got to try and enjoy the power play. Get to, let's say, get to 30 off the power play. That would be great. That means you bring the rate down. Don't lose a wicket. Keep one of these 2 in surely. Here we go. Italian stallion with the ball. Spliced. Great fielding. Great fielding. Oh, their man with the long hair. Sensational. He's had a really impressive day. With this for a stop. 1 bounce. Taps it down. Does his thing. So the Italian stallion charging in again once more.
Kukulawala, what a day he's having. Goes long, and this is going to be out of here. Going, gone. Maximo! Well, Nico didn't really light the fuse before. This time he goes over wide, long on. Just punches it. That's all hands. And this ball flies through the sky, and that is the big one they wanted. That might just get things going. Moratini's going to bowl that challenge length, basically saying, well, if you want to drive me down the ground, you're going to have to go in the air, and that has its own risks. But, yeah, you got plenty of that. Got to say, speaking of Fernandos, I might just take a moment and mention Shanaka Fernando, the umpire saw there. He's adjudicating at the moment. He's going to Finland to help out with the pre-qualifiers tomorrow. Wishing him a safe trip. He's done a very, very good job. Driven down the ground. Can't beat mid-off, though. That's how you do it. They won't run here in the end. That's Zangana Ijaz. He'll make sure he gets down to that.
He gets down well, doesn't he, Vinny? Well, this is where we're at. 384 games since a golden ball. Vinny, why is that number significant?
Well, because it's the most we've ever had. We're 131 matches past our previous dry spell.
When does it end?
Well, sometimes you just never know when the dry spell is going to end.
I feel
it
like
can be when you least expect it.
I feel like a college student on campus. It's just not happening. And one day it'll come back.
Well, let's get ready for this Nova. And for more metaphors, go to Corey Rutgers _28 on Instagram.
Samara Ali. He's the key bowler now.
Your therapist.
Hey,
Be a busy man.
we're going to get one. But this 90 target is the right
Right
sort
in
of...
the Goldilocks zone, isn't it? Here's Samara Ali, batted well. And now he's bowling well. And he removes the volcano. Well, they've come up with some big players today. Roman Campanelli and Samara Ali. He gets the Yorker through. And he sneaks it under the bat. It's a long way down for Sajith, but now he has to make the long walk back. It's 8 for 1.
Perfect delivery to the big man. He slips it right under the bat. You can't get much better than that. That's the big wicket as well, Vinny. That is the big, big wicket. Figuratively and literally.
Kind of Yorks himself in the end. If you look at where he ends up, basically compared to the crease, it would have been drivable. Kind of ball he could have smacked several hundred metres like the one earlier.
Well, when he's hit some of the biggest sixes I think we've ever seen. But unfortunately, he's gone. Ali, he's having a good game, isn't he?
Yeah, could say that. Featured in the partnership of 60. That's the reason they went from 29 to 89 with 5 wickets down. Yeah, but what a start for Sumer Ali. And he's a guy, probably hasn't swung it as much lately. Just checking this breeze, it's swinging around all the time. It's not really assisting his in-swinger at the moment, but he got the length just right. It was helped out a bit by the batter advancing and making it awkward for himself.
Yeah, he doesn't know it's going to be there though, does he?
No, people do that because they want to get some momentum into the shot, but it can be hard to stay balanced when you're advancing down the wicket and you're moving.
Kent Lanka desperately need this victory. Desperately, desperately need to find a win.
So, left-hander's going to come out. It is Danushka Takiriadura. Miko Fernando listed as the captain in this game for Kent Lanka. Just noticed that. So, Takiriadura, because he's got the keeping gloves, has given up the captaincy for this game. But anyway, he's facing Sumer Ali. And, well, gets a little bit of bat on this. It was going to go miles down the leg side. Well done to pull that back in. Zaib Al-Rang is the man who does the fielding. Takiriadura off the mark first ball.
Well, that's a good way to start his account. A little tickle for 2.
Yeah, I mean, felt like it was going to be a big wide though.
Oh, it would have been a wide, but you're still trying to catch up with it.
Yeah. I'm not so sure. Probably would let that go because the keeper had a bit of a task to reach it. It was that wide down the leg side. Gets a couple though. I want to say thanks to Dave S, who has done a little something in the chat. Case in point, that ball, it was like the same ball. This time people won't get there.
He still tried to catch up with it. He just missed it.
But my point here is that it was going to be tough for the keeper to make the stop. And Leandro Jayaraja can't actually do it. So getting it wrong to the left-hander, there's 5 for free, 5 wides here in the second over.
What's Dave S done?
Dave S has donated £5 in the chat. Thank you, Dave S. That's very thoughtful.
Dave.
He's been to work. I know he's been to work and missed a bit of cricket. He's come back. He didn't know if he'd be back. And maybe he's just giving us a little slice of what he might have earned today.
Thank you, Dave. Very kind of
Dave.
you. Didn't have to do that, but always appreciative.
We're really, really appreciative of everyone that is so supportive. Sumer Ali. Better line. Just a bit straighter. Played out. Yep.
What would you say is the golden zone?
85 to 95. I'd like to do, and I've been meaning to do this, to actually plot all the golden ball scores. Because we've had them as low as, I think, 70 or 69, and we've had them as high as 167. That's 85 to 100 maybe, something like that. Another one's ill-directed, but this time will clunk into the pad. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, well, they're right on 90. A couple of extras. One player gets himself in.
So what do you think about it one day, if we have to leave Earth, we have to find another planet? You know what they look for? The Goldilocks zone. That's where the temperature's just right. That's why I was calling 85 to 95 or 85 to 100 the Goldilocks zone for golden balls. You know what's called the Goldilocks zone, right? After the fairy tale. Remember, she would try the porridge. It'd be too hot or too cold, but then the third one would be just right.
Didn't she get eaten by a wolf or something?
I can't remember how it ends. So I can Google it. I thought she was friends with the family.
Not too sure, Vin.
I think of Little Red Riding Hood.
Wide.
Another one down leg side. Cannot get it right here. I'd consider going back over the wicket. I mean, it's not working for him at the moment. It's such a good start with that angle, albeit to a right-hander.
Yeah, I do agree, Vinny. I do agree.
So a question from Dave S. asking, Corey, how many balls did we actually lose last week in Bologna? I don't think we tracked all the days.
I only know from the last 3 days, it'll be around 37 or 38.
Yeah. Hit straight down the ground and beats the mid-off. It'll be 4. Good batting. Nico Fernando gets a boundary. So yeah, even when he does get the line a bit more correct, Nico's ready for it. And he becomes all the more important now that he's lost to Jith. And that one moves the score up to 21.
Yeah, Nico, he is the key, isn't he? We're waiting for him to play a big innings.
So I would have to guess for the week, because we only tracked it really in the second half of the week, probably around 70 balls for the week we lost. And I told you this morning I did the intro from the archaeological big hole, and there were kookaburras in there. Genuine kookaburras in there. Some were barely hit. Only hit once. Better line. This will be the end of the over. The score at the end of 2. 22 for 1. Now tell me this, as a captain, Sumail Ali bowled a pretty good over, got the big wicket, but do you bowl him again in the 4th or do you hold him back?
Just hold him back, yeah, because this could go down to the wire and you probably want his experience right at the back end.
I also think he didn't deal very well with the 2 left-handers that they've got at the crease at the moment, so that's another reason I probably would just hold him for now. Looking at the table, you can see it's actually pretty spread out. You've got Royal Roma, who've played more games than anyone else, though, to be fair. Roma Capinelli will have played 6 as well after this game. And, yeah, the top 2 is important, the top 4 is important. The top 2 get the double chance, top 4 qualify for finals day. Kent Lanka hoping to join the other 2 teams that are on 2 points with a win in this game. But Roma Capinelli, if they could sweep this, they go clear into 3rd place, and they'll be a bit more comfortable. All right, here we go with Moratini to Nico Fernando. Now gets a full toss, and he's clunked it to a fielder pretty much straight behind the umpire. You can see this. It wasn't the contact that he wanted, and I think he wants a dot ball. No, that's out. He thinks it might be a bump ball, and now he's walking, but now 100,000%. That is clean off the bat to the fielder, and Moratini gets his wicket 22 for 2.
Yeah, I don't know how he thinks it's a bump ball. It travelled miles. It's definitely caught. Definitely caught. And this is a position I like. I've been saying this for a while. Putting someone behind the bowler, it's different, but it works.
He was a very, very straight mid-off, basically. So it wasn't quite straight behind. But, yeah, he was ready to move to his left quickly because already were some balls that went behind. I mean, that's just cricket sense.
Well, look, now, Vinny, they want to have a look, but this is definitely out. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 out. The ball can't be bumped that far.
Yeah, so, I mean, it would be a world record for a bump ball if it was, but I think eventually, yeah, sometimes it, you see here, I mean, to be honest, it's not even that close to the ground. And so, well, he's keeping us out in the sun a little bit longer, but I think he's going to get the message now that he's going to have to go. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's probably going to be a run out if it wasn't, because then they, very quick thing by Moratini, he said, hey, let's get a run out then. I don't think Tanushka Takiri-Yadura was that enthralled with the prospect of being sacrificed. But anyway, yeah, I mean, what happens there as the batter? He gets it so strangely down the bottom, and you see he actually stops. He knows that's out. I mean, he knows that's out. Yeah. But then he starts to think, hey, maybe have a look at that. But yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, it'll be in the book. Moratini gets the wicket, and it's 22 for 2.
No, that was 100% out, and the right decisions made in the end. A little bit of a delay to get there. Well, Moratini picks up the big wicket, the Italian stallion. He'll be happy with that.
I'm going to say hello to Ahmed Raza, who has said to, I love this, is my favourite bit of this comment. First, I want to read the second half, saying there's a UN cricket team in Rome. Make sure you get to chat to them while you're around. I did not know that.
That's interesting.
UN. But the funniest thing is he doesn't ask Corey and Vinny, he asks Curtis and Vinny. So,
Oh, Curtis.
okay, Curtis.
Yeah, I'm doing well.
You don't look like a Curtis. Anyway, here's the next ball from Moratini. Gets hit, and this will just be a single. It's the new one that's come out now at number 4. Got to say thank you to Archie Watson as well. He's tuned in lately, and he has donated £10 in the chat. Thank you for the fantastic cricket and quality commentary. I'd actually say quality cricket as well today.
What's going on today? What's gone into the viewers? Thank you very much, Archie. And where does this go?
I'm pretty bullish about the economy now that we're getting the some of the donations coming out. Thank you,
nice.
Archie. And I like Fun Tour, who's just left a comment that said £200. Moratini, this is quicker. That's a really good stop by Leandra Jayaraja. So Moratini fired up by having to wait to celebrate his wicket. There's at least an extra 15 Ks on this.
Yeah, that was sharp. Good work by the keeper.
How about Fun Tour?
Yeah, well,
just leaving a comment.
If you do it the right way, we'll be very appreciative. But no, very nice of our fans
what
to
if that was
do
a genuine attempt to do it and maybe just want to see what happened and then gets done £200?
Where does it go, Vinny? Is that?
It filters back to the European Cricket Network.
Awesome.
But I think there is something, obviously.
Tell you what, he's bowled 2 wides. He's got his pace up.
Yeah, he's fired up. He's got the wind at his back as well. I do think, obviously being on YouTube, a little bit, or maybe more than a little bit, has to go to YouTube for providing the facility. But we are working on something in the background. It's M+, which we can, you can support us if you feel like you'd like to. Of course, there's no pressure to do so. Also, always have YouTube running side by side.
Moratini.
Driven, and this will be 4, and it's going to be a square drive, and it's laced. Well, it is Danushka Takiri-Adura. He's had an eventful week, hasn't he? The umpire to watch out here, and just watched it go to the side. The fielder's diving, but all to no avail. It's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, what a lovely, lovely shot that is. Classical square drive. Moratini deciding to come around the wicket, but over pitching that time.
Dave S saying that he started something now. What about starting a trend of just typing them out in the comment that you'd like to donate, but you don't actually have to do it. But no, obviously, it all helps every little bit. Times are changing quickly. I might even get that article from ABC the other day, in case you haven't seen it yet. There's a few people just tuning in now and then, but that was a really nice piece. It explains what we're doing and what we're trying to do for cricket in Europe and entertaining the world, of course. Driven, and well, this could have been trouble. Bounces unpredictably off the turf. And well backed up in the end, just a single.
Just the single. Nice looking cricket shot again. He ran hard straight down the wicket. And watch that. Bounced viciously. Maybe got a little bit lucky there. It's sort of the edge of the pitch and takes off.
It's amazing. That pitch area, I think it's extra hard around there. And so occasionally we always think it's hitting the side of the pitch, but not necessarily. It's actually just near the pitch and it can really take off. Moratini, 2 balls to spend. They could be as quick as 2 all day. On to the new one. Good shot though. Geez, hits that. That wasn't a half volley. And the fielder's not going to get there, Kirby. So, well, what a good shot that was. It was fiery, but then there was more fire off the bat of the new one.
Well, it's a lovely shot. A real nice extension of his hands through the ball. A wide half volley. Still put it away. And these two are just keeping things calm. Last ball of the power play.
Yeah, it's funny that that's what passes for calm in the European Cricket Series. This pad might have blown apart there. We've talked sometimes about
old pad. That
being
is
blown off.
That pad has seen some things in its time.
I got to admit, my first pair of pads, I think it was 9 when I got them, and I wore them as long as I could. They were way too small for me. but they actually had buckles on them. I'll show my age. They actually had buckles on them, not the Velcro. Only my second pair of pads had Velcro on them. Moratini won't be happy with that. Here we go. Last ball of his spell. Oh, backs away and almost knocks out a peg. In the end, he goes 1 for 20, and it's the end of the power play, 34 for 2.
I don't get why you would back away after you've played such a good shot at the ball before. Just stand still, gentlemen. But a good power play, even though they lost the 2 big wickets. They are on 34, ahead of the rate.
Yeah, I mean, they are ahead of the rate, that's the thing. But yeah, big wickets is the word. So yeah, they want to be 27 to be on the rate, 36 after 4. So no problems there at the moment, but it's got to avoid a really terrible over. 2 fairly new batters at the crease, so they have both played some nice shots so far. This kind of a game is exactly what ECN's all about. It's in the balance. And people are asking about, why the ECS is T10, not T20 or something longer. Just more finishes. I think it puts players under pressure more often, and that is good for their development as well. They do play a lot of 20-over cricket and longer form cricket as well in other competitions, but as far as this stuff goes, I think it puts you under pressure, gets you thinking about your cricket, gets you finding out how you perform under pressure and what happens to you kind of in your mind. And also for the viewers, it means we get more finishes. Zarian, he starts with a dot. Yeah, so it basically means, so I've got a theory that the last 5 overs or so, that's when a game really, you get in the edge of your seat in a close run chase. So in a 10-over match, that's basically a quarter of the whole match. Whereas in a 50-over match, it's probably 5% of the match. Cut away, nice. A clever shot. It was a class shot by Takiri Adura. He just backs away, but he doesn't try and overhit this. And this one bangs into the fence, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. They don't have to do too much, just the odd boundary here and there. Work a couple of singles, the odd wide, and they should get to this score. They've got a really good platform now. These two both batting nicely after the big wickets earlier.
Keanu's got a pretty cool random question. Does anyone have a piece of equipment in cricket that they could improve or change? I think we'll get back to the drawing board. This is a similar sort of shot, but they got the man back there now. And it's Dinesh Silva who fields it, keeps it to 1. So, I mean, we've seen helmets evolving over the years, what is it now? 35 years that helmets have been used. Pads, I mean, they're a lot lighter than they used to be. I think different materials being used. We've seen some quite innovative pads. I remember the hockey-style pads or the light foam, compressed foam, Brendan McCullum and a few others were using. Some of them don't have a knee roll, for example.
Maybe you could make pads a bit more. I don't know. It's a good question, actually.
Gone. Top and middle stump. He just keeps it simple. And it's a new one after playing a really nice-looking cover drive. This one, you got to say, it was the ugly stepchild of the other one as he loses the top and middle, and he just breaks through now, 39 for 3.
Well, Denuan's got to go home and go look at the footage. He played one of the most beautiful cover drives, and then his next 2 balls, he's gone walking about the crease and lost the plot. That's a terrible stroke. No other way to put it. He's gone. Game back in the balance.
Certainly is. Well, the robot has woken up. Robot's opinion, if robots can have opinions. And the only good thing about T20 is the power play and the death bowling. T10 is almost only power play and death bowling. So it's the exciting bit of cricket in an hour and a half. And look, keeping it short is another thing about breaking into the European market. They are used to this format of 45-minute halves. And I think they still think they don't think it's a short form of the game. They think it's how long a game should be.
Yep.
Yeah, so for us cricketers, it seems short. But as far as if you had children wanting to take it up, things like that, obviously, it's not very natural to spend all day doing it. Of course, you can go into that if you do find it interesting, but you have to spark the interest first.
Yeah, I guess maybe they could make pads a little bit lighter.
Yeah.
Still think pads are a bit bulky.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question from Keanu.
It is a good question because it depends how much using pads as almost a second line of defence about how wide they are, for example. Or should they be more streamlined around your leg so you could run faster? Throws, and would have been home anyway. Yeah, that's probably the pads is the one I would focus on, because they are, it's just tradition, I think. But if you can get, yeah, it depends also, does it depend on the bowling you're playing, for example? Like, can you, wearing keeping pads when you're batting is not really the dumb thing. They still provide a fair bit of protection, but they probably don't cover as much of your legs. Yeah, lost control of that one hand off the bat. We'll get one into the 4th over. So, very fascinating game. We love our last games of the day, don't we? Here in Rome, 4 overs down, 41 for 3.
Yep, 4 overs down, 6 overs to go. This game just hanging around a pretty precarious position. Someone is going to have to keep going with the bat. Maybe Danushka can bat through, get his team out. Already 8 wides.
Yeah, it's a bit of a concern, isn't it? Dave S just unmasking himself. He was known as Mandrake in the chat, now known as Dave S. Well, Dave, good to have you with us. Still call you Mandrake occasionally if you like. But he's also saying he loves cricket, but he's gone off the ODI and Test since he started watching ECN. It's kind of like, I put it like a meal. You know, Test cricket is your kind of filet mignon, just paired with the right wine. It's the best you can get, right? No doubt about it.
Is it?
Test cricket, well, it's the ultimate test of your cricketing skill, is what I would say. Maybe not for every spectator, but a lot do really enjoy it. Oh, chopped down, past the stumps, past the keeper. I'll get one. This is Kakulawala, who's coming in. Didn't have a good game in match 11. So ODI and even T20, it's kind of like it's your nice pub meal. You know, still decent. T20 franchise, maybe get into the food court a little bit.
Okay.
But here's the thing. We're serving you 24 cheeseburgers a week. They are delicious.
Who
And once
doesn't
you get
love
on
a
them,
cheeseburger?
And I know you, because I saw you demolish a stack of cheeseburgers last week.
I did not, Vinny.
You did.
I did.
So
Oh, look, we are the
after you gave
Cheeseburger
me-
Express.
You weren't happy with what you got, so you went and bought 3
To be honest, the
cheeseburgers.
T10 stuff's won me over. So I'm a cricket purist, right? Test cricket, one-day cricket. T20 took me a long time to get around, but T10's got me. Coming from a coaching background, I love the amount of different situations players get put under. That's cut away, but straight to the fielder, who sort of misjudges the spin.
Runs around it a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, now it'll turn into 2.
Anyway, sorts it out in the end. Well, there's a proper Tortuga. And it goes right over Joe Raja, but well backed up. To say hello to Sunday's Jayasekaran. He's enjoying the commentary. That's very nice of you to say. So
Lots of nice well wishes today on the commentary. Thank you very much.
everyone's been very,
It's been a nice day. Some days flow better than others.
It's felt a little bit cooler today. That's the thing. It's 32, but a bit of a breeze. Monday was crazy. Oh, he's run around it again. You get 2 here if you're quick, but you better be quick. In comes the throw. Gets
It's almost
there.
deja vu of what just happened.
Yeah. I mean, those ones when you square the wicket, they can spin sideways. And normally they go one way, but occasionally you might get one that goes the other. Yeah. Joe Raja can't deal with the throw, but well backed up.
So what can Rambo do here? This game, pretty tight.
Misses out in the cut. One more ball to the mini drinks break. And so, I mean, this is the thing. It's certainly, it's different, but you also have to maybe rethink your cricket background because and try and think of it as someone that maybe doesn't have a cricket background, how they would view this game as a spectacle. Cut, won't carry.
Hit him.
Gets the chance. Air mails it. Could have had a pop at one stump there, Moratini, but he played a bit safe, went to the keeper, and the chance was gone. So Kent Lanka scored 47 off the first half of the innings. That leaves them 43 in the second half. Right now, it's 47 for 3. As we go to the mini drinks break, and I want to say a big thank you to everybody who has been watching us all day, and not just today, but all through our Rome week and all through our Italian adventure so far. We certainly have enjoyed that we've got viewers from all around the world, and it's all part of this journey. And if you watch the article, if you read the article, if you watch the video, you get a bit more of an idea about what ECN's all about.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're touching on, how this T10 format's sort of sweeping Europe by storm, maybe other parts of the world with the T10 leagues.
Yeah.
It's just, it's it's a more suitable diet for people, I think. 90-minute cricket's a slow game,
And
really,
the
but
fact
this
that,
isn't.
You know, people are doing other things as well during the day. So the fact that they can leave, come back and watch a bit of cricket, go back, and you feel like you can watch a whole game and get that whole storyline played out, but then, you know, go ahead and catch bits and pieces as well. So there's nothing ever that's been done quite like ECN. So that's kind of one of the reasons it's so special. If it's to become an Olympic sport, I have no doubt it's got to be T10 over T20. For me, if it's an Olympic sport, I look at rugby sevens being in the Olympics, and I just think it opens it up again to think about the Olympics, there's going to be so many non-cricket viewers, and for them, the idea of a 4-hour game, they'll just be like, oh, you know, what am I going to do here? But if you give them something 45-minute halves, big hitting, same kind of dynamics as this, then I think it really could capture the world's attention in a different way and coming at a different angle than the world's always tried.
Where's the next Olympics? Paris?
Well, the one they're looking at actually is Los Angeles in 2028 and Brisbane 2032. They're talking about putting cricket in the Olympics. But if they do, they've got to get the format right. They might only get one chance at this, and yeah, feel like they wouldn't want to swing and miss. I think just watching this, so many non-traditional cricket countries or viewers from non-traditional cricket countries do watch this and find it entertaining. I think that whoever's deciding that, they should look seriously into it.
Maybe our guys at the European Cricket Network can contact the Olympic Committee.
Imagine commentating at the LA Olympics in 2028.
The Olympic Village. I knew I'd get there one day.
Corey in the Olympic Village. No.
No, it'd be great. Look, why not? Why not take it that far? I mean, we've come this far. I still think we're going to go continental. I think we'll leave Europe eventually, and then why not get ourselves to the Olympics?
Cricket was in the Olympics before. Did you know that?
I did.
And did you know the story behind it? Because back in the Olympics were quite different in 1896 and 1900, turn of the 20th century.
Were they a bit different, were they?
But even like gold medals, they're a fairly new thing. I think the winners used to get silver like back in the beginning. Can't remember everything, but it was the only time it was played was the 1900 Summer Olympics in Paris. Come back to that in a second. Launched. It's in the air, and it's going to be over the fielder. Kirby can't do anything. Nimesh goes bang. Maximal brings up the 100 for Kent Lanka, and they start after drinks. Whatever was in the drinks was working. 6 runs.
Well, I just could hear Kent Lanka supporters over in the dugout screaming after that hit. They've never won a game on ECS. Is that correct, Vinny?
That's true. This is their 12th game.
They are 47 runs away from their first victory. They are desperate for it. Maybe it's their only chance.
They had circumstances conspiring against them this time last night. This is driven well, picked up. They don't run. So this is what's weird about the Olympics. Back in the 1900 Olympics, it was a team from France, but really it was made up of English expats.
Yeah.
The England team was actually the Devon and Somerset Wanderers Cricket Club.
Wow.
They just happened to be there, and they played a game. So now, retrospectively, they're Olympic gold medalists, all those people. So Great Britain gets gold, and silver goes to the French Athletic Club Union.
Just one thing that Roma Capenelli are doing well here. They kept cover tight. Last 2 balls have been hit straight to cover. 2 dot balls. That's why you keep your cover tight.
Also, they're not running. I would say it's the tightest cover I've ever seen.
Oh, that's pretty tight compared to usual.
Yeah, true. So, yeah, I just think I look at what's worked well in the Olympics, and rugby is the most obvious example for me. Rugby is a sport which has probably more name recognition worldwide than cricket. As far as the amount of countries.
Oh, I don't know about that, Vinny.
I think so.
Marginal at best.
Okay, marginal. Give you that. Pass the bowler for 1.
Did you see that video? Chile have qualified for the Rugby World Cup.
Yeah.
They upset the US, and they've snuck in, and they were going bonkers. It's a great sport video.
So I'm going to say, the reason I'm using rugby is because I think it's a similar example. So I'm not saying one's one or the other, really. But rugby, they use 7s at the Olympics as a way to showcase what are the actual bits that will get you hooked on the sport. And I think cricket people think T20 is probably that format, but that's because they're already cricket people. I think if you're a non-cricket person, something like this, even artificial turf, I mean, think about it. If you're going to be able to have it in countries where they don't have cricket facilities, you know, it's much easier to get an artificial turf in there than a traditional pitch.
Yep, completely agree, Vinny.
Like that. Got to finish on here. 33 off 24 now. That's the end of the 6th. 57 for 3. Not a bad over from Ejaz. Good recovery after the 6th first ball.
Yeah, good recovery. You feel like Kent Laker have got their noses ahead in this match now. You've got 2 set batsmen, and they've got a big, big opportunity to win their first ever game on the ECS. 0-12. Would that be one of the biggest loss runs broken?
Yeah, right up. I can't remember how many United in Czech Republic lost before they won one. I think that was around about 10. Yeah, I think you might be right. I can't remember a team going 11 losses then winning one, but they're still 33 runs away. I want to say a quick hello to Sadao Pataragi, who's watching and saying hello to us in the commentary box. Hello to you. Noise out there. So who's ahead in this game?
Batting side.
See, my thing is this. I look at the strike rates of the batters there at the moment, knowing that they need, 8.25? And to me, it's close. They're going at about 8 and over.
When you've got 2 set batsmen like this, batting side's ahead. They need a wicket to change that.
Ordinarily, I'd say they're well ahead. In this, I'd say they're just ahead. They haven't convinced me quite yet. Now, I'm going to go for Ijaz Ahmed in over number 7. That's one of my little tricks when I look at the required run rate. I actually look at the batter's strike rates and see how they kind of stack up compared to what's required from here.
Haven't seen too much of Ahmed this week. It's like spin in the operation.
Yeah, pulls it a bit to the left. Anyway, bit of a gamble to bowl Ahmed at this stage. Better ball though. Handled. Keep an eye on the differential between the runs required and the balls remaining. Currently it's at 9. Now the longer it stays at 9, that'll suit the fielding team. So they can handle singles right now. But what they don't want is extras, and they don't want multiples, especially boundaries.
Well, for Caponelli, they need a wicket. They desperately, desperately need a wicket. This lefty-righty partnership, you see all the fielders running everywhere. They got to get the field right first.
Tosses it up and hits it up. Well, this is a chance. 2 fielders converging, and it's dropped. And, well, in the end, Samir Ali was the man that tried to take the catch, and he hasn't got up yet. Hopefully he's okay. I think for sure, both fielders, they probably thought it could have been theirs. And this is difficult when people are coming sideways, because you don't actually know. In the end, I think Kirby realises that they're on a collision course, but that certainly puts off Samir Ali, who's a very good fielder. I'm not sure how many they took there.
I think they only took 1. It's an opportunity missed. They should have run 2 as well.
A big moment in the game.
Oh, that's out, surely.
Here. Should be gone.
Yeah.
It will be gone. I'll probably have a look at this one, but it was smart. They go to the bowler in the end. And so Nimesh is the man that's going to be run out. You can see it's smart cricket. And it's dragged out to the left, and then you see bowler is in perfect position.
It's out by a mile.
Not even close, really, is it?
Really good by Modnetti. He was at tight mid-wicket. There was never a one there, ever, but he didn't panic. He didn't peg it at the stumps. He just passed it back to the bowler. Good cricket.
Yeah, so you often talk about having that mid-wicket tight or the cover tight. In this situation, we're just trying to stop leaking those runs for shots that maybe don't deserve them. Nimesh takes them on and loses. So after Takiri Adura gets dropped, Nimesh run out the very next ball, and the score now is 60 for 4. And look, if that catch had been taken, it wouldn't have been Nimesh on strike.
Well, if they ran 2 as well. It was a simple 2, but they were arguing.
That's also true.
Oh, game on. New batsman coming in is never easy. Still a bit of work to do.
This is what I'll say. Before that decision has to be made, final word about the Olympics. Still a couple of years to go. I mean, remember, ECN and this format is still pretty young. So I think, especially if there's more international stuff being played, especially if the viewers vote with their eyeballs, and that's probably the thing that matters a lot as well, then I think it would be the preferred format. I want to say hello to Raihan Rahim. Said that he's been enjoying ECS matches, enjoys the format. Well, that's how you start an innings, because he just rocks back Renath, who's come from nowhere, and he just smacked a 6 first ball. Maximo. Well, take that.
Well, that shot sort of breaks their back a little bit of the opposition. He has a short ball. You still got to put it away.
It's not Renath, of course, is it? Because they crossed. So it's actually Takiri Adura. I was a bit surprised. I didn't like Renath at all. But Danushka, Takiri Adura sends that out of the ground. So a run out, but then a 6. Everything happening here. But also going back to Raheem's comment, he said he's been enjoying the ECS matches, great format, and he does agree T10 format will definitely bring in more interest. All the best wishes, enjoying the match. Much love and respect from Bangladesh.
Thank you.
Big hello to all of our Bangladeshi viewers. We love you guys, and thanks for tuning in, as well as all of our viewers around the world. Oh, could be trouble.
Yeah.
Here's trouble. Takiri Adura goes 6 and out. He tries to get a little bit too funky. Ahmed strikes with his last ball. It looked really full and looked fairly straight, Corey. I think that one's going to be out when we have a look at it.
Well, if you want to look up the definition of plum, Vinny, here it is. That is absolutely
just needs to work
plum.
One. Yeah, you
that
called
is
it.
plum.
That's hitting the middle stump, isn't it?
Yep.
And the umpire didn't have too much to worry about. I think he knows he's in trouble there. But yeah, probably not a shot that's required. He can play a less risky shot to get a 1 there and keep the strike. In the end, Takiri Adura goes 22. You've got 2 batters now that haven't faced a ball. 66 for 5 after 7.
50-50 game now. This is, with both batsmen gone, this is a flip of a coin. This is golden ball game. The record's going to finally go. This is it. Finally, Vinny. Finally. Yeah.
We have had 3 golden balls here at this ground.
We did have that amazing game late last night, and it's an amazing game again.
Well, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, and plenty of people are telling us that they are, and join us tomorrow, day 4 of 6. We'll get to start with match 13. And we know there's spooky things happening in match 13, Corey. You'll remember that. So we've got Romeback the Morning Sun taking on Kent Lanka, who basically play 4 matches straight in the format. They'll be in the morning session against the Morning Sun. Roma CC and Roma Caponelli playing in the afternoon session. Join us 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Kekulawala, the man you call an emergency. He almost fields this with his hair, but it decides to pull the hands out and Renath off the mark.
He'll be disappointed with that. That was a certain dot ball, and unfortunately just fumbled a little bit.
True. If he fields that, they're not running. In fact, they might have got a run out because Renath was off with the shot.
Just looking what they're doing with the field here. Still another lefty-righty. Can't afford any errors. Can't afford a 5 wides or anything crazy like that. This game going down to the wire. Kent Lanka, who have lost 12 in a row. Could the little engine get their first win?
This is their 12th, so it would be 11. But win at 12 and tab. Chance. Wow. Shovel passes it in. Pereira off the mark. Tamira Pereira coming in at number 8.
Brewing nicely this game.
With the big shot, they get that gap down. Now it's 6 between runs required and balls remaining. 22-16, but they have lost that wicket. Just establish yourself, keep the score moving, even if they are singles at the moment, just to give yourself a little bit of confidence.
Well, you've got 1 over left from Samar Ali, but the thing is, Ijaz Ahmed, who bowled the last over, is going to have to bowl another one. They've only used 5 bowlers so far, so if they do, they might be targeting the off spinner to get the bigger over.
Yeah, true. I mean, just got to keep chipping away at this stage. 2 new batters. That's what they're doing here.
It's good batting. I mean, this is how they should bat at the top of innings sometimes. When I say they don't get enough bat on ball, 1 a ball is not bad, you know.
There's urgency without insanity at the moment from these 2. But anyway, their innings is just beginning.
Can they?
They've only scored 2 each.
Can they win their first game? Can they win their first game?
So close yet so far at the moment.
Lucky chance number 12.
They were there.
All of them are standing up on the sideline as well.
Night.
Look at them.
This is out. It's the first time we've really seen them lose their concentration. He's gone for a little walk there to think about it, Renath.
Look, there they are. And when you're standing on the sideline like that, that means you're nervous. And you can imagine why.
So is Renath. He missed that, and then he walked around the keeper and walked back to face the next ball. Kula Wallace had a very good day. Last ball of his spell. Hit pretty hard, but hit straight. Samar Ali, he's not going to give you a chance. And so that's the end of the over. Game on. 71 for 5 after 8, and 19 runs are required off the last 2 overs.
Well, here's the question for the captain now. Does he go to his spearhead, Samar Ali, or does he go to the off spinner? So I'd go for my spearhead here.
Yeah, I think that when you're in this situation...
Just so that you have more to defend in the last, but they're going to go with the off spinner.
That's the plan. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Although he did take a wicket with his last delivery, so maybe get him while he's hot. But yeah, what you do risk is if this over goes for plenty...
That he does, yeah, your main bowler only has 5 or 6. Yep.
Yeah. But having said that, you've got 2 new batters there at the crease. Let's see how much they want to attack.
Well, there's no short third man at all. Any edge here is going for 4. Any edge. There is no one on up. Now they've fixed it up. He's running around there now.
It's more of a backward point than a third man. Still a big gap. Here we go. Ninth over. All happens in the ninth. Gets dragged. Moratini should be another run out. And
Yeah.
he's gone. He's going to be gone here. So Moratini, bit of an airmail throw, but Ahmed goes vertical and he reins it in. Run out for 3. Chaos reigns in the ninth. 71 for 6.
Well, this is why you keep some fielders tight. Moratini's been tight at cover, tight at mid-wicket. He stays tight. He doesn't get the underarm he wants, but he gets the wicket and a dot ball. This is why you don't always retreat. Good work.
And a handy wicket as well.
Very handy.
Now getting right down to the bottom order now. 71 for 6.
It was this time last night Kent Lanka lost that heartbreaker, right?
It was.
And I'm telling you right now, if they go down again, they might be distraught. We might have to go pick up the pieces, Vinny.
Well, we'll get the grief counsellors for Kent Lanka, who had lost a real tight one last night. But, I mean, it's habit to go on the hit, especially when you see that required run rate climbing.
They need a boundary this over, minimum.
Left-hander comes out. I guess Tamira Pereira is on strike. He's been joined now by Shaminda. Hit down, but one's a no problem for Roma Capinelli at the moment.
Got to find a boundary in the next 4 balls, surely. Get themselves to maybe 77 or 78 by the end of the over. Set yourself 10 or 12. A little bit of luck goes your way.
Yeah, maybe a bit more pace on the ball.
Yeah.
Creates a few more scoring opportunities as
A
well.
wide would be helpful.
Yeah, 5 wides would be even more helpful. Tries to launch it. I feel like this pitch is outside leg stump.
Definitely pitches outside, Vinny, not out. They get the leg by.
One's better than none. Well, don't know if anyone's tingling. Getting down to the bottom order. Don't know if I'm feeling
Well, the robot said he's tingling.
it. All right. What is it? 384 matches? Goes after it. Kind of clunks it.
Got to go
Will
2.
they take on the 2 here?
Got to go 2.
It's a long throw.
Oh, you got to go 2 there. You got to go.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, you got 6 out.
You got to go.
He would have been run out if it came back. It was a decent throw.
Not necessarily. He was motoring. You got to go. You need every run.
Yeah. Anyway. Launches. But how far? Not far enough. Should be caught. And it's dropped.
Got to go
Take
2.
one. Now they're going 2. Good throw has him done. Oh, this will be close, but I think he's just gone here.
Poor, close.
2 stumps removed. I got a feeling he hasn't made it. You see here, good throw. I thought always
good
had him
throw.
in trouble. Keeper is going to
Great
say
throw.
he's gone. Yeah, and good keeping as well to go and cover that angle. So, well, Kent Lanka, they do go for the 2. But Shaminda, he scores 1 off that ball, but that's the only one he'll score because he's going to be run out. And Kent Lanka are going to be 75 for 7.
Yep, well, that's a really good throw under pressure. That throws any further away from the stumps. He's making that. In the end, he's out.
That's the point you make. You're forcing them to make a throw
Yep.
on, I don't know what
You
that
still
is.
get the single there.
I feel like you're better than 50-50 to get the run out there, but you do get the single.
No, but you got to try and get runs. You can't just go, well, it's only a 1.
Yeah.
Got to try.
This is why I said this Goldilocks zone, an 85 to 95 targets. You know you're going to get.
They might be heartbroken again. It is getting to that stage for them. I just think an edge for 4, something like that.
And look,
he's not running hard there. Look, that isn't running. Now he goes. I mean,
blind.
these little things.
There's a look. There's a few little things when you consider he was out by maybe 6 to 8 inches.
Wow.
Yeah, so
I'm having my keeper back here as
I
well.
want to say hello to Charlie. The other thing is if you can get stumping, I think wickets are valuable here because then you're getting right down the bottom. I see your point, maybe if they were 4 out. Anyway, last ball of the over. This will sneak past the fielders who are pretty tight. So, new batter, and you're going to absolutely love what I tell you next. I'll tell you in a second. It's 76 for 7 after 9. 14 required off the last over. The new batter coming out is Irosh Vimukti. And if he hits the winning runs, who knows what he'll do. He might do a full floor routine. This is the man that took a catch yesterday and did a flip.
If Vimukti hits the winning runs here and hits 14 off 6 and starts cartwheeling around the ground, I'll go join him on the ground and try myself, Vinny.
I'm actually going to insist if he hits the 6 off last ball to win it that you do immediately run out on the ground. But I want to say a quick hello to Charlie Hunt in the chat. And have you arrived in Portugal, Charlie? I'm guessing you probably have. And so, yeah, Charlie is is going to be commentating for us in that night series, starting tomorrow night, running for 2 weeks. We talked about it a fair bit today.
Tell you what I would have is a very fine third man.
Yeah,
and a
they
very
don't.
fine leg.
There's a good chance of a little deflection, especially...
Oh, it's not. Hold on. Have they been given penalty runs?
Well,
hold on.
Hold the phone.
Hold
It
on,
must
Vinny.
have
I need you to clarify because it says
5 penalty runs. They're overtime.
game on.
They are overtime. And, well, we've seen it a couple of times today, haven't we?
What's,
So, yeah, that is the way it is. So let me have a look at time
what
now.
is the time? We missed that.
So we are now at 49 minutes.
Oh, they're well behind.
49 minutes. Okay, I'm trying to think of what's taken time. Not to, I mean, the drinks break, yes.
Not much. That's a fair decision.
They do have 7 wickets, so they get 3 extra minutes for that.
Well, here we go. That changes everything. 14, I didn't think they were going to get. Now they need 9 of 6. Golden ball time, Vinny.
Cue the golden ball.
Oh, here's the rules, Vinny.
If there's a tie, we're not there yet. If there is a tie, it'll be 2 runs to win for the batting side off 1 extra ball. Otherwise, the bowling team win. We haven't had one since we were together, Corey, on the 31st of March. Brothers live in Portugal.
Hold my hand, Vinny.
He did just hold my hand onto the table.
There it is.
324
It's over.
matches without a golden ball.
We can scrap that almost.
That's huge. Are we resetting the counter tonight? Don't go anywhere. Edge of your seat stuff. So now 9 to win. Who's ahead in the game now?
Still the bowling side just.
You think so?
Just, only because they're 7 down.
For me.
But this could go either way. An edge for 4, inside edge, or wide, something crazy. This will come down to a moment of brilliance or a moment of ignorance.
Kent Lunker got the rough end of the stick last night when they got hit for a 6 off the 7th ball of Nova. This time they're the beneficiaries of 5 penalty runs for time. 9 off the last here in Rome. And it's going to start with a 1.
Ooh. Okay.
Well, you don't want to swing and miss. Then suddenly you've hitched your wagon to that swinging and missing.
You probably have to drive the ball to get.
Yeah, it was a good delivery. Also, you know, force the bowler to bowl in good areas. Maybe a good ball you keep out for one. You're going after something a bit more selectively.
Is it finally coming? Oh, everyone's standing around the ground here. Left-hand on strike. The field's going to have to shift.
Those seats are available for the players off the field. They are not being used at the moment. We're not using ours either. So 8 off 5 required.
That. Mid-offs come in. They haven't put third man back. They have not put third man back. Any edge goes for 4.
Kind of wants that area. Gets it just away from the tight cover. I don't think you can go here. I know what you're saying, but remember, it's not. I know they've got 3 wickets to play with, but you're really getting down to the bottom. If you lose a run out at the keeper's end on one that you're never really going to make, then you've got a number 10 coming in and facing.
He's coming to the danger end. He's making that.
I think the throw would have gone to the keeper.
He's got to run harder.
Then you've got the number 10 coming out.
7 off 4. No, number 9.
But I mean, if there's a run out, the number 10 will come out and face. All right. Here we go. Cartwheeling time with Vimukti. Hopefully not stumps for him. Hits it hard. Kirby makes
good fielding.
the stop.
Good fielding.
Very important
Very
to
good
make that stop.
Good cricket. It was actually a pretty good shot.
That man is 50 years old, Corey. And he just made that look easy. And there was so much pressure on that stop.
I'm tingling, Vinny. I'm a big bag of tingle right now. 6 off 3.
Stephen Kelt's asking what's the tingle called. The golden ball tingle is when you just get a little tingle inside you that you think that it might be a golden ball.
I'm telling you, they've got an error with this field to the left-hander. They've got third man in the ring. I could just see an edge going for 4.
Yeah, I agree. Third man would be one of my first outfielders I'd have, because it's one that'll just ruin the game for you, and it's probably off a good delivery. So here we go, 6 off 3. They can win the game with 1 swing of the bat now. Pereira on strike, and he misses, and the keeper stops it. They almost run into each other.
Good running.
And it's not picked up.
Good running. Good running. Smart cricket.
Imagine getting run out because you get run into your batting partner.
Well, that can happen.
This stage.
That can happen. I'll tell you right now, if this man on your screen hits a 6 to win the game, we might see the most backflips you've ever seen.
5 off 2. So many possibilities.
Well, if this is a single, you can say goodbye to the golden ball.
Now I think you've got to go for 2 to outfield no matter what. I think
100%.
the value of the run is so much now.
Get it out the middle.
Here we go.
Just to remind you, Kent Lake have lost 11 in a row.
Trying in their 12th attempt to win a game. They need 5 off 2.
2.
Back to the bowler who steps over it. You've got to go here.
You've got to run.
They're going to throw, and we're going to have Well, we won't have a run out. I mean, look.
It was poor running. He was barely running.
What I would say, though, it was such a good throw from Kirby. I agree strategically.
Look at him. He's just jogging. Oh, no.
So what do we got? 4 off 1.
I can't
So
see
golden
it.
ball, I mean, we could have a wide or something
No,
like
golden
that.
ball's gone now. It's 4 to win.
I have seen a 3. It was one of these games last year where we did see a 3 off the last ball with a bunch of overthrows for a golden ball.
Vinny.
This happened last year.
We're not. It's 4 to win.
4 to win if you keep it inside the ball.
Tell you what, that third man is still in the ring.
And hey, you know what? Don't want to jinx him, but Sumer Ali struggled to left-handers early with this control with a lot of wides. So the first thing he's got to do is make sure it's a legal delivery. So a 4.
We've
So
got
3 to
frozen
tie, 4 to
screens.
win.
Everyone's screens are frozen. Go,
Come,
go!
you got to come. He's saying, okay, now they're going and they're going to get the run out. They're going to win by a run. They're going to win by a run. 89-88 the final. Capinelli. They shoot the dreams down of Kent Lanka, who've lost 12 in a row now, and that was as close as you can get. And you said there's no chance of a 3, Corey. Well, I know better.
Well, there wasn't.
Yeah, well, there was a chance. I mean, that throw was high, and that had everybody scrambling. And, well, in scenes that you just wouldn't believe unless you saw them yourself on the European Cricket Network.
You might want to write into the chat what's happened. No one knows, Vinny. Can you type into the chat what's happened? Give us your best.
If we were going to actually be able to I think the chat might have crashed, or the stream might have crashed because so much was going on there. First, I want to have a look at this. They go for 2. Just they need a throw that's catchable. The keeper can't. Taps it over the bar. And this is clever running because he's holding screens, at least forcing another throw. But it is Sumer Ali who had a very good game. And they were just hoping that he was going to mess that up. And he says, come on. And he kicks it away. Capinelli, they sweep the series. Kent Lanka always so stiff. And they still are without a win in ECN cricket. The final score, Roma Capinelli, 89. Kent Lanka, 88. What a finish of the day in match 12.
Oh, poor old Kent Lanka. They are going to lose this fixture by 1 run. I repeat, they lose by 1 run. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the highs. I know a few people in the chat are disappointed, and I'm sorry, but yeah, we did, I think, lose a little bit of coverage there at the very back end on the last ball. But congratulations to Roma Capinelli for 2 great wins.
Yeah, I mean, the sense of anticipation. I suppose, I don't know, it obviously wasn't picked up. If we knew there was a problem with the stream, it always would just delay the finish.
Just bad timing.
Yeah, it was about as bad as it gets. But I think it might be the fact that the viewing numbers were just been going through the roof and through the roof and through the roof. And well, I'm not sure. But well, going back to this, I mean, 89-88, can you believe it? Remember that it's good to hear. They could actually hear us. It's just maybe the visuals froze for a second. But, well, you'll get an idea if you're watching now. Watching the highlights, you get to see the last ball again. But it was utter chaos. It went out to the boundary. It came back. They completed 2. The keeper fumbled it. There was a fielder backing up who then ran the ball into the keeper's end stumps. But one of the batters held that end safe so that he had to throw it to the bowler, Sumer Ali, who did take the catch. Unlike that moment earlier on where he was kind of put off by Kirby. But I've got to say, some of the fielding was important. They did get these key run-outs at some key moments and some good field placements. That's something you've talked about all week with Roma Capinelli.
Well, Moritani, he was the smart man that was foxing in the ring. This was a nice shot for 6. This sort of gave Kent Lanka that false hope. They have to be one of the most unlucky teams I've ever seen. This was LBW, absolutely plumb. And it got right down to the back end. And, well, unfortunately for them, they just couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, and so you can see, once again, we saw another run out, and it was created by the field being in, and just, I think sometimes batters, they want these runs, I want to say easy runs, but easier runs with a minimum of risk. If you take those away, you can force errors in other places. And this was another moment of madness. In the end, it was run out. Chaminda, although he kind of had to go for it, had to be a perfect throw. It was pretty good. And so, well, we were wondering what we were going to see. Were we going to see another backflip from Vic Muthi? But well, at the end, this was the very last ball. Okay, it was dragged out to the boundary. They had to go 3 to tie. Okay, so you see he's running and then holds it up.
Smart.
And forces the throw. I thought when the throw came out, it might have gone over the bowler, but it was perfectly judged. And you can see all sorts of reaction. You got the keeper and the captain, Jay Raja, throwing his gloves. You got the ball getting kicked away. You got people tackling each other from everywhere. And disappointment, Kent Lanka. Well, heartbreak emojis out. Leave them out at the door. They go down by a single run here in match 12. The final score, Roma Campanelli 89, Kent Lanka 88. Tomorrow, well, we'll be recovered. And Kent Lanka, I got a tough morning against Rome Bangla Morning Sun. But I tell you what, they're playing with heart. And they got some big boys out there. And we know that they can launch the ball in the afternoon session. It's Roma CC. Well, they did not have a good day today. They're taking on Roma Campanelli, who are up and about after winning 2 games. And Roma Campanelli have actually leapfrogged Roma CC now in the standings. So join us. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a great Thursday of action starting 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Corey, Rutgers.
I'm just upset for Kent Lanka. I can't take it anymore. Those poor men have lost 12 in a row. They couldn't have been closer. 4 runouts at the back end there. I just, heartbreak.
It's hard. I mean, you look at some of the top order that, I mean, Sajith going for only 1. You knew that was going to throw the game wide open. Nico Fernando for 12. Danushka Takiri Yadura, 22. But then he didn't play a great shot to get out. Probably wasn't necessary. Last ball of an over. Could have worked to 1. He was LBW plumb to Ijaz Ahmed. And then Tanuan with 5. Nimesh was a lot better in the middle order. 15 before he was run out, single digits. They scrambled. They had 10 wides and a bye and 5 penalties, which helped them out a bit. So extras playing a bit of a role in this game as well. But they felt just short, needing 3 to tie off the last ball. They were only able to get 2. And look, pretty good team performance from the Roma Campanelli bowlers when you look at the fact that they were defending a score in the 80s. You don't want anyone to go the journey. They all went 20 or less off their 2 overs. Kakula Walla didn't take a wicket, but a very, very good day from him, only conceding 11. All the other bowlers there listed did take a wicket. But also the fielding was important, wasn't it? With those 4 run-outs at the end, they executed. And they do get over the line by the barest of margins.
Yep, I'm just devastated, Finn. I'm heartbroken for them.
I know. Well, Corey, you are a guy that likes to wear your heart on your sleeve. We know that. And look, Kent Lanka, that is 12 matches without a win. And how are you feeling right now? Tell me about your feelings, Corey.
12? I mean, if you've lost 11 in a row, and they are that far away from a golden ball, I mean, yesterday, we have to admit they had pretty controversial bad luck.
True.
That's 2 evenings in a row. Oh.
I mean, they did have the penalty runs, which I think were warranted when we looked at the time, and Roma Campanelli probably still querying that, but I think it seemed like a correct decision, and yeah, it did make it a lot easier. It made it 9 instead of 14 in the last over, and so, yeah, look, just one more time, we might just show you what's coming up tomorrow, and the timing for tomorrow, because I think I had another question in the chat about that. Maybe, Anders, we can bring that up for a second, as we will start with match number 13, which is a bit of a creepy one sometimes. Okay, and so RBMS taking on Kent Lanka, like I said. Roma CC, Roma Campanelli, that could become really important as well. But Kent Lanka now, they have to make something happen. Having said that, they've still got 4 matches to play in the group stage. But, well, Corey, one thing's for sure, we've still got 2 days of round-robin action before the finals. We'll have to say goodbye to one of these 5 teams. Does seem that 2 are safe at the moment, but really, the other 3, they're going to have to play well to avoid elimination here.
Well, so Kent Lanka are the only team without points, and they have to beat Morning Sun.
Yeah, but then they've got matches on Friday as well. So
okay, so if they can steal a win somewhere, their tournament life isn't over.
Remember Portugal versus Netherlands, my friend. And just when you think that you see an obvious result on ECN, it can flip so quickly. And especially when one team badly needs the win against one that's kind of cruising and maybe in second gear. So I think Kent Lanka, they'll treat tomorrow a bit like a finals day. And every one of these kind of tastes of victory, that they get a little sniff of it, don't they? They don't quite get hold of it. It's going to make them even more hungry for it. So anyway, I want to say a big thank you to everyone around the ground, everyone for looking after us today, to Lorena, to Brabant, to all of the Roma CC guys. I know they weren't performing that well on the field, but off the field, they were first rate today. Big thank you. Also, the Blue Crew in hot conditions once again. Spring Productions, we've got Karina Martins and Anders here, and we certainly appreciate their expertise. Anders pushing the buttons and doing a fantastic job. In fact, we will leave you with some highlights of the day just after this. But for now, we hope you have a happy and safe evening. Go to our website. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We're getting closer. Today, we ticked over to 298,000 subscribers, so just 2,000 more. Tell your family, tell your friends, as Corey wrestles with the cube. Go to our social media as well. Thanks to everyone who interacted with us today on the Instagram, which we kind of incorporated with the YouTube live chat. But for now, Corey, we're going to go and we're going to towel off. And there you go. That's our coordination levels here. Tell you what, your catching's a bit like your high fives. But anyway, from all of us here at European Cricket and European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. Stay safe and stay well wherever you are. If you're dealing with the heat, we're thinking of you. Look after yourselves. Please join us right back here in the Cube tomorrow in Rome, because more history will be made in this ancient city. We'll be back for more FanCode European Cricket
Series.
See you tomorrow, everybody. Enjoy these highlights of the day. Hasta mañana.